Well, today's all about GTA 6 and the wait for that infamous trailer 3. And while Rockstar's silence continues to frustrate impatient fans, Strauss Zelnick, the Take-Two CEO, has actually been saying a lot. And he recently spoke to the alleged crunch at the company. More than that, a week after their earnings call, he's going to be doing a fireside chat at a conference in late May. So it seems that the GTA 6 trailer 3 and the GTA 6 pre-orders could be landing any day now. Having those stats in hand for the earnings call, I think, will be ideal. Getting in front of the crunch allegations along with doing this fireside chat, it seems that those rumors about GTA 6 marketing heating up in May are about to come true. Now, I also snagged some GTA 6 videos that we're going to react to, one discussing how it could be the most expensive game ever, and the other is claiming that GTA 6 is going to do something that no other game has ever done. Now, if you guys like this kind of content and you tune in every day, I forgot to change the title on Twitch. GTA 6 trailer today. Will it be today? There we go. Whoops. Sorry about that. The same title from yesterday. You guys are like, I'm having a bit of deja vu. Apologies to anybody who, if you had a rough night and you woke up this morning and thought you were having to do a do-over, it is a new day. And I did prepare a little bit of a show open for you, and I will get to thanking those gifteds in just a moment, Rope. So if you've not been paying attention, GTA 6 is launching this year. I know many of you are like, oh, it is? Is that actually happening? Well, it seems that date is pretty locked in. Prior to now, there were a lot of rumors that May would be the month where the marketing begins, and that seems to be underway. First, there was an interview with Bloomberg where Strauss Zelnick passively confirmed a PlayStation marketing deal, but then PlayStation users started reporting getting an email if they had wishlisted GTA 6, but they had not yet owned or purchased a PS5, basically saying, hey, you've wishlisted GTA 6, it might be time to snag yourself a PlayStation 5. Now, others have observed that the PlayStation storefront on the console has removed the deals section. Now, this is likely in preparation for their Days of Play sales event that they do every year in late May and early June. Or maybe they're preparing the storefront to have that PlayStation dashboard be basically nothing but GTA 6 marketing. Either way, the emails make it clear that PlayStation's already gearing up for what they undoubtedly know is coming. I actually think the Wolverine release date announcement, it really made me feel that they had confirmed a hard release date with Take-Two and Rockstar, and they were trying to avoid it. This, of course, is related to the other aspect here. There were allegations of crunch showing up on Glassdoor reviews. Strauss Zelnick told Business Insider and other outlets that crunch is, quote, not part of how Take-Two operates today. He said delaying a launch is sometimes necessary to protect devs from burnout, and rejected the idea that Rockstar is forcing exhausting work schedules. He said, quote, you do your homework. You don't pull an all-nighter. I never pulled an all-nighter because I was good about doing my homework. So it appears that, according to Strauss Zelnick, crunch is not happening, which I actually think hopefully is true. It does not yield good results. The actual product and the quality goes down, and it's bad for your employees. But that it's not the only thing we have to look forward to with respect to hearing from Strauss Zelnick. He will be participating in a fireside chat at the TD Cowen 54th Annual Technology, Media, and Telecom Conference. The company's presentation is scheduled for Wednesday, May 27th at 10:15 a.m. Eastern. Now, this is 1 week after the Take-Two earnings call, which will take place on Thursday, May 21st, 2026, at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. Now, it's my theory that today, or really any day this week, the GTA 6 trailer 3 could land. I made a mistake last week. I thought we were closer to the earnings call. The previous year, when GTA 6 trailer 2 landed, it landed about a week before the earnings call. I think they're going to follow that pattern. Dropping it that close to your earnings call will be extremely helpful to them. Basically, this is what I think the next couple of weeks is going to look like. I think at some point this week, they're going to drop GTA 6 trailer 3. Then they're going to have their earnings call next week. Then the following week, there'll be the fireside chat that Strauss Zelnick will take part in. And the day after the fireside chat is a PlayStation State of Play on the 28th. That's my prediction. They've not officially announced it, but we know PlayStation loves to do late May, early June state of plays, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if they land that right on Thursday the 28th on the cusp of a bunch of GTA 6 stuff and Take-Two happenings. They may, in fact, have their state of play lined up for right then. And maybe that's when we see the earliest beginnings of their marketing deal with Rockstar. We could see some semblance of PS5 Pro combos or PlayStation 5 combos. That could be happening. Now, doing all of this, I think, before we get into State of Play and the showcase season, we know June is the showcase season, that just feels right to me. If they wait until after the earnings call or they wait until after this fireside chat, they're going to be running right headlong into showcase season. I think they like to do things on their own. They like to kind of stand apart. That's why I think this week makes the most sense. But hey, I could be wrong. We were wrong last week, and we're not doing a waiting room. I thought it'd be fun to discuss the fact that Strauss Zelnick specifically spoke to Crunch, the fact that PlayStation 4 owners are getting marketing emails. It does seem to be heating up, and then there's that PlayStation, deals page that went missing. I didn't really feel like just doing another generic waiting room. I thought we could actually discuss some of the happenings and some of the developments with this game that we continue to see. So, I've got their YouTube channel pulled up. Somebody said they made a Red Dead announcement today. I didn't see that on Twitter, so I'm not really sure what exactly that means. So if you guys are here this morning, make sure you go through all of the rituals. And you guys know I am going to be out of town and all that, but I've got some surprises for you this week. So you want to make sure you're here anytime we're doing content, okay? That's all I'm going to say. And a 5-bomb comes in from Wired Rope to kick off the day. Han shot first, and so did you. And then a single comes in from Joker Quinn, getting us to 46. And if you guys do manage to unlock Saturday and hit stretch, Madam and I will I think we'll end up doing a double header of the, what's the game called? Directive 80-20. If you guys can manage to hit stretch, you're going to have to hit it before the end of Friday if you want the doubleheader. We could probably do a Friday and a Saturday. I don't know how long that game is, but we do like playing those games with y'all and trying to complete them. That was my question. Would it make sense for a trailer at a state of play since PlayStation has the marketing? It would, but it also wouldn't. I actually think they would want to get their own trailer 3 out there ahead of time. And a 5-bomb comes in from Siege Master to secure the first 50 milestone of the week. Thank you so much. And I owe YouTube a member. Twitch, your hype train has about 2 minutes left on it, so you're going to want to get on that if you want to level it up and potentially unlock some gifteds for your platform as well. You guys went crazy last week and unlocked a bunch of extra stuff. I think the little Red Dead stuff's on Bill. Oh, they put it on Bill. Yeah, I didn't see it on Twitter or their YouTube channel. So there is the possibility that they do nothing today. I actually don't think they want people to be able to predict when they'll do it. I think they're just going to randomly drop it. I've got a title, I've got a thumbnail, I've got a description all ready to go. I can schedule a stream as soon as they drop it. And basically, we can do a reaction to the trailer stream. And it's like, we have no idea when they're going to do it. And again, I think they personally, as a company, I think they like to be unpredictable. I don't think they want people to know, now when they announced trailer 1, I think that was different. They were okay with people knowing because they were the ones that told everybody. But I don't think they like the idea of people being able to deduce or figure out when they're going to do it. The GTA 6 trailer would overshadow everything else in the state of play. Yeah, if I'm PlayStation, you don't necessarily want to do that. Now, they could argue internally and say, everybody associating GTA 6 with PlayStation is worth it, overshadowing everything. I tend to think that they would be more inclined to say, hey, it makes more sense for us to be promoting a GTA 6 bundle or something as opposed to just dropping the trailer. I mean, dropping the trailer would certainly be good for PlayStation. I mean, I don't think they would say no to that. But Rockstar doesn't really strike me as the kind of studio that would do that. They like to drop these trailers on their own, all by themselves, nobody else doing anything. That just kind of tends to be the way that it feels. Okay, there you go. There's your hype train is a fish emote. Okay. At this point, though, everyone is predicting every day, though. It's tough to take people by surprise at this point. Yeah, I mean, a Tuesday at this time, a A Tuesday at this time, though, I think everybody's kind of like looking to be like, it could, it'll land in the next 10 minutes or something. Just end the state of play with it. The viewership would be through the roof. GTA 6 trailer will happen today. There it is. Legacy Killer looking in the mirror with the clown makeup on. Yeah. That's why I said, listen, I think they're starting to break their silence. It's clear they're getting ready to ramp up. I don't think it's a coincidence that Strauss Zelnick is doing a fireside chat a week after the earnings call. I don't think it's a coincidence that PlayStation 4 owners are starting to get emails saying, hey, you wishlisted GTA 6. You might want to get yourself a PlayStation 5. I think those are signs that things are about to start. Again, I feel like it's going to be before the earnings call. I don't think you would do this after the earnings call. You want to be able to walk into the earnings call with strength, not just another confirmation of the date. Does that make sense? You drop a trailer, you open up pre-orders, and you get to walk into that earnings call just chest out. We're crushing it right now. We have this many views. We have this many pre-orders, preemptively. So the TGG guy does that. Yeah, I saw him in my feed this morning basically saying, like, is it today, doing a kind of a waiting room. And listen, people get really upset at that. I don't think there's a reason to get upset at that. We're all fans of gaming. Tons of people are fans of GTA. Getting everybody around to wait for the trailer, I mean, we have conversations. You're entertained. It gives you something to listen to. I don't think we need to, like, overanalyze, how people decide to cover these sorts of things. I just don't think it's as big of a deal as people make it. There's so much gross grifting, dishonesty, clickbait, trash on the platform. A waiting room is so inoffensive. It's like, it's just a bunch of people hanging out and being like, is it today? Is it today? Like, at some level, the expectation is fun. Like, the anticipation is an enjoyable thing. Like, eventually it's going to be here, and it'll be as normal to us as trailer 1 and 2. So, I would say, enjoy the anticipation. Enjoy the just hanging out with people and talking. And again, we tend to get on other topics. I do have some GTA 6 videos we can react to today. I'll kind of save those for later for you guys. So, I don't mind it at all. Yeah. I think people just like to be critical sometimes. They're like, oh, these YouTubers. And it's like, come on. Of all the trash that hits the YouTube platform, this is so minimal as far as being a concern. Yeah, so if you guys didn't see, Sega officially canceled their super game, whatever the heck it was going to be. Crazy Taxi, Golden Axe, Jet Set Radio, Streets of Rage, Revivals are still in development. All those games are still in development right now. I don't think waiting rooms are bad. It was hilarious. There were like 50 GTA waiting rooms on Cinco de Mayo because, honestly, that would have been a cool day to drop it. That was how we thought about it. We're like, yeah, it's Cinco de Mayo. People are celebrating and having margaritas. Like, what a day to drop it, but they didn't. I think this week does make more sense. I had my wires crossed. I thought the earnings call was this week. So that's why I thought, oh, no, last week makes sense. The earnings call is actually next week. Again, the fact that Strauss Zelnick is doing a fireside chat 1 week after their earnings call, it just makes sense to get the trailer out before all that starts happening. He's going to want to be able to talk about it because he's already doing interviews. Like, he's already doing interviews about it. He's doing interviews with Business Insider and other places, and he's answering questions. Like, I think he's going to want to be able to talk about it and say, yep, pre-orders are live right now, blah, blah, blah. You get this. We're proud of the game. We're proud of the price. Like, because if not, fireside chat, any other interviews he does, it's just like they're going to keep bringing up the same thing. Like, oh, what about the release date? Oh, what about the price? And it's like having that question answered, having their stock price soar, I think is a strong move. So that's why I think, it would be awkward to have it land in between earnings call and the fireside chat. It would be awkward to have it land after the fireside chat and the earnings call. It's like, no, you want this out there before all that happens. Have that show of strength for the publisher and the brand. Now, people are saying that Rockstar Games has uploaded GTA 6 files to its servers. Maybe that means trailer 3 and some screenshots today. I hope so because I'm sick of waiting. I don't know. Yeah, the techies are like, analyzing files and combing over stuff. Yeah. It honestly could be It honestly could be today. They may just say, well, who cares? Like, I know they like to be unpredictable, but if they know everybody's sort of sitting there like, hey, is it today? Is it today? They might be like, yeah, it's today. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just give it to us, just get it over with. And I do think pre-orders go live whenever Trailer 3 lands. I do. I think whenever they finally decide to drop Trailer 3, I do think it drops with pre-orders. I think that's part of their plan. Apparently, Game Informer has their super secret issue come out today. Really interesting. I bet you they got an interview with him. I'm telling you, you heard it. Mag heard it. We heard it last year. May was the month when everything was supposed to start heating up for marketing. That was the month. I think they're going to do it. I think this is the month where it's like, okay, let's start doing the interviews. Let's start doing the rounds, and again, PlayStation clearly has some inside scoop here, because I think that's what motivated the Wolverine release date. I think that 100% was a conversation that they had with Rockstar. Like, listen, is this a hard date now? And they were like, yes. Because if PlayStation's negotiating and navigating a marketing deal, they know that October is going to be insane with the lead up. So they land Wolverine in September. That was the first sign to me that the date had been locked in. I'm like, I think that's why PlayStation put Wolverine in September. And then the second thing that tells me they think the date or know the date is locked in, PlayStation sending emails to PS4 owners and saying, hey, you wish listed GTA 6. Well, you can't play it unless you have a PS5, right? That's the first breadcrumb of marketing we've seen to kind of indicate there is some kind of a deal between PlayStation and Rockstar. Like the Strauss Zelnick interview, he passively confirmed that there was a deal. We didn't see the exact phrasing of the question that Jason Schreier asked him, but there was no attempt to correct the record like, oh, there's no marketing deal. It was like, no, there's no exclusivity deal. That has anything to do with the marketing deal. You wish listed GTA 6 on your PS3? They're like, this person's insane. They should send you something special. Like, you're the only one. You are the only one that has done this, You are the one single customer that wish listed GTA 6 on the PlayStation 3. Guys, if you're just tuning in, thanks so much for being here. Nice strong start to the day. We are going to sit around and wait. The trailer could land any day. I think today's a good day as any. And again, I think my personal theory is, given the cadence of interviews that Strauss has been willing to do, the marketing has begun with emails from PlayStation. There's an earnings call with Take-Two next week. The week after that's a fireside chat that Strauss Zelnick will be taking part in at a conference. I think it's this week. I think GTA 6 Trailer 3, I do. I think it's this week. So, yeah, we shall see if I am correct. You think the market, online portion of the game, or strictly single player? I think they don't say a word about GTA 6 Online initially. I think their main goal is to get this game out. Get it out, get it in people's hands, get people playing, and then a month later or whatever. I could see them really wanting to push online a month later in December, because you got that holiday crowd, you got that holiday spending. That could be when they decide to push it. I think we heard that the GTA 6 Online is launching about a month later. That was one of the rumors. I believe that came from somebody who has a reliable track record. Do you think the market... I already read that. Has Xbox given any such response to pre-orders? I don't think we've seen anything from Xbox, no. Sora is King with a $5 super chat says, it makes sense to release it before the earnings call. Pre-orders show shareholders the money they're raking in, and they're stacking up the dollars. Third trailer, I want to see gameplay. I am in total agreement with you, right? Like, if I'm in total agreement with you, if you're going to be dropping out a GTA 6, trailer 3, and you don't, I think pre-orders go live, but you don't have pretty obvious gameplay, that's going to be pretty disappointing, I think. So, what if there's no trailer 3 and just a pre-order announcement? I think that would probably be a mistake. I mean, they're probably going to weather any storm that comes their way. It's going to be the biggest release in history and probably the most purchased game and the most released game in history. But I don't think they're going to do that. That would be pretty irritating to people. We get everybody's attention and be like, you can pre-order. I think people would be pretty angry about that. I just want to see some gameplay. Keep up the good work, Lono. Thank you, Jay Deadly. What do you think the next trailer will show? Yeah, I mean, we're kind of talking about that now. I mean, based on the marketing up to this point, if they do a quote-unquote trailer 3, it'll probably be very similar. It'll be very similar to the first two. It'll just be like story, cinematic driven. You know, maybe they'll focus a little bit more on the story. Maybe they'll focus a little bit more on the two characters interacting. I don't know if we've really even heard Jason say much, right? I mean, even Lucia didn't say much either. So maybe they focus on the two of them, way more, like maybe an extended scene that's more than like a couple of seconds. Like the trailers up to now, like everything is like a couple of seconds long. So it is 9:30. Everybody's kind of pouring in to see. I think we're getting a bit of a bump here. I think people anticipated 9:30 Eastern being a potential time to drop it. I am not seeing it. I think it could be any day, and I also think it could be at any time. I don't necessarily think they're locked into a specific time. I think the earlier in the days, the more likely timing for it to impact the shareholders and the value of the shares, and the stock market. But yeah, let's see here. No. All right. 9:30. Yeah, the last one dropped at like 9:30 a.m. So I think a lot of people think that's when this one will drop. GTA 5 has taken off Game Pass 2 weeks ago, maybe linked. Would love to see some actual gameplay, but not too much, says Mikey. It'd be nice to see a huge game as this for everyone to discover things organically upon release. This doesn't really seem like the kind of game that you can accidentally have elements of it really spoiled from a trailer. At least I don't think so. Not pre-ordering until they confirm 60 FPS, but hopeful for gameplay. Yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but the 60 FPS discussion is right back square in the headlines again, because you got 007 First Light talking about their game running at 60 FPS, right? And then we had the Batman leak, and people were trying to confirm whether or not it would run at 60 FPS. So Snake Eyes, thank you so much for a 7-stream streak. Good morning to you. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening, guys. I did not do a waiting room today. Obviously, we're all kind of watching the feeds to see if anything happens. But there is no way to really know unless until it actually happens. But I do think that if it's not today, I do think some point this week it happens. I think they'll want to get it out there with pre-orders. I don't think they want to do that like a day or two before the earnings call. I think they want like a nice solid week of pre-orders before they go into the earnings call. Given how huge the GTA map typically is, and the last one was 2 gens ago, it's nearly impossible to spoil much that you can discover in the world. And that doesn't strike me as something that they would do. I don't think they would spoil anything significant. Yes, I did see that the Lies of P sequels has entered their full production phase, so that's exciting for fans of Lies of P. I'm actually really curious about the next game, given the fact that they did add difficulty settings to Lies of P later on. Building a game from the ground up with that in mind, I'm kind of curious where it lands. I really enjoyed Lies of P until I didn't. I think I've kind of fallen off with those games, to be quite honest with you. I don't know. Star Wars Fate of the Old Republic is being funded by a new holding company investing in revered video game creators, including ex-Mass Effect director Casey Hudson. So it's being funded by Greater Than Group, G2G, led by former NetEase veteran Simon Zhu. Zhu wasn't happy and left NetEase after it canceled multiple titles and slashed investments in new studios. that he personally helped build up. G2G has raised $100 million so far. So Star Wars Fate of the Old Republic is now being funded by a new holding company. That's an interesting development. That is a very interesting development. Yo, good morning, Sir Mosley. How are you? Waiting for the trailer, dropping soon. If KOTOR isn't dead, I'll be so happy. Well, yeah, this is Fate of the Old Republic. So this is the new one that they announced. 007 is only confirmed PS5 Pro runs at 60. The other consoles have a performance mode. No, they tweeted about that. I mean, they said that it's got performance mode on the base consoles for 60. I'm not really sure what they were thinking. That was a strange marketing decision because there's a lot of people that are obviously, the big debate about GTA 6 and 60 FPS. That's a whole debate that we've had many, many times. But, with the 007 thing, that marketing was a very strange decision. It was like, you guys literally marketed the game and said, that you could get 60 FPS, but you said it on the Pro, which obviously that makes everybody go, hey, wait a minute, what about the base PlayStation 5? Since there's way more base PlayStation 5s in circulation, the average person doesn't have one. Like, just if you do basic math of the market, it's a small percentage of the PlayStation user base that has the Pro. Lego Lord of the Rings Minas Tirith officially revealed, I'm sorry. Gosh, that looks ridiculous. I think they said both earlier today. Yeah, they said both. They said that the base PS5 is going to have it. That's why it was really confusing the way that they did that. I've continued to say that the 60 FPS discussion is one that you're going to continue to see because I think it's become more important to people. I can't find it. There was a tweet. Maybe they deleted the tweet. They might have deleted the tweet because of the confusion that it caused. Might have been. I don't know. Good morning, Captain Toasty Buns. If 007 is stable 60 FPS on the Pro, I'll be happy. Well, yeah, I mean, I obviously own a Pro, so it doesn't matter to me, but I can't get enough Saros. Housemarque really nailed it with the game. It's really good, dude. It really, really is. Yesterday was like the first day in a while I haven't played it since its release. I just didn't have time in the evening. Madam and I just jumped right into Dead Zone Rogue. We're super close to ending the 4th zone, and I think then we'll be done with that game. We're trying to find something next to play, which at this point, I think we'll just play Dead Zone Rogue for the rest of this week, and then when we get back from our trip, we'll have Lego Batman to play. 60 FPS is a priority now, says Hidden Siriu. They know people won't buy if there's no 60. Yeah, I started saying at the beginning of this generation, the Gotham Knights, debacle really drew a lot of... It drew a lot of attention, but it also led to people saying weird stuff. Like, oh, we're going to go back to a 30 FPS time, and games are going to go back to 30 FPS. These consoles aren't strong enough. And I kept pushing back on that and saying, no, that is not true. I knew that wasn't true. I knew there was there was a clear focus on it. eBay has rejected GameStop's acquisition bid. We've concluded that your proposal is neither credible nor attractive. Wow. That is a strong rejection. That's not that's not in the best interest of our shareholders. That's a straight up, this isn't credible or attractive. Wow, okay. Just a guess, Rockstar says or shows nothing till closer to release and gives a breakdown similar to Red Dead 2. Yeah, I don't know about that. With an earnings call next week, I think Take-Two wants them to push out a trailer and pre-orders. I think that happens sometime this week. They told them to kick rocks in the most professional way. Yeah. People always go on about the map size. Sorry, it's what you can do in the world, like GTA 5 map that is bigger than GTA 4, but you can enter buildings and do less than GTA 4. Bigger map size doesn't mean better world. Good morning, Keeg. How are you? Is the announcement of pre-orders impactful enough? on share price to warrant a trading halt? I'm inclined to say no, but this is the biggest release ever. What do you mean a trading halt? Why would they do that? That stinks. GameStop would have been such a good coffin for eBay. You had me in the first half. According to one of my sources at Ubisoft, there should not be a UB Forward next month because they have no major game planned for this year except for Black Flag. Most of the projects have been put on pause or rebooted, and they have absolutely nothing to show. A $2 super chat with from Sora says the worst that eBay could have said was no. I mean, now we all can take a shot, right? I mean, if GameStop got rejected, you know what I mean? I got a couple bucks. Yeah. I got a couple bucks, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll buy eBay. You know what I mean? Maybe they'll accept my offer. I just have to be more credible. I had to be more credible than GameStop. Good morning, Ginger Prime. Is there a reason you sound like Professor I don't know who that is. GTA 6 is going to sell incredibly well with or without 60 FPS on console. Yeah, I don't think anybody's debating the sales of the game. I think we're saying it's an important aspect of a game now. I think the conversation around 60 FPS has changed. I don't think it's this thing you can shrug off anymore. And a 5-bomb comes in from Ginger. He's trying to stoke the fires. We're a little behind pace for the week, but that's okay. We tend to start out the week slow. If you guys can get to stretch by end of Friday, I'll do a doubleheader. Madam and I will play Directive 8020 on Friday and Saturday night as a nice send-off before we're gone for a little bit, just a week. So thank you, Ginger. Yeah, but I don't think anybody's denying that, like, oh yeah, GTA 6 will sell well. I'm just saying I think that the 60 FPS conversation has become more important. Does the coffee have a future? Let me figure out this tax thing, Zubair, because we're in a very different scenario if what my CPA has said to me. If we can file 4 years of amendments and I don't get taken to the cleaners this year, I might be in a position to re-up just the dark and nothing else. So that was a very frustrating call with my CPA, but it could end up being very good for me and my family because the last couple of years have not been great, and part of that has because I've been overpaying on taxes, which for a single income family, that's kind of a big deal, and I wish they would have taken a little bit more careful due diligence. But it's where we are, it has what has happened, and it may put me in a situation so that isn't so painful. I also just don't know. I mean, again, we're dealing with the same thing everybody else is doing. Coffee comes from all over the world, and anything that has to be shipped and moved around right now is just way more expensive than it used to be. A week. Did the chat committee approve this vacation? What's good, Bellows? 30 or 60 FPS GTA 6 will sell massively. People will just whine about it. I think there are people that will straight up skip. I don't think they're a quantitative number that matters, but I do think people will skip. I also think you have to consider something beyond just purchasing GTA 6. Okay? I do think you're being, not in a bad way, but I think you're being a little short-sighted about this. So let me take the vision farther here. Hang on, I want to read this comment from Alapark first about a trade halt. Publicly traded companies are supposed to request a trading halt on their shares when they have impactful news to announce. Well, I mean, a game being sold is not that, though, right? I don't think. I mean, maybe it is, but that would mean every time a game gets announced, wouldn't those companies have to do that? That would be, I think that'd be, wouldn't that be a deducible pattern in the market, Alapark? I mean, maybe because this game is so tectonic and seismic, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe it'll be one of the first times in history that the game itself is so large that there's a trading halt. I don't know. You realize the trailer will drop 5 minutes after you leave, right? Shut up, Omar. Just shut up. You shut your whore mouth. I'm kidding. But I'm not kidding at all. Shut the frick up, Omar. Anyways, let me take the vision further down the road. I think people are being a little bit short-sighted. okay? I think you're being a little short-sighted. Let's just imagine it's 30 FPS, and then a bunch of people buy the game, and you're like, oh, it's going to sell well, who cares? A game that runs at 30 FPS now, especially a game that looks like GTA 6, I think will have a bad and even, I would argue, a pretty damaging effect on consumer perception of value, which will in turn affect GTA Online and the spending and the micro spending. I think they have a vested interest beyond just selling GTA 6 and making sure this game runs really, really well. Because for the last 6 years, maybe even longer than that, lots of gamers have been experiencing 60 FPS. To suddenly experience 30 is going to be a bit jarring. And we all know that can lead to decline in engagement. People could be like, yeah, I'm going to play through the story, but this just is kind of like ugly to play. Like, it looks like it's stuttering. You know, there are people that people always have acted like this is an exaggeration. If you're used to 60 FPS, you can get headaches from 30 FPS. It can mess with you. I was getting headaches when I played through Spider-Man and God of War on my PlayStation 4 Pro, because at that point in time I had been exclusively playing on my PC Destiny and Fortnite day in, day out at 60. And every day I would end my streams after playing Spider-Man and God of War 2018. I was like, man, why do I have headaches? And it was like a you know, right in here, like temple headache from like my eyes being strained. I think they have a vested interest in making sure that the game is running about as good as possible, because that'll have a direct effect on people diving into GTA Online. It'll have a direct effect on people spending money in GTA Online. Because if you're like, oh, it's not enjoyable to play, it's frustrating, or looks bad, or looks blurry, or looks like it's stuttering, or I feel like my eyes are straining, that's going to affect people's willingness to spend money and continue playing the game. I think they have a vested interest in having a longer view of the game than just, well, we're going to sell a bunch of copies, so who gives a frick? You know? I mean, look at the way 60 FPS comes up in conversation now. It's coming up in the marketing of games. 007's having to talk about it. People are talking about it with the Batman Lego game. Going from 60 specifically to GTA in GTA 5 to 30 and 6 will be a problem for many gamers. That's another point that Tommy's bringing into the discussion that I think is important, that you have to consider. I am not saying that it's going to be 60. I'm not arguing it's going to be 60. I'm saying they have an interest in making sure it gets really close, because if you have a bunch of people right now playing GTA 5, GTA Online, and they're experiencing 60, and then they play GTA 6 at 30, they're gonna notice. They're gonna notice. Any game you're playing right now, switch it to quality mode. Cut the frame rate in half and see how it feels. You're gonna be like, oh my gosh. You're not gonna be convinced that, like, well, the lighting though, yo. Look at the lighting. Look at the reflections in the resolution. You're going to be like, it looks terrible. If you do that right now, you're gonna severely notice. I'm telling you, they don't want this thing shipping at 30. They're going to try to inelegantly hit 60, I think, on the base consoles. It'll be inelegant. I don't think it'll be that great. I don't think it's going to be down in the 30s, though. And then I think they're going to do a much better job on the Pro if they can leverage things like PSSR to get more headroom. But again, it's going to be a bit of a bear. Gameplay over story over fidelity, in my opinion. It doesn't need to be better looking than Cyberpunk. Now, when you say gameplay over story over fidelity, Faffer, where do you put performance in there? I feel like gameplay and performance are interchangeable, because one can have a detriment, a very, very negative effect. It could be to the detriment of your gameplay if performance is really bad. I thought I saw Zubair say something. Am I hallucinating? I guess he didn't. I swore I saw him say something. No, there he is. You can't get used to it either if you play anything else that runs at 60. That was weird. Did I have like a premonition that you were going to type? That is tripping me out. I would take 1440 60 any day of the week over 4K 30. Yeah. Performance has to be solid or it will have a negative effect on your gameplay. Not interchangeable, but performance is up there. Yeah, performance has to be up there. Because if the game's running like garbage, who cares? Oh, the gameplay's really good. Is it, though, if it's running poorly? Hilly says, Zubair always types. It's like rockets in Halo. Yo, greetings. Rulak here. I don't know how to say that. Yo, what's good, Hilly? $80 for 30 FPS. Oof. When is the earnings call? Next week on the 21st. Then the following week on the 27th, there is a fireside chat that Strauss Zelnick will be taking part in. Zubair says, I mean, I type a lot. It's a safe bet. It is. I mean, by prioritizing gameplay over fidelity, that performance is up there. Yeah, I care more about performance and gameplay than fidelity. Like, if they're like, but we did this cool stuff with the lighting. I'm like, I don't care if it doesn't run well. Like, you know what I mean? Chris String spoke with PlayStation's Christian Svensson, and we discussed how to release games on PlayStation, how to get into those state-of-play broadcast funding, Indie Breakfast, China, South Korea, and why we should be super optimistic about the future. Well, it would be nice to get some analysts that are optimistic about the future in gaming instead of all this weird, like, everything's going to get bad and crash, you know? The simulator's glitching and giving Lono psychic powers. I swear to frick, I saw his comment before it was in chat. I do think the simulation might be breaking down. I do. I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's all crazy now. Okay. Just checking some things, boys. The further we get in the day, the more likely it's not happening, but we can still have good conversations and entertain, ourselves here with some fun back and forth and some good dialogue, even if the trailer doesn't drop, could be any day. Again, I think it's any day now. I really do. Anything less than 60 in 2026 is completely unacceptable, says Joker Quinn. Igor says facts. Cole Payton says, I agree. Yeah, you guys all seem to be agreeing that it's got to be at least trying to hit 60. To be honest, everyone says GTA 6 trailer will come out today. I'd say June and a gameplay trailer in September. I don't think you're necessarily off target looking at June and September, but I do think they're going to want to do something before June. In particular, they're going to want to do something before their earnings call next week. I just want you to think about the logic of what I'm saying here. Strauss Zelnick is doing interviews and talking about the game. He says there's no crunch. He made a joke about people taking off that day in November. Shareholders are going to want to know, is this thing locked in? And it's one thing to go to the shareholders meeting and for Strauss Zelnick for like the umpteenth time to be like, yes, the date is locked in. Do you know what's better than him doing that? Is a GTA 6 trailer 3 with live pre-orders. That is a sign of, that's a show of force. To be like, I'm not just going to come in here and tell you that it's on time. We ran a new trailer. We reaffirmed the release date to the public, and the pre-orders are live right now. Here are some of our preliminary numbers. That is the way you walk into that earnings call. This dude has made assurances about the release date before. It's going to hit a little different if you're able to do it on the heels of a trailer with millions of views and do it with pre-orders. Does that make sense? Like, the first trailer has close to 300 million views. The second trailer has 160 million views. It'd be really nice to drop that third trailer, get close to 100 million views or so, and talk about how many pre-orders you got rolling in. That's a whole lot different than being like, yes, let me reaffirm that release date one more time to you. Like, they'd be like, you've done that before. You've said before that the date was solid. You know what I mean? Red Dead 2 was 30 FPS, no guarantees. Red Dead launched 8 years ago on old gen. I don't think that's a compelling argument. Back then, the 30 FPS expectation was pretty standard. Spider-Man 1 was 30 FPS. God of War 2018 was 30 FPS. Red Dead, which launched in 2018, was 30 FPS. That was kind of the standard. It's literally why I stopped playing Destiny on my PlayStation 4 Pro and my Xbox One, and I started playing Destiny 2 on my PC. I moved to PC for Fortnite as well. Why? The frame rate. Like Red Dead launched 8 years ago on old gen. That was kind of the expectation. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. GTA 6 could be 30, and there are no guarantees. I think that's a fair point to say there's no guarantees. I'm not compelled by Red Dead 2. Like, Red Dead? Red Dead launched in 2018 alongside a host of other games at 30 FPS. You know, I don't... That would be like God of War Ragnarok's going to be 30 FPS. Why? Well, because God of War 2018 was 30 FPS. Do you see? It's like, well, that's not true. God of War 2018 was 30 FPS, and then Ragnarok was 60. Well, Horizon Forbidden West is going to be 30 FPS. Why? Well, because Zero Dawn launched at 30 FPS. Do you see? It's like that doesn't compel me in the least. FOV slider was worth it alone for PC Destiny. Oh, the FOV slider made a huge difference, especially when you were in like third person doing a super. It just made you feel so much faster. It made it feel like you were flying. I mean, soaring. You know, that the FOV aspect is a huge factor in feeling like you're moving quickly, especially in first person shooters. That was a huge deal when they did that. Wasn't that Borderlands launched without one? 007 is going to be 7 FPS because GoldenEye was 7 FPS. There it is. There it is. That's good. That's a good joke. That's wholesome. Throw some respect on Rockstar's name. Red Dead 2 dropped on the base PS4. We expect progress. That's the whole point. Otherwise, why would we bother ever buying a new gen console if the game doesn't reflect the new specs of the console? Well, let me just push back let me just play devil's advocate for the sake of discussion, Abidonk, or Abidank. You're not wrong. You are correct that we expect progress, and that's part of the reason of getting a new gen console. And I tend to agree with you. But some people would say that the size of the game and the graphics and the characters and the graphical fidelity is its own version of progress, and they would say it's okay if it looks like that and hits 30. That would be their position. I don't agree with their position, but I think it's a completely legitimate sort of pushback to what you're saying, that like 60 FPS isn't the be-all, end-all, right? Game Informer's going to live stream their cover reveal right now. Really? I wonder if they know something. That's interesting. Game Informer says, we will be, yeah, sure enough, we will be live streaming the reveal of Game Informer's next cover today. Join us at 10:50 a.m. Central, and we'll be live for the full reveal at 11 a.m. Huh. Me peacefully passing away at age of 93, Rockstar the next day, trailer 3. I mean, listen. This is noon, isn't it? This is noon Eastern. I don't know, boys. I don't know. It could be getting started. I told you. I said I feel like the marketing's starting to little bits of smoke are coming out. PlayStation sent emails to people. You know? PlayStation sent emails to people and said, "Hey, you wish list GTA 6 and you don't have a PlayStation 5 yet." You know? Thoughts on Game of the Year Industry Plant mixtape? I don't think it's an industry plant. I think one guy at IGN liked it a lot. There are other people that really liked it. Gene Park really liked it. I love Gene. You think Gene's part of some weird industry plant? He doesn't give a frick, dude. My man's battling cancer. He don't give a frick about that. He thought it was a dope game. Just leave people alone who like the game. Who cares? IGN giving it a 10? It's some random guy who reviews for IGN. It doesn't matter. IGN doesn't matter. That's the real lesson to learn here. Mixtape's not some industry plant. People got a nostalgic injection in their heart. That's all that happened. Not a game. That can be your opinion. You can have the opinion that it's not a game. Don't buy it. Don't play it. Plenty of people are playing it and having a great time. Who cares? Who cares? You know what I mean? People are like, oh, my heart. The nostalgia of Smashing Pumpkins and those memories I had as a teenager. Just let them. Let them. That's what games are supposed to be about. They're supposed to be about having an experience that impacts you in a way where the art transcends the screen and tickles your brain and your heart. No, it's a fact. Your opinion can't be a fact. If you think your opinion can be a fact, the conversation doesn't need to go further than it already has. It's pointless to talk to you. You can have the opinion that it's not a game. Great, don't play it, skip it. But do us all a favor and skip out of the conversation too. Who cares if people are liking it? I'm not going to play it. I have no interest in playing it. It looks like a game that I would not like. Everybody was over the moon about Dispatch. I was bored out of my skull in Dispatch. Do you know what I didn't do? I didn't go on tirades and attack people and say it wasn't a game. It's a glorified Netflix series where you push buttons every once in a while. And I can't believe people gave this such roaring scores. Like, I would have watched it as a show. You know, if it was on Netflix, I would have watched it. But I didn't get all like my underwear all twisted up on myself and get upset and angry and mauled at people about it. I was like, this game's not for me. It's not for me. It doesn't speak to me. It doesn't talk to the part of me that art talks to. Me and Dispatch, we just didn't align. And people that loved it, have a ball, man. I'm glad there are development studios that make weird or different or divergent stuff. I love it. I don't have to play it to appreciate that it exists. Because it means somebody out there is being touched by it. Somebody's being impacted by it who's not me. There are people who eat, drink, and sleep Pokemon. I don't. And I'm glad they can catch their mons. You know? It's just not for me. And I think that Dispatch is another one of those kind of weird, artsy games that for some people it would be like watching paint dry, and for another person it's this existential, nostalgic, great experience. Who cares? You know what I mean? People will beat their head against a wall trying to play Elden Ring naked, like maybe in real life naked, but the character's naked. I would never do that. It doesn't make any sense to me. Joker Quinn coming in with a single. So, I don't know. I think people people just need to chill the frick out. You know what I mean? You're not the arbiter of what a game is or isn't. You're not the arbiter of what is or isn't good. You are in your own domain, in your own home, and be God in your own home. What's good, what's bad, what's a game, what's not. You don't dictate that to others. You don't. Thank you, Joker Quinn, for that gifted. 30 FPS with motion blur will be fine to play the game of the generation, says Kino Mansky. I have no expectations at all that it'll be 30 FPS. I'm used to 60 and over, but I will play it at 30. And Broken Earth comes in with a single gifted. Thank you so much, and gets us to 58. Yeah, back to a subject that's actually in pertinent to today's topic and worth talking about. The 30 FPS thing, I think there will be people that just put up with it if it's 30, but there are those of us that won't. I won't. I'm sorry. I will not do it. I won't. I will not do it. It's not worth it. I've got too many games in my backlog. It's like I'm not going to go through that and be, irritated the whole time. And a single comes in from Broken Earth. I mean, I was willing to do it and considering doing it for Destiny 1. But, that's for very, very particular reasons. And then another one comes in from Broken Earth. Listen, I've never heard of this gentleman before today. And I don't ball, and I don't watch ball. But I love this energy. Like, this speaks to me, okay? This is art. I mean, you want to talk about art that speaks to you. I don't ball. I don't watch ball. I have never heard of this fine gentleman before today, but I love this freaking picture. I want this on a t-shirt. I'd be like, this is energy that feeds my soul right here. Oh, I love it. I love everything about that picture. Every time I see it in my feed, it makes me smile. It just makes me smile, dude. I love it. It's not me at all. It's not my vibe. It's not my sport. It's not my people. And I'm like, I love it. I love everything about this dude. I love this picture so much. Oh, my gosh. No, I know why he's sitting there. I know why he's sitting there. I'm from Ohio. I was drinking that up. I was drinking that up. I'm like, dude, I'm from Canton, Ohio. This is good stuff right here. Oh, golly. I'll pass on any game at 30 FPS or just play it on PC. Yeah, I grew up watching Rodman's era with the Bulls. So I don't watch ball anymore, but I grew up watching the era with Rodman, and that was a great time. My homie was just at the foul line doing this to that one guy, just shaking his head. That's iconic. Winged Wheel comes in with a gifted member. Thank you so much. Keeg says, it's not hockey, so I was lost. That's right. Yeah. It's not the world. It's not soccer. It's not the Euro or the World. So I was like, I don't know what the frick's going on, but this is fantastic energy. You know what I mean? This is fantastic energy. I love this. I love it. Dylan Brooks. Yeah, I've never heard of him. I don't know who he is. I don't know the background. I saw the clip. And I was like, this is fantastic. This is fantastic. This is the best. I love it. I love it. Nothing like a good clean troll, you know? Just an absolute blinged out troll. It made me smile. Every time I see it in my feed, I smile. He's dressed. I don't know who he is. I love the picture. Yes, I did see, guys, you might not be aware. This just kind of developed, and this could be at some level related, all right? It could be at some level related, okay? Game Informer is going to be live streaming their reveal of the cover, okay? 10:50 a.m. Central. So that is that's almost noon Eastern. That's 10 minutes noon Eastern. So at noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central, they're going to be revealing the cover. It very, very much could be related to GTA 6. We could be looking at maybe the preamble to GTA 6 Trailer 3. So, yeah. Rockstar launchers unable to handle your requests at this time. I mean, if that's happening right now, it's probably because everybody's checking to see if the trailer is out. You know what I mean? Have they done this previously? No, I don't think Game Informer... Has Game Informer streamed the reveal of their covers? I thought they just published them on Twitter. Did you hear anything about GTA 6 being able to be played in first person? They've not said a word, brother. We know virtually nothing about... Anything we know about GTA 6 gameplay is from like leaks and stuff, which could be outdated, could be fake. It's really hard to take any leaks about gameplay to the bank because it could be an old build, it could be fake. It's really, really tough, to be quite honest with you. Rockstar just tweeted 8 minutes ago about Red Dead 2. Yeah, I know people will look at this and say, oh, 10 a.m., this was scheduled, they're not doing anything with GTA 6. Saddle up and ride out in Red Dead online races, place top 3. They're not going to worry about overshadowing this, I don't think. I don't think that we're going to be able to deduce that the yay or the nay based off of That is horrific. That's cultural appropriation, Hadigan. You shouldn't be doing that. Listen. There are many crimes being committed by AI, okay? We should not be adding culture appropriation to the list. Do you understand what I'm saying to you, sir? This is offensive at every level that can be offensive. I mean, this is bad, okay? This is AI. This is a racial slur in the form of AI. Like, you can't do that, bro. that is so... AI is guilty of so much. Why would you add to the list of bad things that it has done? You know? Why would you do that? That is terrible. That is truly terrible. That's crazy work, dude. That's crazy work. Oh, man. It's time for my whole new career to start. Yeah, I wonder if that's going to be a thing very soon, like VTubing. You know what I mean? Like, have AI create a VTuber of me where, like, I'm looking perfect, you know? Like, my hair's just right, you know? Maybe I'm a little bit taller, maybe my arms are a little bit bigger, and I'm sitting here in the chair, but you see that version of me, and you can't tell. You're like, does he look taller? Yeah. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? I've always been this tall. And I'm like taking up this much of the frame, you know? And they're like, I think he's got a VTuber going. In any case, we'll see what the cover story is at noon, you know, for Game Informer's, you know, the cover of their article. And listen, truth be told, Game Informer's cover and interview could still be GTA 6, you know, because Strauss Zelnick's doing interviews right now, all right? So it could be, and the trailer could be another day. Because I think they're heating up. I think the marketing's heating up. I think PlayStation sending those emails to people is just the first smidgen, you know? First smidgen of marketing, and I think there's likely more on the way. Push Square says GTA 6 trailer 3 hypes at an all-time high, but is actually happening today. They're just speculating. Yeah. Rock Station says, I've seen a lot of Tuesday the 12th May believers. I'm one of them. I really think GTA 6 Trailer 3 is coming next week. We've waited so long. It's finally time. Here's why. Rockstar's marketing cycle would start this summer. Take-Two's earnings call takes place next week, they said. There's no deals on the PlayStation Store with the next sale planned. Some fans believe Sony's leaving the open slot for May 12th. Because the next sale's planned like tomorrow, I guess. The next issue of Game Informer is released digitally May 12th. Its cover's going to be revealed. Yeah, I mean, the reasons to be suspicious are stacking up, and a lot of them have nothing to do. Shout out from Cincy, says Lost Black. Thank you so much, dude, for the $2. I hope you find it. That's a terrible thing to lose. GJX, are you in the building? He just tweet. You can't tweet that. You can't put that out there. People are gonna see that, dude. At least you did it. I didn't do it. You know what I mean? Listen. I've been canceled. I've been canceled for less. I'm not about to get canceled by y'all for cultural appropriation. You know what I'm saying? I've a lot of my audience. That's a lot of my audience, dude. You can't break this relationship that I have. Please. Lono's rapper name, Say No. Eving Say No? I don't even know what that says. It's going to be a Rockstar Take-Two sale. What do you mean, y'all? That's y'all's favorite question to ask. What do you mean, y'all? I'm doing a twit longer right now. I'm telling you, you want to make me sweat. That'll make me sweat. Like, I've been through a cancel brigade. I think that would be scarier. Please don't. You know what I mean? Just temporarily rescind a couple of the invitations that I have, to the cookout. And then, then we can go back to normal. Synth Potato says, I don't think GTA 6 Trailer 3 is coming this week. It's not even summer yet. I'd say it's coming out next week at the earliest around the earnings call. I don't agree. I think it's got to come out well before then. It's got to come out well before then because you want those pre-orders rolling in, you know? The only thing I care about is its performance on console. I don't really care about the trailer. You know what? I feel that. I do. I do. I'm kind of on that energy wavelength of like, yeah, trailers are great. They're exciting and they're fun. But at the end of the day, I'm 100% in agreement with you. Like, does it run well? Is it good? Is it fun? You know? That's, I think, what matters the most is does it run well? Because it's not going to really matter if the game is it's not going to matter if it's like glitchy and buggy and the frames are skipping like that. That's a huge detriment to the experience. So the performance on console will be fine. Rockstar is not Pearl Abyss. I mean, you don't need to be taking swings now. You got any frames in that game of yours? I don't think, unfortunately. Yeah, I need to switch back. I need to switch back to Chrome. I like that in Chrome I can go, where is that? Translate to English. This person in Russian is telling me to show my... Okay, that's not the kind of channel we have here, so we're going to have to part ways. What matters most to me is at 30 FPS, yes, straight to the trash, says Dirge. I mean, it's interesting to me that's like an actual line for some folks. Do you know? Like, I am... Show you what, your feet? No. He was cursing. I was just being whatever. I'm actually intrigued that like more and more people are kind of drawing that line in the sand. Or like if the game's 30, I'm not interested because that's exactly where I am. I'm just like, yeah, I'm good. Like I know there are people that are such big fans that they don't care. They'll make exceptions. They'll overlook it or what have you. But I am just not able to do that. I need that 60. It's too disruptive. Like I know it would be fun to play through. It would be fun to play through Destiny 1 with you guys. And I'm certainly considering it. You know, there's some fun stuff we might be able to do with Destiny. But I'm not going to make a call about that until we kind of get through June to see what that company's doing. Sholono without a beard again. I had a beard in that picture. Now you got that you got that 60 FPS. That's right. I just unlocked the L3 R3 permanent upgrade in Saros. This game is awesome. It's fun, isn't it? I'm not playing 30 FPS games, says Dirge. I refuse. I didn't for Dragon's Dogma 2, and I won't for GTA 6. I mean, it would bother me at the beginning, but probably I would get used to it. Yeah, I think there would be a portion of the audience, Danny, that would take that line of reasoning. They would say, they would basically say, listen, I know I'm going to play this game for a super, super long time. I'll just get used to it. I think there's a lot of folks that would probably land in that camp. Yeah. Crimson Desert runs a whole lot better than Black Myth. At launch, it didn't. What are you talking about? I don't know how it runs now, but at launch, no. Lono, do you still live stream on Tick? Or am I misremembering? I live streamed on there for maybe 2 weeks, homie, like 2 years ago. Yeah, I just don't know. I have a spare phone. It wouldn't be difficult to set it up and do it. You know what I mean? It was just distracting. I couldn't really interact with the people over there because like I had to put the phone there and then like the chat would be there. Like it just they didn't make it very easy, and I'm not a huge fan of live streaming over there. It's just a distraction, and then it ends up just not being worth it. I don't know. Oh, it was Ukrainian, very similar to Russian. Yeah, it looked Russian to me. I don't like, I'm not super well versed in language character recognition, you know. It's difficult. I can recognize Korean, but that's only because I had friends and, you know, they would teach me words and stuff. I ask because it's like getting live stream recommendation more than ever nowadays. You're getting live stream recommendations over there more than ever. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where that platform's headed or what they're doing. I just didn't feel like dealing with it anymore. I love Dragon's Dogma 2, but I will be better at 60. They're almost the same language. Oh, so then I guess my mistake could be easily forgiven. I mean, it looked to me like that's what it looked like to me. If it's a game that you're basically going to become your life, then you'll get used to it. Yeah, I mean, watching Madam play Destiny 1 the other night, you know, after an hour or so, I was like, okay, this isn't terrible. But I also was like, yeah, I don't know if I'd want to do this long term. You know? Take-Two stock is already up $4, $4.50 on the day. So, I don't know. The shareholders seem to be buying on the dips because there's been dips and then it goes up and then it dips and then it goes up. Yo, Behemoth comes in with 18 months over there on purple. Thank you so much, getting us to 62. These are good days to go crazy, boys. A lot of new folks in chat. If you guys see the people in chat that have like a little joystick badge next to their name, that means they're a member. You can be a member as well. PlayStation reveals Omega, a performance controller officially licensed for PS5. Officially licensed? So who's making it? Oh, Scuff. I didn't see that. The Scuff Omega. I mean, it looks pretty cool. I'll be honest. It looks cool. Let me just go and see something here. Are the joysticks Hall effect? That's the only thing that matters. 11 more ways to win. 28 inputs. It includes 11 additional custom input, critical actions. Okay, remap inputs. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Create a perfect setup. Blah, 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 blah. Input that fires the way you do. Okay, endurance thumbsticks. Okay. They use non-contact magnetic sensing technology for long-term reliability. Well, I'll be doggone. Well, there it is, boys. That's a good enough reason for me to buy one. It looks really nice, too. I would literally buy one just for the joysticks. That is fancy. 15 years in the making. It's going to be $220. It launches today. Well, jeepers. I don't know at $220, though. I just don't know. You know, what are DualSenses? 80? Yeah, because of all the other things I wouldn't use. It's got all these other buttons and things that I just wouldn't be using. I just don't know if it would be worth the $220. You know? $150? Yeah, worth it. You know? $150, I would say worth it. It's like double the price of a DualSense, but I know I'm not going to deal with stick drift. $220 is just a bit much. If you're going to use all those buttons and really customize it, I think that's not terrible. There's a lot there. There's side bumpers and under buttons. Like, that's pretty cool. But yeah, I'm not going to use those. That's just never been my jam. So we'll be foregoing that one. It looked cool though. I'll give them that. It's a sharp looking controller. That controller better reverse my carpal tunnel. There you go. There you go. They would launch this 2 weeks after I just bought a Scuff. Oh, that's... well, you're with 2 weeks, you might be within the return period. How much was the Edge? Yeah, the Edge was $200, wasn't it? Yeah, I didn't think the Edge was worth $200, but people like the under buttons, so... And the Edge doesn't even feature Hall effect joysticks. They're joysticks that you can get, remove. The Steam controller Also has TMR thumbsticks, criticized for the price. Yeah, I didn't think that the Steam controller price was very reasonable at $100, given what it offers. I didn't want one because I wouldn't use it, but I thought the $100 price point was more than fair. The light gray, though, it's not bad. I actually wouldn't go for the light gray, but the color scheme, Division fans are really going to dig. That orange on the gray or the charcoal or the black looks nice. I got an Elite controller for $50 because of a holiday sale and a gift card. I kind of doubt this will go on sale anytime soon. Yeah, probably not. I found a company that you can send your standard PS5 controller and they will change out the joysticks to Hall effect. Really? That's cool. I'd never heard of that before. I mean, there are all sorts of controller companies out here that, do the Hall effect thing, but not having like an official DualSense with Hall effect. I would love that. I mean, that's basically what that is. It's an official licensed DualSense from Scuff. Scuff makes good stuff. So, didn't make the main that rhyme, but I did. They make good stuff. So the Steam controller looks meh. I thought it looked fine. I have no interest in it because I don't game that much on my PC, and when I do, I just use a DualSense. I just like the DualSense, and when I'm in my living room, that's what I do. I'm on my PS5. The Elite controller is real nice. Definitely worth it, even at $150. $200 is kind of steep. I never knew I'd love the under paddles so much. A lot of people, if you get used to those under paddles, yes, it is really, really hard to not have them. I think that is fair. They are they're nice. The only relevancy to see with the Red Dead update is that they did a whole month plan, May 5th to June 1st. So for Red Dead to be pushed out of the way for marketing. I mean, I see what you're saying, Perfect Image, that like the May 5th to June 1st window, they might not do anything until June 1st. But again, I'm just going to keep coming back to, it just makes sense to me that they want to get the trailer and the pre-orders going before the earnings call. I don't know. That's just that's just my gut on it. Is going dead quiet about GTA 6 for the next 2 weeks for Red Dead Online. I mean, and then to walk into your earnings call and to be like 500,000 views in less than 30 minutes. Oh yeah, they're Rockstar's tweet. Yeah. Yeah, we'll be watching the Game Informer thing. That's in like an hour and a half. That could maybe be something. I think the marketing is starting. I do. I think the marketing is starting. So the question is, if the marketing is starting, when do they drop a trailer? When do they, when do they go beyond just like interviews and stuff? So we'll see. I think the trailer and the pre-orders are going to go live before the earnings call. What's happening with Red Dead Online? Just some event. So Perfect Image is a member of this community, and they commonly have theorized that if there's something happening in Red Dead, that's a hint about when something will happen with GTA 6. So his argument is essentially, well, Red Dead's doing something May 5th to June 1st, so then Red Dead's out of the way come June 1st for the marketing to start. Right? And I'm like, okay, I still think it makes more sense for the trailer and the pre-orders to go live, because Strauss Zelnick has gone to earnings calls many times and made assurances about the release date. Does that make sense? TGG is going nuts. What are your thoughts? What's TGG saying? I know he's streaming. My thoughts are, there's an earnings call next week. Strauss Zelnick's doing a fireside chat a week after that. That's on the 27th. I think on the 28th, there's very likely a state of play happening. We know PlayStation likes to do a state of play late May, early June. I think Thursday the 28th is as good a date as any. Okay? It's either going to be the 28th of May or it's going to roll over into June. It'll be June 4th to kick off Summer Game Fest. I think if you're going to do an earnings call and then a fireside chat, I think the trailer and the pre-orders drop before all that happens. I don't think you walk into the earnings call and just say, yep, for one more time, let me just affirm that release date. And then a week later, he does a fireside chat. It's like the fireside chat really changes it for me. It's like, if you're going to do that, I think at that point, not only has the release date been reaffirmed by a new trailer, but I think pre-orders will be live and in the wild. Rockstar always posts something about Red Dead Online on Tuesdays. Did they do that last year when they dropped the trailer for GTA? I don't think they did, right? I think it took the GTA 6 trailer took its place. I think that's why people theorize when Red Dead Online shows up, it's like, no, we're not getting the trailer then. We also know that Game Informer is doing the reveal of their cover is today, but they're streaming it at noon Eastern. Again, that might have zero relation to the third trailer, but it could be a GTA 6 cover, and it could be an interview with Strauss Zelnick, because he's been doing interviews. He did one with Bloomberg. He spoke to Business Insider. He spoke to the crunch allegations. He said that's not something that's happening. Maybe he sat down with Game Informer. So, I checked. They do stream every cover reveal. They do? I don't think I've ever seen them tweet that before. So every month, Game Informer does a stream to reveal the cover? It still could be GTA, but they do stream it every month. That is so weird that I've never noticed that they do that. Click to see the attachment. February 24th. We are live. Coming out and see the reveal of the next Game Informer cover. They did it in February. Okay. So they do it every single month? Hang on a second. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go to their YouTube channel. And we're going to go to live. All right. So you're telling me that they revealed Game Informer cover issue reveal 2 months ago, 376. So on February the 24th, they did a reveal stream of the one they did that was the cover, It's Invincible. The 2 different covers or whatever. Okay, so there's Game Informer cover reveal. That's February. So we have Game Informer plays, Game Informer plays, Game Informer plays, Game Informer plays, GI plays, Game Informer plays. No, they don't do it every month. So where's March and April? They didn't do March, they didn't do April. Prior to this one, all right, let's just search for cover reveal on their channel. This is so helpful, the way there's no rhyme or reason to the search results. Screw it. We'll just scroll. Okay, so we're looking for cover reveals. 3 months ago they did one. All right. So they did one January and February. For whatever reason, they did ones January, February, but they missed April and they missed March. Midnight cover reveal. No, yeah, they were doing it rather consistently. December, January, February, and then all of a sudden they stopped. Like March and April, they just didn't do it. Huh. I don't necessarily know how much smoke then is there to this fire that they're doing it. Since they've done it a handful of times. Well, not a handful of times. They were doing it consistently December to February. To be fair, April was the Invincible cover. Okay, so you know what I mean, though. What I'm saying is that they've not done them for March. They didn't do streams in March and April, I guess is how I'll say it. The fact they did it for Invincible means they do it for not huge drops, though. Yeah. Well, and there could be any number of reasons why they didn't do it the last couple of months. Maybe whoever manages the streams wasn't available. They were on vacation, out sick. I mean, who knows? So... Saddle up for the ride out in Red Dead Online raises, gearing up. We're sorry to confirm that Grand Theft Auto 6 has been accidentally deleted while cleaning up some old files. There it is. It's not happening. That's a big... they did it for Borderlands 4. That's a big dropper. They were waiting for the surprise one. It's possible that that's why they weren't doing it for a little bit. I don't know. It's probably Forza. I actually think that's a safer bet that it's Forza and not GTA 6. Yeah, no, it is. I bet it's Forza. I'd put money on it because isn't the review embargo for Forza in like a day or two? For May, it was Soul Frame. No stream for that one. So this is for whatever June's cover is then. Yeah, I believe Forza Horizon 6's embargo is this week. I believe it is. Wolverine trying to use the Followage app. Holy crap. Wolverine, you've been following me since 2016. That's practically the year I started streaming. Jiminy Christmas. I think that... no, that's the second year I had been streaming. Jiminy Christmas. Forza 6 is Friday. Oh, that's the embargo? Okay. Redacted is 4 words. Forza Horizon 6 is 3. Oh, they've claimed it's got 4 redacted words? Where'd you see that? What's the full name though? Isn't it Forza Horizon 6 Japan? No, it is. It's just Forza Horizon 6. I wasn't sure if it was Forza Horizon 6 Japan, but everybody's just the logo, the key art, it's all just Forza Horizon 6. Yeah, so maybe it isn't on their tweet. Oh, Game Informer has a tweet where they're all right, hang on a second. Hello from Kazakhstan. You don't need to say it that many times. Hello. Wait, have they replied to it with like a clue? It's a clue. I don't see a redacted thing from them. Is it a reply? It's for sure 4 words. Yeah, I mean, Grand Theft Auto 6 is 4 words. I don't see where you're seeing this redacted thing. Is it on their YouTube channel? Like as a scheduled stream or something? Yeah, where are you getting redacted? I posted a link to that controller service in the Discord for you. Yeah, I might actually use that. I have a black DualSense that I would like to just try that on because it got stick drift. Okay. the blood of the Dawnwalker, if it's 4 words. I don't know where he's getting this redacted. It was a newsletter. Okay, thank you, Mikey. Issue is done, and we are super excited for redacted to grace the cover. Just don't tell my boss I told you. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, Mikey gave me the info, the scoop on it. So it sounds to me like it's probably... that means it's not Forza Horizon 6. Unless we're excited for this to grace the cover. Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. Trailer 3 will drop November the 14th. Well, yeah, okay. Thank you, Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Forgive me. Incredible Black says, the trailer is today. Trust me, I have reliable sources. Gotcha. I trust you, Incredible Black. I mean, anybody's first name... If anybody's first name is Incredible, they're trustworthy. Zach Busey tweets a video. Ice Spice is speaking to advertisers at Amazon's Upfront 2026 about streaming on Twitch. Okay. That is the weirdest sentence I've probably read this year. TGG posted on his stream yesterday. Okay. Incredible is the source. I mean, you could say that source is pretty incredible then. You know what I mean? Mr. Spatel wants to use the service to see how long they've been following me. 2017. Been away for a while, just found you again. Well, thank you for finding me again on Twitch. I do stream on Twitch and YouTube, so if you feel like I might not be reading Twitch as much, it's because it's a little bit of a smaller, chat volume. YouTube's usually moving quite a bit more. Don't start, you'll get canceled. I'm not making a blackface joke. What are you talking about? I'm just sitting here. I'm being good. I'm not doing anything. I am being haven. I'm behaving. I am being good. Spatel20 says 2017. Yeah, a lot of people are finding me again on Twitch. We've been back on Twitch for over a year. Dan Clancy kind of looked into what happened to the channel and reversed the indefinite suspension because it should have never happened to begin with. But, I hope the radio on GTA 6 has some funny intake podcasters to listen to. A lot of musicians have stopped meet and greets and started streaming here instead. I mean, it's easy. You know what I mean? It's a whole lot easier than traveling. I'm being good. You know how he says I'm being good? Oh, you know who says I'm being good? People not being good. But I am being good. I didn't say anything. People don't get canceled anymore. This is true. We're in the era of the uncanceled. This is the era that we're living in now. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. You didn't get anything. Shut up. Yeah, I already have that. Kirk, I have that person blocked. I don't pay attention to those guys. You know what I mean? Ain't no reason to. That's what they all say. Star Wars Galactic Racer, that could be it. That's not a bad guess. That game has got a vibe, dude. Glad you are back. Thank you, Wolverine. Holy crap, I need more sleep. No worries. Yeah, Star Wars Galactic Racer's got a whole vibe going on. Like, I don't play racing games. I don't. They're not my thing. They're not my jam. And I'm here to tell you that Star Wars Galactic Racer, it's got a whole vibe going on. It really does. Guys, if you've been watching the show today and you're anxiously awaiting the GTA 6 Trailer 3, whether or not it shows up, be sure to hit the like button on YouTube. When you do that, all right, when you just take a quick second and you hit the thumbs up button, it does help me out. Also, if you guys watch on a regular basis, right? If you watch on a regular basis, and you want to support the content directly, the best way to do that in a direct way is a membership. It's $5. It's something that, the YouTube audience is very apprehensive about. So we try to make it worth your while. We do green room segments in the Discord. We give you access to the Discord. It's basically a whole community that you get access to for $5 a month. You get a badge, you get emotes. It's literally how I do this full time. So if it's something that you can do, I would greatly appreciate that. If you can't, it's totally understandable. We do lots of gifting here. You might get a gifted member. I think it's one of those Star Wars games. Might be the Company of Heroes ones. I'm not sure what you mean. You get canceled when you have no talent. I don't know, dude. I think plenty of talented people have lost a lot to stuff like that. And maybe the old Republic Star Wars games. Jedi blank Fallen Order. That would be freaking wild. I don't think that's how you announce the third Jedi game. I feel like they'll announce that this summer or at the Game Awards. I very much am looking forward to the third Jedi game. I really hope that Trilla is still alive. That's kind of what I'm pulling for. I think the end leaves it very, very open for interpretation that Trilla might still be alive. So we'll have to wait and see if that gets announced anytime soon. So, Star Wars Zero Company? I don't know. I don't know if that would be a cover story for Game Informer right now. So taste that comes out. What's the first thing you're going to do in GTA 6? What's the first thing I'm going to do in GTA 6? I don't know. Play the story? You know, as long as it's 60 FPS, like I get, I don't know. Guys, double check that it saved your like over here on YouTube. Thank you so much. Such a great audience over here. Very active and doing all the things. Lot of games coming out this year. Obviously, we're waiting, on GTA 6. And hoping Trailer 3 and pre-orders go live any day now. But there's lots of other games as well that we're going to be covering and talking about. Whether it is the Lego Batman game or 007 this week, Directive 8020. You guys can make my wife and I play that this weekend in some evening streams if you guys can hit the goal. You're asking about Atari Decanter on your Saturday stream. That was me. Xanatos, that was you? Dude, I need to figure out a way to mark stuff. Maybe I should put a piece of tape on the bottom of the thing and write your name on it so I remember, right? Like my monitor came from Murph. I should have a piece of tape on the back of it that just says Murph, So if I ever die and people are randomly going through my stuff, they're like, I guess we're supposed to give this monitor to somebody named Murph. Does anybody know Murph? That will confuse, my poor relatives and children and grandchildren immensely, but there'll be somebody looking for a Xanatos whenever it's time to give my Atari Decanter to somebody. It might come back to you. It might come back to you, brother. Good to see it's getting good use. Yeah, I mean, that bourbon, the bottle is too good of a value to pass up, but it's obnoxious. It looks ridiculous on the mantle. It just looks absolutely absurd, so it goes into the decanter. No, the boy inherits the kingdom and must continue the streams. That's right. Is there buzz about the trailer coming today? There is. There's speculation. Timing with the earnings call. The last trailer landed on a Tuesday. I'm even going beyond that and saying the fact that next week's the earnings call, the week after that is a fireside chat that Strauss Zelnick is taking part in. And I think you do all that in the wake of a new trailer, and you do all that in the wake of pre-orders. That's just my take on it. 11 a.m. maybe. Every hour we get a bit of a surge of viewership because everybody's thinking, oh, they're going to drop it on the hour. On the half hour, we get a bit of a surge because everybody's thinking it might be dropping on the half hour. For them to do it later in the day, I don't think is out of the question. They certainly do like doing things early. Trailer 1 was scheduled for 9 a.m. Eastern. Do you remember? It went live in the evening because somebody leaked it and they had to react. But it was originally scheduled for 9 a.m. Eastern. Second trailer dropped at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. We're obviously over an hour past that. But I also think they don't like to be predictable. They don't necessarily like to have people knowing exactly when they're going to do what. And so sometimes I think they might just pick like a random day and time. I'm developing my own game. It's called Popcorn Bring Your Own Butter. Will you support it? Do I have to bring my own butter? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I mean, maybe. Speaking of bourbon, I got this bundle from the liquor store on sale for $70. A Whistle Pig sampler for $70? Yeah, I don't know though. That's not all bourbon. One's maple syrup. So it's like, I don't know. That's like $35 if you're mainly interested in the bourbon. That's like $35 a bottle, and the bottles are only 375 milliliters. So that's like half of the normal size at the 750. That's pretty, yeah, that's a little pricey. But I mean, it's Whistle Pig. Oh, it retails for $130. Well, that's great. That's a great price then. Can we see Twitch chats on screen? No, I don't show the chat. The platforms get weird about that, and I don't really typically put chat on stream so people can see, because it just invites some idiot coming in, figuring out a creative way to spell the N-word, and then I've got that in my broadcast on the screen. So I don't tend to do that. Lona the Bird That Drinks Tears book drops soon. I know, I have it pre-ordered. It says that it's shipping in June. I see that content creators are causing the trailer delays. It feels like they are telling Rockstar what to do and when to do it. I've got news for you. I don't think a company this size is like watching YouTube and is like, well, we were going to do it today, but there's people doing waiting rooms. Like, I don't think they freaking care. The trailer will go viral. The trailer will, take over everywhere. So I don't think so. I don't think that they're sitting there like adjusting their plans. They're such a big company. The trailer dropping with pre-orders alone is going to affect stock value. I don't think that that's something that you do in response to or in reaction to a handful of streamers. Does that make sense? Like, let's just see. Because there's me. If TGG is still streaming, if you go to the Grand Theft Auto 6 live category, we're number 2. And then number 1 is Sav. And then a handful of other people are streaming. One streamer, only one of us has over 1,000 viewers. The rest of us are in 500 and down. So, yes, everybody's doing the, can we get trailer 3? Please bring trailer 3. I mean, everybody's bringing that energy. I just don't think that's how Rockstar is going to operate. Do you think Rockstar employees? I mean, if people are going crazy and asking about the Game Informer thing, I don't know if Game Informer did their own tease with 4 words that were redacted, and that could be Grand Theft Auto 6. I mean, that could be your 4 words. They said, yeah, we can't wait to show you our new thing in a newsletter. It's going to be redacted, 4 redacteds. So, it could be Grand Theft Auto 6. It could. I don't know. Doesn't look like it'll be today, says Christopher Burnett. Rockstar has had a tendency to drop new posts on China's platform, Bill first, and that platform posted a new Red Dead Online post about 2 hours ago. About an hour ago. Yeah, they posted on Twitter as well, the Red Dead thing. GTA 6 trailer 3 part of Sony State of Play or standalone? I imagine it'll be standalone. If State of Play has anything with GTA, it would be a bundled Pro or bundled PS5 deal or something. That would be my guess. That would be my guess. And again, it's hard to know. Like, PlayStation would certainly love to have GTA 6 associated with their brand to that degree. But number one, I don't know if Rockstar is interested in doing that. And number two, I don't know if PlayStation would be interested in doing that. That's basically all the State of Play would be. I mean, nobody would talk about anything else. It would make more sense for them to do a normal State of Play and then include a section for GTA 6 bundles, because now you're basically giving people a reason to, connect those two dots. So, yo, it's good, True SSJ. I platinumed FF16. I went back again to play FF1. I need a break from the series. Won't happen. However, Rockstar has uploaded something on the back end this morning, so a trailer could still come tomorrow or Thursday. Sony paused all game sales till tomorrow. Yes. Yes, there is some kind of a... I think those things are connected as well, because there's... Every year, end of May into June, they do days of play. So the fact that they've got the deals portion of the store basically gone until tomorrow, I think is probably related. I don't know. So it could be that they're getting ready to have GTA 6 literally take over the storefront of PlayStation. The gaming industry reacts to Rockstar. Rockstar does not react to the gaming industry. I think that's well stated. I don't think they would do that. They'd be like, yeah, we were ready to go, but then, a bunch of YouTubers turned on their streams and we just decided not to do it. I've seen leaked info confirming PS5 version of GTA 6 will be locked at 30 and the Pro will have 60. Where did you see this? I've not seen that anywhere. I have not seen that anywhere. There are lots of people talking and claiming and leaking. So May 5th, Red Dead Online message, but today nothing yet. There was a tweet about an event in Red Dead that went out today, though. It went out like an hour and a half ago. Usually if Rockstar sees that everybody kind of knows what day it's releasing and starts live streaming, they probably delay it out of spite. I just don't think that tracks with their track record at all. I think that's just, with all due respect, that just feels completely made up. They originally had trailer 1 scheduled and told everybody the exact time it was going live. The reason it went early is because some jackwagon stole it and uploaded it and put his stupid crypto across the middle. So, I'm pretty sure that guy got in pretty serious trouble. So, yeah, I don't think they've shown this idea, been like, well, we would have done it, but people were anticipating it, so we decided not to. It's like, within 5 minutes of the trailer going live, all of that is forgotten because the entire world is talking about your trailer. So, why redact if it's never been done before? I don't know if they've dropped hints before about what's on the cover, Time Lord. I don't know. I don't get their newsletter. People were saying that their newsletter is where that redacted hint showed up. For the Game Informer cover. Rockstar Silence is legendary golden. So it's Lono's fault. It is. It's my fault. It's TGG's fault too. It's both. It's everyone's fault. Anybody streaming right now, it's their fault. Blame them. Find them and blame them. My proof is that I made it up. That's right. Keep dreaming they're saving the 60 FPS version for the PS6. And they're going to charge money for it. Yeah. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. You are to blame for the low player count in Marathon and GTA 6. You must be stopped. Yeah. Yeah, I will not pull up the Marathon Steam charts today. All right? I made a promise. Okay? I made a promise. Sony says supporting PS5 devs is a big investment amid 30% commission fee discussion. I mean, every platform charges that fee. I don't know why they're being singled out in that lawsuit. The lawsuit about like the digital thing from 2019 to 2023, I think that was the right call, and they're paying that out, and I guess they've made it right. They've no longer been doing that. But the idea that like they're the reason games are so expensive because of the 30% fee, it's like every platform it takes a 30% scrape. I don't, that particular one, I can't make heads or tails as to why they're being singled out. I don't get that one at all. Steam and Apple and Valve and everything else, they better hope that doesn't go through, because that would create case law to for them all to be sued as well. So, I don't know. Lona has the trailer now set as a premiere to link us to after the stream. That's right. Yes. I have. They sent it to me. I've already seen it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not bad. It's, it's got some gameplay. That's a dead giveaway. They're like, there's no gameplay. There it is. GTA 6 trailer 3. Hidden meaning. Yeah, the Red Dead tweet has a secret code. You guys, here we go. I got you guys. We're good. It's totally coming. GTA 6 trailer 3. Is this a hidden message, right? So GTA 6 trailer 3. Got it. Do you guys remember when that's what people were doing, though? Do y'all remember? Thank you, Mikey. Hey, Grog, on the Game Informer newsletter, what game do you think fits into the redacted cover spot? Redacted, so 4. This means coverage of Soul Frame, the latest Game Informer cover game, is wrapping up. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resync too many. A single gift that comes in from Joker Quinn. Thank you so much, Joker Quinn. It doesn't look like Grok has a guess for you. Mm. 90% of players care about 30 and 60 FPS. Is someone asking as if that's ridiculous to care about? If the base PS5 doesn't get 60 FPS option, there could be riots. Oh no, DT Frank says 90% of players don't care about 30 and 60. We do. I think you're completely and provably incorrect. I don't think that 90% of players don't care about 30 and 60. I think the majority of players care about 30 and 60. It's why it's becoming a part of marketing. It's why it's a question that gets asked. It's why Gotham Knights avoided the question. It's why Starfield avoided the question. They don't want to talk about it. They know it's not a good look. And they know that the majority of gamers prefer performance mode. I don't think that that's true. More people pick performance mode now. They didn't at the start of the PS5. Yeah, I think Onimusha, Way of the Swords. Too many words. It's 4 words. Rise says, whoever said that's out of touch. Yeah, I don't think you're in tune with the gaming public if you think that that's the case. Cerny's got the data. When asked to decide on a mode, PS5 players are choosing performance mode 3 out of 4 times. Yeah, so 3/4 of the time, people are choosing performance mode according to PlayStation's data. That doesn't surprise me at all. I think this gen has really gotten people accustomed to the higher frame rates. Once you're accustomed to higher frame rates, you're always going to go into the settings and be like, I need to switch it. This doesn't look right. Yeah, Big Punk, you got a membership, dude. Congrats. Thank you guys so much. We're sitting at 64 on the week. We want to average about 100 a day, so we're a little behind. These are good days to bless others. We got a lot of new folks in chat, a lot of new subs today. If it's true that the 60 FPS mode is only on the PS5 Pro, do you think people are going to go out and buy a Pro just for that? I mean, there could be some that do. I think the price point's going to make that tough. The Pro is too expensive right now. It's like, everything's too expensive, but a $900 console, that's tough. I mean, even with trade-in, that's tough. That's tough. That's a really tough ask of the customer. That's a lot of money. I don't know. And Calvin bumps the member line by 1. We're exactly 10 away from 75. Guys, remember, every 25 I gift one back, and whoever hits it gets it, whether it's Twitch or YouTube. So thank you so much for being here today. Watch on both platforms. You guys are the best. There's going to be a huge spike. On what, Vithar? What are you talking about? I can't do 40 FPS even in handheld or VRR modes. It doesn't feel great, says Davis. How much would you pay if you traded in a fairly new PS5 to get the Pro? I don't know what the trade-in value is right now. Yeah, Mark Cerny didn't just state that that's what players prefer. It's that people go out of their way to switch games to performance mode. Like, I don't know. I feel like more games are even shipping, and performance mode is like the default. The first trailer for Marvel Rivals Season 8 launching May 15. Devil Dinosaur joins as Vanguard and the game's 50th hero. Okay, there you go. Well, I tagged you on Twitter. The pick of the tease they did with the redacted speak. I may have misquoted earlier, but it was in the same ballpark. Well, yeah, it's 4 redacteds. Yeah. You captured the essence of it. That was fine, dude. The trade-in value is not great now. Yeah, because there was probably a rush of people trading in when the price was going up, and so that devalues the trade-in. Blood of the Dawnwalker could be the cover. It could be. Yeah, I mean, they just did their thing. What was that, last week? I think that we watched. I thought it looked good. I mean, people were being pretty negative, and I was like, I don't know what the problem here is. I thought it looked good. Let's see here. There we go. I forgot that we had this. Gang of Dragon developer studios no longer has a website, doesn't load. Their YouTube channel was also recently closed. Looks like Gang of Dragon might not see the light of day. Yeah, eBay rejected GameStop's deal. I don't know if you guys saw that. It was pretty harsh. It was harsh. Their rejection was harsh. Thank you guys for over 300 likes on YouTube. Thanks for all the people watching on Purple as well. PS5 Pro price increase, yet GameStop trade-in value hasn't. Yeah. Why would they give you better trade-in value? Going to the comments and replies, if Game Informer's funeral today if it's not GTA 6. Yeah, maybe they have an intern that's not really paying attention. Maybe. This is a funny tweet from Okami. He says, May 12th believers are in a shambles. Va! The Rockstar tweet. That's a good tweet. That's a good tweet from Cammy. That's excellent. That's good work. People bought San Andreas, and that was 24 FPS. Yeah, but how long ago was that? Are you being for real? Are you being for real, dude? People bought San Andreas and it was 30. Homie, that's 20. That was 22 years ago. So long ago. There are people in this chat that are younger than that game, and you're like, dude, yeah, man, people bought San Andreas, man. It's 24 FPS. Hotshot's kind of high right now. That homie hit the blunt hard. He comes in the chat. He's like, listen, man, I've been thinking a lot about this. I've been thinking a lot about this, and I think I've got this one figured out. People bought San Andreas, and it was only 24 FPS. It's got to be a meme. Yeah, I don't think he was being serious. I think he's goofing around. The update's Red Dead. It's all smoke and mirrors. Ignore the Red Dead update. Believe me when I say this. There is still a chance. There is still a chance, okay? It is still possible. However slim. In 50 minutes we'll check out the Game Informer thing. The point is, if a game is innovative enough, 90% of the people are willing to play at lower FPS. Most PS2 games were 60, believe it or not. That doesn't have any bearing on 2026. That was a lifetime ago. If people don't care about 60 FPS, then companies wouldn't speak to it, and they wouldn't try and keep it a secret if their game's not going to be at 60. Like, I just think the notion that people don't care is false. It's not true. People do care. Now, if the argument is, well, some gamers will play anyway, I don't have a response to that. I'm like, yeah, so? People will eat food if it's burnt so it doesn't go to waste. That doesn't mean that people won't complain if you burn their food every time they come into your dadgum restaurant. Like, do you know what I mean? People will endure the game even if it's at 30. Yes, I still think it's a pretty significant issue to ship a game in 2026 without 60. I said if a game's innovative enough. Can you think of a game that was innovative enough that people would overlook that? Like, what's a game in your mind that was innovative enough that people would have overlooked it? Because I'm looking at games that had all kinds of trouble and people got frustrated and people voiced their opinions. You know, Game Informer's making a stream. Yeah, we know. We'll watch it. A better question for you. Will we ever get movie tie-in games ever again, or was that an era that will never come back? Breath of the Wild at 20 FPS. Breath of the Wild launched almost a decade ago on old hardware. I think the problem is whenever you have to give an example, you have to give an example of something that's either old or launched on old gen. Like the Switch 1, nobody expected the Switch 1 to be some massive powerhouse of performance. I mean, I know it kind of blows your mind to think about, but homie, Breath of the Wild is almost a decade old at this point. It came out in 2017. That's 9 years ago. And Tears of the Kingdom was a sequel. And guess what Nintendo did as soon as they had a stronger console in the market? They pushed out updates for those games to run at 60. You got to pay for them, unfortunately. Nintendo gonna Nintendo. But Crimson Desert? Yeah, but Crimson Desert got absolutely blasted for about a week and a half of bad reviews because of the performance issues. They acted extremely quickly because they knew it was pertinent. They knew it was important to fix those issues. So, like, I don't think there's good examples of games where everybody just kind of shrugs off 30 FPS. I don't know. I don't think so. I can't think of very many games where everybody just kind of shrugs it off. Thank you, Chrono, for the raid. Guys, remember to check out Chrono, streaming on multiple platforms every day, covering gaming news, and is on that roundtable every Friday with me over there at the Gaming Roundtable. Out here saying 30 FPS is acceptable. Well, no, to be fair to his argument, it's not that he's saying 30 FPS is acceptable. He's saying if a game innovates enough, people will overlook performance issues. That's not necessarily like an incorrect position. I think that's generally true. But I can't think of a game that came out not with performance issues, but at 30 FPS. Crimson Desert on PC is very well regarded when it comes to performance. It wasn't for the first week and a half. Everybody wants to completely erode and like whitewash the history. Crimson Desert for a week and a half had a terrible score on PC. It had like a 60%. They acted quickly and fixed it. Credit where credit's due. But you can't ignore the fact that there were tons of issues with that game at launch. And we're not even talking about performance issues. I think Crimson Desert's not applicable. Crimson Desert had issues that were patched. It was buggy, it was glitchy, performance wasn't great. Performance is still not great on console. 30 FPS is a different discussion. That's not a performance issue. That's something below standard. It's below standard. It's like, if it comes out and it inelegantly hits 60 and it's inconsistent, we can have a conversation about people overlooking performance issues. But if it launches at 30, I think that's a different scenario entirely. That's not like, oh, there's some bugs, glitches, or some frame issues. What do you think Rockstar's plans are after GTA 6? I mean, I think GTA 6 will launch in November. I think sometime in December GTA Online launches. I think in the summer of 2027 they launch on PC. I think they wait about 6 months. I think they do a big summer push. Look, candles are just as good as modern light bulbs. There's really no difference. Online updates too. Oh, there'll be so much that they do. There'll be so much that they do with GTA going forward for years. You know what I mean? I tried watching this person. No offense. I don't know what you're talking about. If people are being goofy in their streams or what have you. It looks like the oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah. Kev Dan says, for whatever reason, I don't notice a difference between 30 and 60. There could be a lot of reasons for that. I mean, I don't know what you're playing on. Your TV or monitor could be older. Your cables could be older. So when you switch it to 60, you might not be really getting clear differences. There could be a variety of reasons you don't notice the difference between 30 and 60. If you play a game at 60 for a week on a nice new television or a nice new monitor, and you got the cables hooked up, you got everything's configured correctly, and you're playing at 60, and then you try to play a game at 30, it's going to be tough. You're going to feel it. It's funny how people are getting overhyped for GTA 6 when we all know GTA Online won't come out for another couple of months after release. Why do we know that? You're speaking as if you know that definitively. How do you know that definitively? I just saw that someone gave me a premium subscription to your account for a month. Well, hello and welcome. I'm glad somebody was able to do that for you. I don't know if you've watched a lot of the shows, but thanks for being here. I noticed the difference, but not enough for me to really care. Everyone do yourselves a favor, get a modern TV. They also ship TVs with terrible HDMI cables. I need a membership, please. Click join and spend $5 then. We can't give you one on our own. It's random. So if you want one, you're going to have to grab one on your own or trust the RNG gods. I bought a Hisense television for my wife from Costco because we wanted 2 televisions in the living room so we could play games like Returnal together. And the HDMI cable they shipped it with It was terrible. I literally plugged in my PlayStation 5 and I'm like, this looks bad. I was like, this doesn't look right. And there were all sorts of features that were disabled on the television. I swapped to an HDMI cable that I already had, and everything looked completely and utterly different. Right? So you might not have things configured correctly. Older television, older monitor, or bad HDMI cable. I mean, that can definitely make a difference. So if you're switching between 30 and 60 and you're like, I don't see a difference, that is very surprising to me when someone says that. It tells me that maybe things aren't hooked up correctly. You know? Or you just haven't spent enough time playing 60. If you're consistently playing at 30, you might not notice it. You switch and you're like, yeah, I don't really notice it. You will if you spend any amount of time at 60. You spend a week at 60 and then you drop back down, you'll notice. Some games it won't be as noticeable. I mean, I guess I could. Yes. If you're playing like a side scroller at 30, or like a really, really slow game, you're like third person and just kind of walking around and slowly exploring, you might not notice it. But you're driving, running, first person shooting, third person shooting, you're going to notice it. My wife doesn't see the difference, but I do. It's just noticeable. When going from 60 single player to 30 FPS split screen for Mario Kart. My wife didn't notice for the longest time, Chrono, and now she notices. She's so used to 60, she'll notice. She's like, I'll tell her, I'm like, do you see this frame rate? And she'll be like, she's like, well, I used to tease you and be like, oh gosh, yeah. She's like, but no, now I can see the difference. It takes time. I don't know. I had somebody leave a comment in the Discord last night about Saros, how much they were enjoying Saros, and they were considering maybe going and playing Returnal. And I'm like, I think some things you just have to experience for yourself. You kind of have to see it for yourself. Because until you do, you just don't know. So until you experience 60 FPS on your own, you're just not really going to notice. Not to derail the conversation, but did you see Sony may drop PS6 RAM by 25%? Where did you hear this? I've not seen that in any of my news feeds. I don't recall them saying anything about that in their earnings report. PlayStation may ditch 32 gig of RAM, Dream for 24 gig. Okay, so WCCF Tech is reporting this. It just hit my feed. 6:55. The only reasonable cutback Sony could make is RAM. During last week's earning call, Sony executives admitted they haven't decided on the PS6 launch date. According to known AMD leaker Kepler, the only reasonable cutback Sony could make without gutting the system heavily would be to keep its price as low as possible with reduced memory. Nerfing the specs so much kind of defeats the point of having a next-gen system, said the leaker. I think the only reasonable cutbacks are keeping the SSD at 1 terabyte and cutting down MEMBus to 128-bit and VRAM to 24. So he's talking about the VRAM, not the overall RAM. Cutting the memory bus to 128-bit wouldn't save enough to be worth it. Some people pushed back and said it wouldn't be enough. It would be a $60 BOM reduction at current G7 prices, according to Kepler. Plus, you get a yield boost for the SoC or the SoC by being able to harvest memory controller defects. Cutting down the memory bus also wouldn't require a major rework. Others suggested that cutting down the memory bus in favor of the total RAM of the PlayStation 6 wouldn't be ideal. I just want you to know we are reading pure speculation by a leaker who's well informed, but he's not leaking, he's speculating. Right? You got to be very, very careful when you read stuff like this. So you say not to derail, but did you see Sony may drop the PS6 RAM? That's not true. That's not being reported that they may. Nobody's said that. Nobody's intimated that. Kepler's saying if they're trying to cut price, this is the only place that they could. That does not then mean you can infer, yep, Sony may cut the RAM. Like, you're going to create false headcanon for people. This happens all the time with reporting on gaming. Kepler is just doing pure speculation. He's like, if they're trying to drop the price, this is probably the only way that they could do it. He's not saying that's been discussed. He's not saying that's something that they're going to do. He's just saying that's the only way they could drop price. Yeah, eBay told GameStop to kick rocks. Kepler knows things. He's making it very clear, though, that he's not leaking anything. So, like, this right here is one of the biggest problems with reporting right now. PlayStation 6 may ditch 32 gig RAM dream for 20 gig reality as Sony scrambles to keep console under price ceiling. This is extremely misleading as a headline. There's nothing to indicate they might do this. Kepler isn't leaking information. He's saying if their goal is to try to keep price down, this is the only way that they could do it. Do you see? That's a terrible headline. It's just like the one from Push Square the other day about how, like, they claim Soros was off to a slow start. That's completely bogus. It was downloadable for like a day or two because of pre-orders. And I don't even know if the download report counts collector's editions, because you could only play those extra early days and preload like that. You really would only preload that many days in advance if you did the collector's edition. If you didn't, you'd be preloading on the 30th or after, which means the download report for April would be not an indication at all of how well the game sold, because it's a single day. Like, people are trying to run victory laps on Soros, like, ha ha ha, it didn't sell well. And it's like, you're celebrating it being in 11th place. It got into 11th place in the US and it was downloadable for one day. I don't think you understand how these reports work, and I don't think you understand you just kicked the ball in your own goal. That's an own goal if I've ever seen one. In a day, it got to 11th place. Where do you think it's going to be when it has a whole month? Basic calculation would say it's doing fine. Either way, I hope they don't consider. It would be hugely disappointing. Rather pay more. Yeah, we don't want to start the entire gen bottlenecked. I completely agree with you. It's Yote all over again. Technically 3 days. No, it's not technically 3 days, because we don't even know if they count collector's editions downloads, because it's a different SKU. You could only play it those early days if you did the collector's edition, or the digital deluxe, I'm sorry. If you did digital deluxe, you could play on Tuesday instead of the 30th. Whether it's a day or 3 days is irrelevant. Like, acting like a game is off to a slow start, and you literally have, sorry, we had a blip there for Twitch, but not for YouTube, I don't think. Using 1 to 3 days of downloads to be like, oh yeah, it didn't do well last month. It's like, it had a day, maybe 2 or 3, and you're going to count that? It's ridiculous. That's just abysmal reporting. That's bad reporting. And now everybody's picking it up and saying, it looks like Soros was off to a slow start. And it's like, oh my gosh. Yeah, YouTube was fine. That was just a Twitch thing. It's happening again. Yeah, Twitch is not happy right now. It keeps course correcting, but it's not affecting YouTube at all. I don't know. We haven't had this issue for a while. Twitch must be having some kind of a problem. We'll have better numbers with the May report. Yes, and here's the deal. Soros is not going to be number 1, 2, or 3. It'll probably be in 5th or 6th place. That's great for them. Like, that's great for them. Like, if you look at the games they're going to be potentially up there with, like, right? PlayStation download April. You know, MLB The Show, Pragmata, Crimson Desert, NBA, Starfield. Content warning? What the frick? Grand Theft Auto, Mouse PI for Hire, Minecraft, Call of Duty, right? So the fact that Soros got into 11th place in the U.S. after like a day or two it's hanging out with some big dogs, bro. It's hanging out with Hades, EA Sports Football Club, Arc Raiders. Do you see? Like, if it has a full month and it climbs up into this category, right up here where these games are, like NBA and Starfield and stuff, it's like, that's going to be great for them. Housemarque and Saros are not expected to be up here, beating a Capcom mainline game or MLB The Show, or even Crimson Desert, as huge as that game was. They're not expecting that. They're not. Like, the idea that, like, everybody wants to contort every game to their narrative. Every game is contorted to some stupid narrative. It's like, yes, this game is Game Informer theory is over, everyone. Oh, it looks like somebody leaked it. It is the Blood of Dawnwalker. I thought it was Blood of the Dawnwalker. Oh, no, it's the Blood of Dawnwalker. It looks like somebody's leaked that's the cover story. That could be fake, but it looks real to me. It looks like somebody leaked it in a Discord. Hard to beat something when they have 30 days and you have 1 to 2. I ain't lying, bro. It will look like GTA 5 or a bit more. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Star Wars developmental cost was less than $80 million, so they don't have to do huge numbers to make back their budget. As long as it did better than Returnal, which I believe isn't too difficult, given there are way more consoles in circulation, okay? There are way more consoles in circulation. When Returnal was in circulation, there was like 10 million PlayStation 5s. Now there's over 90 million. So there's 9 times as many customers that have the chance to buy the game. I really, really don't think it's a concern. I think people try to contort every game. This is what frustrates me about this. People want to make games about all these other things. They want to make it about some dead console war, so they want to celebrate it not selling well, right? When Forza went to PlayStation and sold well, or Sea of Thieves went to PlayStation and sold well, what did we do here? We celebrated that. When PlayStation games went to PC and didn't sell well, I was frustrated by that. I wanted to see them go over and do well. Why? Because I care more about the games than all this stupid fighting that people do. You will never, ever see somebody react to that part of my content. They'll never react to the fact that I was bummed Returnal didn't do better or Ghost of Tsushima didn't do better. They'll never react to the fact that I was bummed when we heard Saros and Yote weren't going to PC. They'll never react to that. It doesn't fit their false narrative. Everybody has to contort everything to fit their dishonest way of covering everything. It's like, just make the games about the games, dadgummit. Why do you have to make games about all these other stupid things? Like, you're excited that, like, Saros didn't do well? Like, really, you're going to throw confetti in the air? Like, let's say it didn't do well and it undersold and Housemarque, has to lay people off. Yeah, congratulations. That's great for the market. You're going to celebrate less people making games and less talent in the industry? You rubes? Like, why wouldn't you celebrate games doing well regardless of where they land? It's so irritating. It's like, a lot of you people don't care about the gaming industry and you don't care about the games. You care about click rate and ad revenue. Instead of being like, oh man, this game didn't do well, that kind of sucks, that's kind of a bummer. I've consistently said that with Bungie. We don't want to see Bungie go through a bunch of layoffs and a bunch of loss of talent. I think Bungie's got a lot of talent under the hood. They have like 800 people at the company. Nobody should be excited that Marathon's doing poorly or might have to undergo layoffs. That's idiotic. You're basically you're like Wile E. Coyote standing on the branch and you're sawing on the branch, thinking like, haha, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get Roadrunner, and you're sawing off the branch you're standing on. You're like literally celebrating damage to the industry, damage to studios, or damage to future IPs because you don't like the company. How idiotic is that? Like, how deluded and propagandized do you have to be to give a frick about any of this stuff? Like, wake up. Shake the brain rot off your head. It's stupid. The idea that people are running to celebrate, like really hoping that Soros did poorly. You don't care about games. You don't. You're LARPing as gamers at this point. If you're literally going to celebrate games doing poorly. Like I told people, I was like, I think Forza doing well. I think Sea of Thieves doing well on PlayStation. That's great. You want to see that. You want to see good games sell well. You want to see consumers happy and satisfied and buying more stuff. That's good for everybody. It is. When will trailer 3 come out? I think it comes out sometime this week along with pre-orders. I think they want that in their hand. I think they want that in their hand when they walk into the earnings call next week. Bungie has to make a new IP with single-player focus, even so they can make some profit. We know that it's Blood of the Dawnwalker. I said that 5 minutes ago. Prior to that tweet, Wilbur. Meanwhile, the industry is becoming very high-risk industry because of the increasing cost of everything. I know, it's like the same people that do this weird thing about like, well, the cost of games is getting higher, and so you're going to have to put games everywhere, and exclusives are stupid and archaic and anti-consumer. These same people will get super excited if a game doesn't sell well, and it's like, what the huh? I thought you cared about the industry. That's why it's all an act. Like all that hand-wringing over exclusives and all this nonsense about anti-consumer, and then they'll walk out and celebrate a game doing poorly. Why? Because their care for the industry is performative. It is. It's performative. It's anti-consumer and you should put games everywhere. Games are getting more expensive. And then in the same breath, they'll be like, ha ha ha, this game did bad, ha ha ha. And it's like, yeah, your care about the industry and the consumer is performative. It's performative. Trailer 3 coming out today. Maybe. The further we get in the day, the more I doubt it. What time does PlayStation normally update their store? The trailer may drop right before. I don't know. I really, really don't know. The rumor was that there's something hitting the PlayStation Store tomorrow. There's something hitting the PlayStation Store tomorrow, like the 13th. So people were thinking it was going to literally be the GTA 6 pre-orders. So I care for the game industry. I'm waiting for Stellar Blade 2 and Gears of War remake. Wait, what GOW remake are you talking about? Oh, God of War. God of War. Yeah. The idea that people were quick to celebrate and throw confetti in the air thinking that Soros didn't do well, you don't care about the gaming industry if you're doing that. You don't. You LARP as a gamer. You're a fake. You're a phony. If you cared about the gaming industry, you would never want to see a studio like Housemarque do poorly. Tomorrow's Days of Play, that's too early. Days of Play usually doesn't hit until late May. They're doing it really early if they're doing it tomorrow, Nick. Hypothetically speaking, if Soros doesn't make the cost of the dev back, what's the next step for PlayStation? Hypothetically? That would mean that game sold so abysmally low that they would be facing utter destruction, and I don't think that's what happened. The development costs and the production costs of Soros, there's no way that's possible. There just isn't. There's too many PlayStations in circulation. There's just too many. 93 million potential customers. There is absolutely no way they didn't make their dev costs back. That's absurd. I don't think so. Jiminy Christmas. If they can't match or surpass lifetime sales of Returnal, then they've got a really big problem. Returnal did fine, but it didn't break the dadgum door down. Returnal did well enough for Housemarque to be purchased. That would be absolutely insane to me. They marketed it more. They had pre-order incentives. They had all those skins. They have a very handsome lead who's well known. Like, people know who Rahul Kohli is. I don't think that there's no way that the game didn't make back dev costs. That would be absolutely insane. It would need to sell a good 1.5 million. I think they're easily on pace hitting that. What did Yote hit rather quickly? 3? If that game can't sell half as much as Yote, oh my golly. Like, it maybe not in the first couple of days, but like at least in the first month, if they can't get around 1 million, that'd be pretty concerning for the studio. They put a decent amount of marketing behind it. I feel like every time I open up Twitter, I feel like every time I open up YouTube, I see ads for Soros. And if you go to the PlayStation channel, if we want to kind of gauge public interest, I feel like the Soros trailers did rather well. I feel like their viewership was actually quite good. I didn't feel like there was like a lack of interest in Soros. The launch trailer from 2 weeks ago has 500,000 views. The 7-month-old trailer, when they did gameplay reveal, has 1.2 million views. Like, I don't think your gameplay trailer's getting 1 million views and then the game's like struggling to sell. That looks to me like really, really solid public interest. It's not going to be a chart topper. It's not going to be overtaking really, really big mainstay games like Pragmata and stuff. But I don't know. I feel like the game did fine. I don't think games like that are intended to be, 5 million sales opening month. Like, that's not what they're expecting. I don't think. I think if that game gets close to 1 million in its launch year or surpasses 1 million, I think they're probably very happy with that. It's another solid game to add to their lineup. It's a premium product sold at full price with really, really good reviews. So, if you want to we could get a bearing. Let's see, Soros PlayStation Store. You can kind of get a bearing based on review totals on PlayStation. It has almost 6,000 reviews. Call the Eclipse. What the frick is this? I'm trying to think of other games in their opening. How long has it been out? It's been out for 2 weeks at 6,000 reviews. Hang on, Call the Eclipse. What is this? Oh, is this the thing that you can do to... I think you can get, like, avatars or whatever. Let's see. Hang on. Let's go. PlayStation. Yeah, so in the 2 months, that Marathon's been out, Marathon has almost 12,000 ratings, and this has been out for 2 weeks, and it has half of that. It has 6,000 ratings. I don't know. I would say they're probably sitting very comfortable with their budget being way lower than anything Bungie worked on, and sorry, really GTA 6. Sorry, I'm just seeing GTA 6 stuff. I'm just making sure. Single platform target also. You can only buy it in one place. That's going to funnel people, right? You don't have the option to go buy it elsewhere like you did with Marathon. I would imagine it's doing just fine. I just think if it's not a tentpole, you port it to PC. How is it not a tentpole? It's a PlayStation Studio single-player game sold at full price. How is that not a tentpole title? I don't know. I don't know what they define as tentpole, but I feel like this one fits. TGG has stated that he has info from his sources that include exact timelines for Trailer 3 or other info. He also says that the next few weeks will be fun for the GTA 6 community. TGG says there is no way for me to confirm, but people from several industries adjacent to gaming that will be involved in GTA 6 have given me the same timeline. Yes, they could be trolling, but these people don't know each other. They are also hesitant to share too many details as they don't know specifics. They don't want to risk me leaking, which is fair enough, and I won't pry because I don't want to get people into legal trouble. Call me whatever you want, but I'm not a liar. So TGG is saying that in his Discord. This is what he has said in his Discord. There's no way for me to confirm, but people from several industries adjacent to the gaming that are involved with GTA 6 have given me the same timeline. Yes, they could be trolling, but these people don't know each other. So you'll have to pay attention to what he's doing. I mean, if he starts I don't think he's streaming anymore. That could be why he's not streaming today. If he trusts them and they were like, it ain't today, bro, that could be why he's no longer streaming. And Blood of Dawnwalker is the Game Informer reveal cover, which we can obviously co-stream that. That happens in 15 minutes. I'm not a liar is something a liar would say. He responded to somebody and literally said the opposite. Hang on, what did somebody say? TGG has stated he has info from his sources that include the exact timelines for Trailer 3. Yeah, he said people from several industries adjacent to gaming that will be involved in GTA 6 have given me the same timeline. They could be trolling, but they don't know each other. They were hesitant to give too many details because they don't know specifics and they don't want to risk me leaking, which is fair enough. I don't understand. If they gave you the timeline, well, then what's the timeline? Is the trailer real or not? Brother, if the trailer was real, do you think we'd be sitting here reading TGG's Discord messages? Like, do you have deductive powers beyond a mongoose? Like, come on, man. Put two and two together. If trailer 3 was out or real right now, is that what we would be doing? You know what I mean? Like, this is pretty easy to figure out, brother. I think it comes out sometime this week along with pre-orders. Could be tomorrow, could be whenever. But it doesn't seem to be today. During a new interview, Sony VP revealed that the CEO calls the PlayStation a plastic box without content? Huh? Christian Svensson, the VP of the third, he said he first started out by talking about PlayStation being a very third-party focused ecosystem. The VP then references the CEO, stating that Hideaki Nishino would say, PlayStation is just a plastic box without content. Oh, what he's saying, he says, if it doesn't have content, it's just a plastic box. That's a very weird headline. You're like, what? Why would the CEO say that? Title is baiting reported. Okay. Blocked and reported. There are other ways to admit your reading comprehension's terrible. I mean, it says Rockstar silence is ending, ? And then in parentheses, I have GTA 6 Trailer 3 and Take-Two earnings call. Two things that haven't happened yet. Hang on a second. Oh, it's YouTube. Yeah, he's in my chat right now. No. I don't know. Okay. They said you're retarded. I need to take a break. We're going to watch the Game Informer cover thing in just a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Is he still here? He said, good roast, subscribed. He's still here. I appreciate it. That's excellent. You're the man. Just settle down a little bit. We're just having some fun. Like, we theorized what the trailer might be today. And it doesn't look like it's going to happen, And I'm really sorry about that. It's just the way that it goes sometimes. All right, I need to be able to hear myself. There we go. It's just the way that it goes sometimes, boys. All right, we'll watch the Game Informer thing here shortly. Okay. The storefront called. Next level savings starts tomorrow. Are you talking about the PlayStation thing? What are you talking about? I feel GTA 6 Waiting Room 11 will be the one. Yeah. Yeah. That's how long it's going to take. We'll have to do 11 different waiting rooms. I just rolled credits. Got the true ending of Saros. What an amazing game. On my way to get the platinum. Hey. Get it. Get it. Speaking of roast. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the YouTube chat. Feed still does not have a badge. That's a stinking tragedy. Red Chair really knew how to engage with the audience. Yeah, it's sitting right there. Waiting to be tapped in. It's just the way that it goes sometimes. Let's see here. So Game Informer is going to do their thing in like 7 minutes. Now that's just Blood of Dawnwalker, so it's likely not going to be anything beyond that. It could be some cool details though. And then Egnarts comes in with 55 months. Thank you so much, getting us to 60 on what's the total? 66 on the total. Thank you guys so much for being here and making that possible and keeping that going. We appreciate it. If you guys have a renewal, make sure and celebrate that renewal. Make sure and use your primes and all those things every single month. Game Informer's live. All right, hang on. Let me pull it open here. Okay. The stream will be starting shortly. Blood of Dawnwalker looks promising. Yeah, people were being a little, I don't know. They were being a little something about the graphics and saying it looked old gen and stuff. And I was like, I don't think so. I think it looks fine. I don't know. I think people need to decide what they want, The people need to decide what they want. You want little double A's, triple A's crushing it? Do ya? If you do, then I wouldn't be like bashing Blood of Dawnwalker. Like I don't necessarily think hang on, let me check something here. I don't necessarily think like Blood of Dawnwalker is meant to be some like big AAA budget title. I thought it looked very good though for what they're doing. I think Dawnwalker looks fine, but definitely not a special enough place. Okay, they're talking.
Game Informer magazine. We're revealing our next cover. I'm here with Brian Shea. What's up, Brian?
Hey, Kyle. Thanks so much for having me on. I'm excited to chat about our next cover story.
Yeah. And I'm also here with Marcus Stewart. What's up, Marcus?
Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone's having a lovely Tuesday.
Yeah. Hey, let me know in the chat how the audio's doing. I want to make sure we sound
They
okay.
didn't
the
welcome
mics are
me,
picking
but
up
I
and all
appreciate
that
them
fun
having me on.
stuff.
Thanks so much.
But yeah, we'll reveal the cover proper in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Until then, we're just gonna hang out and have a good time. And I mean, there's a couple things we can share. Brian, you wrote this cover story, right?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. You know, it's a game that we'll say I was, you know, not. It was not super on my radar coming into it, and I left this cover story very excited.
Yeah. And
It's
Marcus,
definitely
you weren't involved in the cover story.
it's definitely GTA 6. It wasn't on his radar.
No, I wasn't.
Nor was I, frankly. But we both wrote a lot of stuff in this issue. It's good issue.
We did write other things in the magazine. Yeah, that's usually the case for these. But yeah, no. Excited for the game that we're about to reveal. Excited for a lot of the other features that we each worked on, and also other staff members and other contributors helped pack this issue with. Yeah. It's gonna be a good magazine, guys.
Yeah.
It's gonna be good. We promise.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in here. I one thing I can tell you now is I wrote a feature for this issue on End of Abyss. I have like a 6-page feature in there, and we have an exclusive gameplay video up on our YouTube channel, and you know, stuff like that, and that's a game that really surprised me, where I was like, I wasn't sure what to expect going into it, and after getting hands on with it, I was like, oh, this is very cool. And I talked to the team, so I'll tease that feature for you guys in the issue. But yeah, how you guys doing today? How you feeling?
Good. You know, cover launches are always fun.
Yeah.
We're excited to talk about a game that we've seen extensively
Let's just see how the
share
chat's
why we're
doing.
excited about it. So, you know, and again, this is a game that impressed me when I saw it.
Let's just see how the chat's doing.
Yeah, looking at 3 minutes.
Chat's
on the
being
time stamp.
totally
I'm gonna
normal
pull up
and
time.is.
calm.
That's how we get our time like perfect. You know, we're gonna right on the dot. And lately we have been we reveal the cover, and then the actual digital issue isn't available until, you know, like a little while later. But this
Come
is kind
on.
of, I guess you could say, kind of like an old school cover reveal. And we're going to reveal the cover shortly, 2 minutes, and then the full issue will be available at that moment for digital subscribers, and then print subscribers will be getting it in a few weeks. And you know, hey, there's a lot of people watching today. That's really exciting. Please go to GameInformer.com/subscribe and pick yourself up a subscription to Game Informer magazine. 10 issues a year.
Look at the chat, dude.
Does anyone have it off the top of their head? I'm looking it up.
I'm sorry for these guys, bro.
Let's see. It is currently, and it was hard to tell because we sometimes run sales, so it fluctuates.
Yeah.
It is currently, if you go to GameInformer.com/subscribe, it is normally $70 a year. However, we have it on sale for $48 for 10 issues a year, print and digital. You can also get a digital-only subscription right now.
They have
for
10,000
$32.
people watching.
Yeah,
I
and
doubt
the good
they
thing is, if you get that print subscription, you also, while you wait for your magazine to come in the mail,
I doubt they typically have this many people watching, dude. The chat is freaking losing it.
But, you know, you get to read all the content along with the digital subscribers.
Yes.
And for this issue, it will be almost instantaneous. As soon as we reveal
Hey,
the cover, you'll be able to go on.
listen, everybody support Game Informer. They're actually a really good outfit, and this is not their fault.
Issue.
Yeah, and our magazines, because they ship now in a bag, in a plastic bag to help protect from shipping, we also do pack-ins. And I will tease now that this issue that we're about to reveal does have a pack-in. It has a cool pack-in.
Yeah, it's not every issue, but we're trying to do it for as many issues as we can, and this one does have one.
All right, guys, you ready to do the countdown here?
We are.
Do it. Let's do
10, 9, 8,
Chat is going to lose
6,
their mind.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Cover reveal. Brian, tell us about the Blood of Dawnwalker. Tell us about it.
Whoa!
Oh, Brian, you're not on,
It
you're not on
is,
camera yet. Hold
the
on.
next
He's
game.
holding up the issue. There it is. There you go. Hold it up again.
It is the next game from the director of The Witcher 3. So, you know, a little game you may have heard of as one of the greatest video games of all time. After he worked on Cyberpunk 2077 as kind of like a second director, he left CD Projekt Red, founded his own studio called Rebel Wolves, and a lot of CD Projekt Red people who worked on both The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk followed him. So they founded this smaller studio full of all this, like, CD Projekt Red talent that worked on these incredible games. And now
listen. Listen, be nice to these guys. Go over there, hit like on my video, hit like on their video. They had this all planned. This is a big game and a big cover for them to get to do this on. They didn't know everybody was going to be doing this. The chat's just nothing but L's.
Impressive, right? Like there's so much choice,
like
choice-driven mechanics. They don't even call them like main or side quests. They just call them quests because you can accidentally kill an NPC and cut off the entire quest line. So like the only real main quest once you get out of the prologue is going to the castle, kind of like Breath of the Wild, where it's like, yeah, you can skip all that stuff and just go straight to the castle and fight the main bad guy. But like, it is like they are doing some really ambitious and impressive stuff. And yeah, this was a game, again, one that I went into this trip thinking like, oh yeah, I'm sure it'll be good. And then I came out being like, we made a really good choice putting this on our cover. Like I was blown away. We got a long hands-off demo and then got an exclusive look at a completely separate way to approach a different quest in that demo and like what that entails, how that impacts like relationships. We talked a little bit about like how the actions and the choices you make will impact how people react to you. A little bit of a hint at like romance options, discussion about the map size, and of course like diving into all the cool mechanics. There's like time-based mechanics where like you have 8 segments of time per day, and if you don't complete certain quests, it impacts how the broader story plays out. Like it's really, really cool stuff that they're doing with this game. And also very engaging combat. They're using
I respect I respect the fact that they're just going with it. They're like, well, let's just talk about it.
Coming from above, you have to not only time the parry but also push up on the stick to parry. It's really, really cool stuff that they're doing, and I can't wait to play this game.
Yeah, the cover story is great. Brian did an awesome job, and like reading, it was interesting to hear the director talk about it because he was, he was one of a few directors on Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk as well, and it was interesting to hear him talk about like almost wanting to like scale back in a way, like things had gotten like too large and too much, and this I'm excited about this because of the way he talked about sort of like scaling it down and like focusing on the narrative and like the choices. It's really cool. It's a really cool direction for someone who's like, directed some of the biggest games, I think, undeniably, like, and what they want to do, sort of branching out.
Thank you, Omar,
thing.
for 49 months.
And I'm actually, I'm not, I haven't, I think
this
I can
was
do
pure
this.
entertainment.
I can
It's
show
good.
off the pack-in that's going to be included here. I'm going to try. I'm going to press a button. Let's see what happens. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure what was going to happen, but yeah, it's there's going to be included with the issue is this very cool
Chat's so mad.
Poster.
Chat is so mad.
I believe that's the cover art for the game, right?
Yes, that is the key art for the Blood of Dawnwalker. Also, dark and gritty curb not included.
All right, we are not packing in a granite slate into the magazine. But yeah, could you guys help me remember some of the other features that we want to highlight in this issue?
My favorite. My favorite are the people in chat that are like, just leave. We're interested in this game. Please leave.
Turn-based games. So he talked to people behind Persona, behind Metaphor, behind Final Fantasy, and all these different Sea of Stars. So just a great collection of developers in there. Eric Van Allen, our own video editor, talked to the Paranormasight developers about that cool game. We have Hell Let Loose Vietnam, a feature on that. Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, I would say, Kyle, I mean, you wrote a really good feature about Gothic 1 Remake.
People are super chatting to say mean
developers
things
around that game and talk about just the kind of behind-the-scenes work that went into that game and sort of their approach to making a remake to a game that,
I'm sorry,
was interesting because it came out in
North
America a few months before the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind.
Yeah,
but it kind of beat Elder Scrolls to the punch. Yeah, like it was kind of doing Elder Scrolls before Elder Scrolls and has a big following in Europe, but maybe not as much in North America. So this remake coming out sort of, giving at least us over here a chance to maybe experience that game for the first time, but with, modern improvements.
Look at this super chat. Congratulations on destroying your own brand and destroying this game. Buddy who wrote the story needs to find a different job. You people are losing it.
Here and show off a little bit of this. This is the issue, and you have access to this now. If you are a subscriber, you can see this version of the magazine. One of our big lead pieces from freelancer Ana Diaz, who is formerly of Polygon and has written for us before. She talked extensively with Eric Barone of Stardew Valley fame, the creator of Stardew Valley, about the game's 10-year anniversary.
I love that. I'm sorry. I love everything about this. I love Game Informer's energy, bro. They're just doing the show. They're just not even paying any attention. They're just continuing on. God love these guys, dude. They're just...
It's great that we was able to talk to him. But yeah, I'm just kind of flipping through the issue now and showing off. We're proud of all of our issues, and this one is really good. I like how this one came out. Is there anything else that you guys want to plug?
What's he doing? You could freeze frame this and just read the whole thing.
Showing the entire cover story live on stream so people can pause frame by frame.
I went quickly. They're not going to be able to do it. Cool. But thanks everybody for tuning in, and of course, reminder: GameInformer.com/subscribe to get physical Game Informer magazine in the mail, and you can also get it digitally internationally, and the magazine is available on store shelves.
Let's get out of here
around the world at this point. So thanks everybody for tuning in to our cover reveal. We'll see you again soon, and in the meantime, read the latest issue. Thanks everybody.
That's the best. That might be the best stream I've ever watched. That was fabulous. It was absolutely fabulous. He said, make sure you go to GameInformer.com and we'll see you later. Boom, and the stream dies. There's no outro. There's no final frame. Nothing. Oh, that was so good. That was so good, dude. Oh my gosh. Oh, the tears, the absolute tears and mauling in the chat. They were so angry. Oh my lands. That was great. That was one of the best things. That was one of the best things I've ever covered. I don't think I'll ever top that. We've peaked. We have absolutely peaked. Oh Lord. Oh my gosh. They definitely stepped on a wood chipper with that one. Dude. People are like, well, they knew what they were doing. And it was like, dude, they do these reveals. They've been doing these reveals of their covers for a while. But like, I mean, maybe they were kind of playing the game. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to fault them for that. I mean, everybody is playing the game. They're like, well, everybody's going to be looking, for GTA 6 on Tuesday or whatever. But they might have already had all that scheduled and planned. Like those three gentlemen, took time out of their schedule to all be ready to go. I don't know. For them to do that by accident is entirely possible, because I don't think anybody was like looking at this date until like maybe yesterday. I just Lono's going to have a hard time getting Madam to understand why he almost had a heart attack. The way it ended was so perfect. I've not laughed that hard at the end of a stream, not since that Bungie stream where homie saluted. He looked like he was staring down like an execution squad. He was like, looked into the camera and saluted. Oh gosh, I love moments like that because you can't manufacture anything more horrible and uncomfortable. It's like these guys are like, dude, chat is losing their minds and we're just gonna have to go with it. We're gonna go with the show and show this poster and just be like, yeah, man, it's really exciting. It's really great. Dudes are like leaving super chats like, you guys should find a new job. People are freaking paying money. They're paying money to say mean things. Oh my gosh. Oh, if I could laugh like that once a day. Whew, that'll make you younger, dude. That's the fountain of youth right there. Oh, that was great. That's just what I needed today. It was so short. Yeah, we should compare. We should compare how short. It was a 14-minute stream. Oh, hang on. Let me mute. Sorry about that. Let me mute. How short was their last one that they did? That was 15 minutes. Okay, so when they revealed... Okay, they're actually usually that long. 3 months ago when they did one, it was 13 minutes. Excuse me. Let me look here. Yeah, Dragon Quest VII magazine cover reveal was 14 minutes. That's actually normal. Okay, so they didn't dip out because the chat was being so toxic. I'm finding multiple Game Informer covers. Here's Outer Worlds 2, 14 minutes. Okay, all right. Okay. Well, I hope they can take it in stride and laugh about it like I am. I really hope so. That was absolutely hysterical. That was magnificent. That was absolutely magnificent. Handled like true consummate professionals. You know what I'm saying? They just went forward with the show and just didn't acknowledge the hate, showed the cover, and then moved on, you know. A $5 super chat from Jack Garland. After the digital lynch mob over nothing, I don't want anyone complaining about cancel culture. That's right. That's right. Oh, man. Whew. Oh, that was great. When the vibe is clearly off. They had 16,000 people just waiting. What I would have done if I was them, I'd have trolled and like, well, hang on, we just need to wait a little bit longer. Oh my word. Oh. Yeah, I think Hidden One is correct here. Hidden One responded to Detective Seeds and says, the recent GTA 6 speculations entirely fan-created. Game Informer most likely had this Dawn Walker cover ready and planned weeks beforehand. I completely agree. Those, getting those three guys together, to do that show, and having that all timed well in advance. I don't think they were playing around. I don't think they were like playing a game. I don't think they were like trying to tap in to the GTA 6 moment, because like all last week we were speculating, but I don't think so. Ben from Videotech, or at Videotech on Twitter, says, don't believe this fake news currently spreading. Rockstar has not uploaded anything, nor have they updated anything. It's only a date header returned by the web server. The community has a GitHub for tracking updates, and nothing has been updated at all. Okay, I didn't include that in my show open because I saw that and I thought it looked, I don't know, it just looked like somebody, wildly speculating. Like, oh, there's being these updates, and I was like, okay. So I didn't like pull that open. And show it to them. That's pretty unfortunate that people are running with fake stuff. But that man, that Game Informer stream was, that was fabulous. That was absolutely fabulous. Excuse me. They handled it well. They did. They handled it well. The guy said so-and-so chose the title. The salute from Joseph Cross is priceless. Yes, it is canon at this point. It's fabulous. So it's an emote over there on Twitch. We made it an emote. I guarantee you we're not the only ones that made that an emote. We made that an emote. Isn't that ours? Yeah. Oh, that's not on the channel. That's a 7 emote or whatever it's called. Making a stream for a cover is kind of wild. Right, but Hadigan, they do it. They missed a month or two. They did it in, November, December, January, February. It's not something brand new that they just suddenly did. I just think the timing is super unfortunate. I mean, we could, excuse me. We could go back and look and see, do they commonly do it at this time and on this day? But I don't know if, GTA 6 fans crushed as next-gen Game Informer cover is revealed. As the next Game Informer, next Game Informer cover is revealed. Whew. Workers asking for fairness, transparency, and respect should not be met with silence and closed doors. MPs are accusing GTA 6 developer Rockstar of obstructing legal process as the battle over union-busting dismissals continues. Jason Schreier says the 4chan rumor that Rocksteady's working on a Batman Beyond game is fake. Great publicity for Blood of Dawnwalker. Yeah, I mean, the dust will settle, and nobody's really going to take it out on Blood of Dawnwalker. So, Sony says that Chinese and Korean studios are moving faster than Western studios. Yeah. I wonder what the cause is. And I wonder. The whole chat was spamming GTA. Yeah, if we could get 15 more likes on the video, guys, let's try to get to 400 likes. Thanks for an absolutely stellar day. We are going to go a little bit long today. Excuse me. I may have a second stream for you guys today. I may. So that'll be a reason we might have to extend a little bit. Sony CEO calls PlayStation a plastic box without content. Yeah, you understand what he's saying? He's saying without content, it's just a plastic box. He's not saying that it's a plastic box without content. He's not saying that our console sucks. Like, he's saying, yeah, without games, without content, it's just a plastic box. The Rocksteady Batman games gave birth to current modern superhero games. This is true. They influenced, much of what we play today in the realm of superhero games. This is true. You see what Insider Gaming posted? No. What did they post? Let's see here. They've got the Sony says some Chinese and Korean studios are moving faster than Western studios. That one. Excuse me. I see the articles and videos coming from the plastic box comment. Oh yeah, people are going to misrepresent what he said. Is it anybody surprising? Will anybody be surprised about that? It's yeah, I mean, there's a couple people that are saying it's out of context. If you actually read the article, that's what I was referencing. Oh, the Insider Gaming thing. Svensson adds that this is why they need to focus on being ambitious and bringing new voices to the platform. If their focus shifts away from third parties, the industry will stop growing. Yeah, it's literally in reference to the fact that they have lots of third-party games on their box. So he's literally saying, like, yeah, if we don't have content, it's just a plastic box. Like, we have a third-party focused ecosystem. Like, Hideki Nishino would say, PlayStation is just a plastic box without content. Basically saying, like, we need good relationships with third party. We need content, or this thing is just a plastic box. Like, that's the long and short of it. You know what I mean? Visit the brand's website. All right, hang on a second. Let me see if I can get this website pulled up. Hang on. Okay, I do have an ad read that I want to do quickly for this Hitman thing that they're doing. All right. Streamer, read the ad. So for 5 minutes. Okay, all right. So this segment is sponsored by IOI Interactive. So there is a brand new mission, the Le Chiffre mission. I can't read French. In Hitman. And Mads Mikkelsen from Casino Royale is in this. You guys have seen the trailers for this, okay? You've probably seen the trailers. We've got assets on the channel you can click on. We had a channel skin on here for a while, and that'll instantly launch the mission in your browser. There's no download, no account, nothing. For a limited time, 007 crossover event is hyping up the new James Bond game, 007 First Light, which is dropping May 27th. So this is in conjunction with 007 First Light. They're promoting that. Now, we've seen lots of good things about 007 First Light just in the last couple of days with respect to performance on the PS5 Pro as well as the base PS5. So, you do not need the full game to try this out, okay? You can play it right now, all right? So, there is a link that I can put in the chat, and this link will allow you to try out the demo, and this is what it'll look like when you go to do it, all right? So, you click here to join, and then it opens up. And there's a free download. Yeah. And you can play the game. I'm not quite sure what it did. Hang on one second. Okay. I don't know what it's doing. Yeah, it's I'm glad I didn't do this on my streaming rig. It's completely hijacked my streaming rig. I can't do anything. There's just a countdown. So yeah. Hang on one second. Let me go to my Twitch dashboard. Download out of service. Yeah, if you're on Twitch, don't click on that unless you want to get stuck in the link. I don't know how I can delete my comment. I don't want people clicking on that. It like completely hijacked my thing. I can't click on anything. Oh wait, now I'm in. Hang on. Okay, so like it's literally like a full screen experience. If you click on that link, you're going to be literally in a full screen experience where you can play, you can free download. I had to click my mouse to get this to come up. So, confirm, exit. Yeah, I would like to get out of this. I don't know how to close this. It literally will not let me close it. I can't alt-tab. I can't do anything. It's completely hijacked my entire computer. I got to tell you, sponsored or not, I think this is really bad. Like, I should be able to click out of this or close this. This is arguably kind of dumb. Like, you shouldn't do that. You should let me, I should be able to close this, whatever this is. I literally can't get out of it. I'm going to have to turn my computer off, I guess. Task Manager. I've tried Control Shift Escape. I've tried Alt Tab. I've tried Alt F4. Whatever this is literally not closable. I don't understand what it has even opened on my... Here, I've got the options, quit game. Yes, confirm quit game. It was a sponsor through the dashboard on Twitch. Don't do that. I'm sorry. If they don't want to pay me, that's fine. Don't do that. That's not something anything should do on your computer. That's completely ridiculous. I could not alt tab. I could not exit out. I couldn't get to Control Shift Escape. Wouldn't open up Task Manager. I couldn't do anything. It was some web shelled thing. Yeah, because now I can Control Shift Escape and Task Manager comes up. It completely shut down all of those functions of the keyboard. Like I couldn't do anything. Don't click on that link. I don't know how to delete my own comment. Copy, pin, reply. Yeah, I can't delete the comment. I don't think that's how anything like that should function. Sorry, I cannot endorse that, and I won't put it in the YouTube chat for you guys to click on. So yeah. I can't honor a sponsored segment if I don't agree with how the thing works. I did not know that's what that was going to do. I thought it was going to be like literally like a little in-window thing that it did on the browser. Like you can't test it until you start the thing. So I didn't have the ability to test it earlier. So Rocksteady's fall off needs to be studied. It'd be cool if they could do like a future Batman thing. I for one would welcome them doing a new Batman game, but the rumor is that's what they're working on. So it's badly designed. It certainly is a cool idea. Like it's cool that they're doing some cool thing in Hitman. It's supposed to load the game right in your browser so you can play in anticipation for 007 First Light. That's cool. Cool. Yes. It's not cool that I couldn't back out of it. I didn't understand it. It just sat there. I didn't see anything. I couldn't click anything. It was just a picture of a helicopter with a countdown. So, yeah. First mission denied. Yeah. They should have made the rumored Flash game years ago. I don't know if I would... Would you guys play a Flash game? Like, playing as the Flash? Like, I just don't know. I don't know if there'd be a lot of draw for that. A next-gen Batman would be awesome. Yeah, I mean, any Batman game right now in the realm of, like, size and scope of a city... like we saw in Spider-Man, you know, the world detail we saw in Spider-Man 2, you know, a combat system evolved from what they already did. Like, man, they were ahead of their time, boys. Like, they were ahead of their time. Like, the combat system in Arkham Knight was pretty nice. Has the pre-order been released? No. I'm be honest with you. I think it's this week that we're not going to know the day or time. We picked today. We thought today might have been a good day. We talked about more than the trailer. We talked about how PlayStation's already started doing some marketing. They're sending emails to PS4 owners and saying, hey, you wishlist GTA 6. You know, you're going to want to get a PS5. So clearly the marketing is starting. Strauss Zelnick will be doing a fireside chat 1 week after the earnings call. The earnings call is next week. I think they want to walk into that earnings call with Trailer 3 in the wild and pre-orders. That's what I think. That's a prediction that I have made. Yeah. We will see if that's how it plays out. We'll see if in the coming week they do something like that. Yeah, you can play Directive 8020. Yeah, there's a trial, is what people were saying. Is it a demo or is it in the PS Plus trial system? Like, which is it? Today was a good day, but not happening. Today, possibly Thursday. It honestly could be tomorrow. There's rumors that PlayStation's updating their stores, their store tomorrow with like something. So it could be tomorrow, and then that's why all the deals have been cleared off of like PlayStation Store. Maybe they're getting ready to overhaul the store. I don't know. So somebody said trial. Somebody said seems like a demo. Either next week or nothing until November. No, they're definitely going to start doing marketing in the coming month. Whether it's before or after the earnings call remains to be seen. I think it's before the earnings call. That just makes sense to me, especially given the fact that Strauss Zelnick. Hang on. Hang on a second. Strauss Zelnick has gone to earnings calls before and has said, like, you know, oh yes, the release date's firm. We're confident in that release window. You know, we're confident we can get the game out. So I don't know. I feel like if I'm him, I want to be able to walk into that earnings call next week with more than just more assurances about the release date. But no, we've pushed out our third trailer and we've opened up pre-orders. I don't agree with Legacy Killa. Game Informer butchered this cover announcement. I genuinely feel for the Dawn Walker devs. Game Informer had to have known this reveal would not go well considering the insane GTA 6 hype and hope. Easily could have avoided this. They chose not to. I don't agree. Nobody has to tap dance around GTA 6 and fans creating hype about GTA 6. I think that's an absurd expectation to think that, like, Game Informer's now supposed to, and all outlets now are supposed to, like, avoid any and all reveals on a day that a bunch of us get, like, a gut feeling about something. That notion is ridiculous. These people plan things far in advance. The deal was struck, the poster, the picture of the poster, the stream, the schedule, all this was planned super far in advance. Nobody's going to be like, yeah, we better not do that because the GTA fandom has decided that today is the day. That's ridiculous. That's such an unreasonable expectation. To expect all these outlets and studios and stuff to not do anything, you know, because the fans are thinking something might happen with GTA 6 today. I think that's an absurd notion. I don't think they were baiting. I don't think they were taking advantage of anybody. I think all this stuff was planned far in advance. They've been doing reveals of their covers for a while, you know. And they hinted it in their newsletter. They were really excited. You know. This guy says, do you think it's going to come today? No. I don't think it's happening today now. No. How's this on the Game Informer people? It's not. It's not. People are just frustrated that we're not getting the trailer. And you know, they're taking it out on Game Informer. Game Informer didn't do anything wrong. That's ridiculous to even insinuate. That's just, we shouldn't be doing anything to insinuate that Game Informer somehow did something wrong or, you know, shouldn't have done that. I don't agree with that. And even in the slightest of senses, did they have to suddenly adjust their schedule around fandom hype? Five minutes before the Red Dead 2 post, exactly 4 redacted, exactly on May 12th. This is all planned and baited? No, it wasn't. No. They didn't tweet that. They didn't tweet the redacted thing. That was a newsletter thing that they sent. You know what I mean? They will face the consequences. What consequences is that? A bunch of grown men throwing tantrums on the internet? Oh no, the horror. That's just another day of the week. Like, you're playing diplomat? No, I'm just being a discerning individual. I don't think based on how these outlets do things and plan things and schedule these types of things, and the fact that they've been doing reveals like this for a while, the whole fandom got scammed. I have a box of tissues on the floor. If you send me your address, I can send them to you. You know what I mean? I don't know what to tell you. No one got scammed, bro. No one got scammed. You're being so melodramatic, you know? It's like a Karen stuck in line at Target acting like her day has been ruined. Like, Jiminy Christmas. It was a 14-minute stream. It was funny. You know what I mean? Put a little levity in your life, dude. It ain't that serious. It just is not that serious. Outrage will be forgotten. Yeah, in a day or two, they'll have a bunch of views on a reveal of that cover, and everybody else in the gaming world will be like, oh, cool, that looks cool. You know what I mean? Like, I do not think that this is going to become some kind of a problem for Game Informer or for Blood of the Dawnwalker, or Blood of Dawnwalker, I should say. Yeah, I just don't think so. I think in a day or two, the rest of the gaming world doesn't pay attention to this stuff. They don't. This is literally the 12/27 of 2026. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So their video already has 6,000 views. Like, yeah, it's going to get a ton of views, you know, and obviously people might leave mean comments, but like, that's just another day on the internet. You know what I mean? That's just another day on the internet. Like, people leave mean comments all the time. Facts, they don't care. Yeah, like the rest of the gaming world's not paying attention to this, and they're going to see that trailer, and they're going to be excited about Blood of Dawnwalker, and then that'll be the end of it. I just think some people are so convinced that, like, we are the gaming public. We are the majority, you know, and we're not. They're getting so much hate. Yeah, I know, but like, you know, grown men bedwetting and throwing tantrums on the internet over video games is just another day of the week at this point. It's just I'm just becoming numb to it. It's like, oh wow, a bunch of dudes that aren't emotionally mature and get way too angry about stuff. Cool. All right. Anyways, so let's talk about video games. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? The December 27 story. Oh, the December 27 theory. A Rockstar dev decided to troll us because they knew the hopium epidemic. Yeah, I know. I remember. We did a waiting room that day, and it was really fun, and we had a good time. It wasn't that serious. You know what I mean? I just don't think it's that serious. You know? Games are supposed to be fun, and anticipation for trailers and anticipation for game announcements is supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be a time for rage and anger and like, oh, I can't believe that they did this. This is just so, you know, unconscionable. It's like, I just don't think I don't think it's worthy of that much angst and anger, you know? That's my own personal take. You obviously have a different take, you know? It is a 25,000 people. I mean, it is that serious? Oh, okay. To you, not to me. I don't know. What are you going to do? What are you proposing people do? What do you think the course of action is now, other than whining in my chat? Like, what do you suggest that we do about this? Just indefensible offense that they have committed by getting everybody's attention for a 15-minute stream. You know, what do you think the appropriate recourse is? I got a good laugh. Don Walker looks dope. I'll buy GTA 6. Have a day. 25,000 drop in the bucket. Yeah, the amount of people that tuned into that stream is nothing in comparison to the entire planet or just the entire populace of gamers. You know what I mean? Like 25,000 people? I don't know. That'd be like, me and my family are never going to eat at this establishment again, and it's like a McDonald's. Like, they'd be like, okay, I think we'll be all right. Why does even Rockstar post Red Dead Online? Less people play that game. I mean, well, I think in general, when you have a game like that, I think there's just a cadence and plan of marketing touch points and updates, because it's probably still generating some semblance of revenue. So, you know, how much energy do you really think they're putting into like scheduling a tweet and pushing out updates? You know what I mean? It's probably not that significant. It probably isn't. They want to speak to the manager. Well, I mean, I asked him what he thinks the recourse should be and what we should do next, and he hasn't said anything. Just because there is no answer to that question. There is nothing to do. It's just yelling on the internet. You know what I mean? Like, all right. You know? Hang on 1 second. Checking in with the tax man. Red Dead Online is just to tick people off. I don't think so. I think they have a cadence of posts and updates about Red Dead. What do you mean? You'll see me in the newspaper, Lono. For what I'm about to do, you won't see my name. Oh, okay. I don't know what to say to that. You'll see an anonymous dude doing redacted to redacted to redacted. Okay. Well, while the rest of us continue with our day like normal adults, your time here is up, brother, because you're just not making any sense and you're just being way too extreme about video games, brother. Sorry. Sorry, man. As Eliza P. sequel enters full-scale development, developer NeoWiz says it's working on another Souls-like and narrative RPG. Wait, they're working on 2 games? Or are they saying it's going to be another Souls-like and a narrative? Or are they working on 2 games? The report has it limited to the vertical slice. Okay. They're expanding the IP. Meanwhile, the narrative RPG dubbed Project Rubicon, directed by Buried Stars Swung Ho Jin, has entered a vertical slice phase alongside the Lies of P sequel. While this project, as well as Project Windy, could be new IPs, the real nature of the project has not been revealed. So it looks like they're working on multiple projects over there, and not just the sequel to Lies of P. That's interesting. Okay, hang on a second. Charlie had a vid saying Liza P2 is cooked, already due to AI stuff. Not sure how I feel about it. Wait, Charlie, Moist Critical had a video about that? I've not heard anything about AI and Liza P. What did he say? I'm like super unfamiliar. Liza P sequel AI controversy? Fans are criticizing the move. Hang on. NeoWiz is facing backlash over the Liza P sequel after job listing revealed plans to hire an AI creator to generate character and background concept art using tools like Stable Diffusion and Midjourney. While the sequel is in full production, fans are criticizing this move, citing concerns over job displacement, ethical issues, and the use of soulless assets. So they have a single job posting for AI creator to generate character and background concept art. So, concept art. Didn't Larian say almost the same thing? Everybody got angry, and then they were like, we pledge in the future to only use AI sourcing our own stuff. Because he basically said, yeah, they'll use it to like shop ideas and brainstorm ideas in the conceptual phase, but that's where it ends. And people still got really angry. And so Larian came out and basically committed, saying, if we use these tools in the future at this phase of development, we will only have it source our stuff for concept, basically for concept art. So like, if NeoWiz, if the if the devs behind Liza P are doing the same thing, they're bringing in somebody to help like just come up with concepts, and they're going to use AI for the concepts. Like, I don't know. Exactly, and he's out here already cooking it. That doesn't sound like something that Charlie would do. I killed him on his birthday. Cringe response. It's just garbage. The freak is building something ridiculous. New UFO. James strip. My Trump funded. I ranked every Panda Express. Pleasantly surprised by this move. Are you sure he made a video about it? Was it like a short or something? It was a short. I wonder if it's another channel. Dressing Assassin's Creed. Tesla's stock situation is crazy. These are all old. Does he have a channel specific for shorts or something? Moist Charlie clips. Is this it? You're going to have to find it and put it in the Discord. I'm just curious what Charlie said. The problem with the sourcing of the art is the sourcing that the AI art uses. No, I get it. The problem you're going to run into is people are reaching a point where we're purity testing games to where, like, if they use any of this stuff, we're getting, like, ethically opposed to it. All right, let's see what he says here. Let me pause my music.
The Liza P news. Yeah, I was pretty upset. Damn shame. They were doing everything right. And then they're looking for AI prompt engineers. So it looks like Liza P devs are going pretty hard on the AI for their next game, which is a damn shame because Liza P is one of my favorite Souls-likes. Now they're going in the wrong direction. I'm assuming you heard the Liza P news. Yeah, I was pretty upset. Damn shame. They were doing everything right. And then they're...
Okay, hang on. Let me just mute and put my music back on. They're looking for an AI creator. We would like to bring experts who will maximize the efficiency of the art production process and innovate the visual quality of the game by using generative AI technology. We are waiting for precious colleagues to build a unique art pipeline at Round 8 Studios. It's not NeoWiz. NeoWiz must be the publisher, right? By combining the creativity of the artist and the productivity of AI. I mean, I don't know. Like one job posting, I don't know if is cause for severe alarm. Like, to me, this is what it feels like what's happening is companies are investigating the usefulness of it. Many companies are finding it's not what it's cracked up to be. It's not that great. It helps marginally, and people react very strongly. Like when the guy from Larian said it, he had to come back out and clarify and be like, we are not using generative AI to make content. We have people that in conceptual phases use it to explore ideas, but it'll never make its way into the games. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see something similar happen here with the studio behind Liza P. That they're going to have to come out and be like, yeah, that's not what we're doing. That's not our goal. You know, we're not going to replace people. You know, we're not going to make a game full of AI slop. That's been kind of the pattern lately. The executive director at Game Informer says, I don't know how us teasing a 4-word cover story is doing anyone dirty when we had a game with 4 words on the cover. Be disappointed if you want, but your anger is misdirected. Yeah, I don't think Game Informer is responsible at all for people being upset. I just don't. This AI stand is getting out of control. I think it's unlikely that a studio like the team behind Liza P, a game with arguably one of the best art directions that we've seen in recent years, it is phenomenally done. It would be extremely strange for them to be like, all right, it's time to make everything with AI now. Like, I don't think so. Like, if the job posting is having them create conceptual art with AI, if you're ethically opposed to that, because of how those systems source, you know, if that's your ethical dilemma, that's on you. I don't necessarily think that then therefore means that the Liza P sequel is going to be a bunch of AI slop. I think we're getting to a place where the purity testing on it's just not going to be possible. Every studio is going to find ways to leverage AI to speed up quality assurance, speed up processes with concept art. I don't know. I think there's a lot of ways that people are going to implement it in a way that isn't bad. But there's also ways it's going to be implemented that will be bad. I think we have to wait and see how people use it. Sony CEO calls PlayStation a plastic box without content. Gaming journalism's at an all-time low. I'm kind of surprised. Like, I've reached out to Tom Henderson before when I feel like insider gaming headlines aren't the best, and I feel like that one's kind of, yeah, that's not a great headline. It was stated within the context of, did they delete the tweet? I think hang on a second. Let me scroll one more time. I believe they've deleted the tweet. Yes, I think the tweet. I'm not seeing it. Are you guys seeing it? I think they've deleted it. It was stated within the context of yeah, the tweet's gone. I went to my history. Yeah, they took it down. They're an outfit that self-polices like that. Like Tom Henderson will step in and say, "Hey, that's not a good tweet. That's not a good headline," and they'll make adjustments, right? So like, and I applaud them for that. That's why I've always said I like Tom Henderson and Mike Straw and the boys over there. I think they do good work, and I think that headline and tweet was bad. because Hideaki Nishino was talking within the context of like, we need to maintain these great relationships with all these third-party games and all these third-party studios. And his justification was, without games, without content, this is just a plastic box. So when you run with the headline that like the CEO says it's a plastic box without content, you're feeding that machine of like misinformation where people are going to run with that, make videos, and say, you know, oh yeah, it's even their CEO thinks their box sucks, and it's like that's literally not what he was saying. Yeah, they took it down. They're good about that. Like they've got a lot of writers, and if somebody gets a little out of pocket, a little wild, a little clickbaity, they tend to correct and make adjustments. They do. I reached out to him recently about something. I think it was about Crimson Desert. They wrote an article that indicated that the PlayStation blog, people had played the PlayStation version of the game, and that had not yet happened. So I reached out to Tommy and I said, listen, I don't think anybody's played the PlayStation version of Crimson Desert. I think your report's not accurate. He said, okay, they looked into it, and then they made an adjustment to the article. They updated the article. So, Game Business is reporting that PlayStation has funded either wholly or partially more than 120 projects this generation. Sylvan says the key concept example is simple prototyping. The art guide makes a character the team is trying to see. For example, could we do 3 to 4 prompts to see some quick revisions and then pick a direction for the art guide to act on? Cut out like 2 to 3 days of delay getting to the next meeting and redraws for simple change and checks. Still do the work, cut out the middle drain on resourcing. To me, there's a clear use case to start with, and we need space to try things. I'm not going to cast my judgment on the studio till it's confirmed that they churned out actual AI slop or nonsense. Yeah, I can't see the makers of Liza P doing that. I just can't see it. They're the way that they did art direction on Liza P, that would be very strange. At PlayStation, we have a responsibility to the whole industry, this guy says. We go behind the scenes with how developers work with PlayStation. Like, I said that the time, remember when we pulled up a sheet and we typed out all of the games that PlayStation was publishing or having a hand in publishing? Remember when we did that? And I argued that it was a more effective spend of the money because it was bringing more stuff to me as the consumer. I was like, I'm getting more games from this. I'm getting more exclusives from this deal. So that was my opinion. That was my view of it. I don't feel like that was spin. I feel like that was just me expressing my opinion. I feel like PlayStation's been more effective with less money. Personally. That's my personal take. You don't have to agree with it. You could argue the alternative, but I think as far as like spending money in big acquisitions versus spending money in publishing and partnerships, I feel like Sony's more effective with less money. We've gotten more second and third party and first party exclusives from their spending this generation. And we're continuing to do so. Should I get an Xbox Series X or a PS5? I don't think there's any good reason to buy a Series X right now. I don't think so. I think that hardware is complete waste at this point. Their biggest games are all coming over to PS5. I don't believe any of the speculation about them going back to exclusives. Their share of the market has just shrunk so incredibly. It's just their share of the market is just not there. Their saturation is just not there. Yeah. Might as well wait for the imaginary Helix at this point. I don't think Helix is imaginary. I think Helix is going to be a good product that can meet a lot of needs, but I don't think Helix is going to usher in some era of hardware focus or exclusive focus. I don't think that's Xbox's goal. You know, I just don't think that's their goal. I don't think that's their mission. I don't see a way back for them there, and it's a bummer because I kind of wanted them to fight. I wanted them to, you know, spend their money differently and focus on things differently. I don't know. I think they made a lot of decisions this gen and prior to this gen that I just don't agree with. So what time do you think they'll release trailer 3? If it's today, at this point, your guess is as good as mine. I think the ship for today has kind of sailed, to be honest with you. Their stock jumped up by $6 and is holding. I don't know if that's because shareholders are getting whispers and murmurings and they're trying to buy in now. I think they probably are suspicious of the same thing that many of us are suspicious of, is that the trailer and pre-orders go live this week. So share value will inevitably be worth having. So I think maybe the shareholders or people who buy and purchase shares are likely saying, hey, that they're about to have we need to get in before the earnings call. Like, I think they know that something's going to happen, and I think that the trailer goes live with pre-orders at some point before the earnings call next week. And I think the stock trading world is aware of that reality. So it's Thursday. 15, 1 and 5 is 6. 15 plus 6 is 21. The frick? I just think that Strauss Zelnick wants to be able to walk into the earnings call next week with more than assurances. I don't think he wants to be able to just go and be like, yep, the release date's still good. I think he wants to be able to say, we dropped our third trailer and pre-orders are live. You know? Six days before the call. I don't think they do that kind of thing. I mean, I thought the last time they dropped the trailer before the earnings call, I don't think they did anything with like the number, like, oh, we need to make sure it's 6 days before the call. I think that I just think they want it to happen before the earnings call. I would drop it during the earnings call and tell my investors, hey, watch this. Well, I mean, that certainly feels like a flex, but I think it's better to go into an earnings call with hard data, and that's why I think they want the trailer and pre-orders to be live for like a week or so. Stock analysis, news headlines. Take-Two Interactive is gaining momentum as Take-Two Interactive is gaining momentum as UBS names it the top U.S. gaming pick due to optimism surrounding the upcoming Grand Theft Auto 6 release. The company is also preparing for its earnings report on May 21st with expectations for significant revenue growth fueled by strong franchise performance. The upcoming earnings insights. Take-Two is set to report earnings on May 21st with expectations of $1.5 billion in revenue and 0.58 cents EPS, reflecting a significant year-over-year challenge. Analyst ratings and projections. Analysts project a potential revenue of $8.8 billion by 2028, with growth dependent upon successful launch of GTA 6 and effective cost management. So, again, that's why I just feel like now this coming week's a great time to drop the trailer. They're being named as like one of the stocks to grab, one of the stocks to watch. You know, significant growth is coming their way. What a great time to drop the dadgum trailer and get people pre-ordering, you know? If you guys have been enjoying the show and hanging out, do me a favor and hit that like button. That does help out the stream. That does help out me. Try to get us to 500 likes. Good morning to Crazy Old Guy. How are you? Matt comes in with 60 months and a member plus. Welcome back. Says love you. Thank you so much. It is Tuesday, and we have an incentive for the week, just like last week. If you guys missed it, you guys opened Saturday up, so Madam and I streamed together, and then you hit stretch, so Madam had to play Destiny 1. This week, we're going to do a double header. We're going to play Directive 8020, which is the scary choice game, like a Dark Pictures game. And if we'll do that double header, if we can manage to hit stretch before Friday. If not, we'll do that Saturday night stream, and we'll react to gaming news. It's always a fun time. And we have my wife react to gaming news. She's not from the gaming world, so it is a fun time. Yo, it's good, A Ocean Blue. How are you? Welcome in. Working and lurking. We appreciate it. Yeah, I know people are upset. I think with Game Informer, I think they handled it just fine. I don't think there's any reason to be upset with them. I don't think there's any reason to be upset with them. It's not that big of a deal. At this point, I hope they take it in stride and just let the tweet and the video just soak up all the clicks, soak up all the algorithmic relevancy. Just take it. Take it all. You know what I mean? Metroid Dread developers Mercury Steam have been hit with layoffs. Quote, there's no easy way to share this kind of news, but today we must communicate that Mercury Steam has initiated a workforce adjustment process. While this is something common within the production cycles of our industry, it is nonetheless a difficult and painful situation. We want to express our deepest respect, gratitude, and support for the people affected whose talent, effort, and commitment have been an important part of the studio's history. That's a bummer. Bummer. When you see good studios like that, smaller, scrappier studios that do good work have to do that. I tell you what we can transition to. I did get us some videos to react to, and I thought it would be fun to watch the Game Ranks video about this with the ever-handsome Jake Baldino, and he's talking about how this could be the most expensive game ever. And we'll link below the original video and the original content, but let's take a look at what he has to say here.
Hey folks, today is Friday, May 8th, 2026. As usual, my name is Jake Baldino, here to talk about all the video game news that has been going on this week. It's a really busy week. A lot of stuff happened towards the end of the week, so we should just jump right in. The first involves a bit more from Grand Theft Auto 6. Last week, we talked a lot about it with Strauss Zelnick, CEO of Take-Two, doing an interview, but he's done more interviews since then. And with that comes a little nugget that GTA 6 might be the most expensive game ever made. And I don't think that's a stretch. I think that's pretty believable. This comes from Business Insider, who did an interview with Strauss Zelnick, who actually his first name is technically Harry, which I just learned when I looked it up on Wikipedia. That's your fun CEO fact of the day. But so from this interview, which is an interesting interview, but in that they do cite Business Insider analyst estimates. So again, it's an estimate, but they are theorizing that parent company Take-Two spent $1 billion to $1.5 billion so far on the game. I can't even really quantify that much money. I can't tell you how much it is. I have no idea, but that would put it up there as an extremely expensive, not only video game, but just thing that eclipses the budget of a lot of things like big movies. So very interesting. And in the interview, obviously Strauss Zelnick himself didn't give any direct quotes, but he did say, quote, it was expensive. Again, I say 1.5 billion is believable just because, again,
we covered this too. This was when Strauss Zelnick spoke to the fact that the expectations for the game were terrifying. Like that was a part of this interview.
Printed, they've had an infinite money printing machine from Grand Theft Auto 5, and with it being one of the biggest entertainment property launches of all time. I would expect them to go this all in. From development, yes, look at the trailers, look at the screenshots, the in-game stuff we have seen, if that is really in-game, it does look incredible. But also, the marketing budget is probably going to be crazy once it ramps up, which people are suspecting that's going to start soon. What do you guys think, though? Let me know in the comments. Do you know how much $1.5 billion is? Have you ever seen $1.5 billion? I don't know. Just let me know what you think. In some Xbox news, brief.
I mean, if you take the average game budget, that we've heard about and seen, I mean, that's 10, somewhere between 10 and 15 game budgets on one game. I mean, that is significant.
Briefly, Asha Sharma continues to announce changes to Xbox and their whole strategic everything. This week, it was some leadership shakeups with some new people being brought in that she has formerly worked with, some from Microsoft Core AI, and with her bringing in AI-focused executives and leadership, interestingly enough, they also officially announced the canning of development of Copilot AI for Xbox. We knew that.
And people need to pick a narrative here because they're like, oh, they're done with AI, Copilot's gone. But when I said they were moving Copilot from a lot of systems, people were like, no, they're not. Satya is tweeting about Copilot. Copilot's fine and wasn't a failure. You got to pick a narrative. Like, either Satya and Microsoft are still gung-ho about AI, or they're not. Like, which is it? Like, I don't think the removal of Copilot from Xbox is a signal that they're backing away from AI within gaming or elements of AI within Xbox. And look, PlayStation said similar things about AI. Both companies are talking about how they see AI playing a pivotal role going forward. And again, just like we said with Liza P., the proof's always in the pudding. I am way more trusting of the Liza P developer and PlayStation Studios to not use AI in a bad way. I don't trust Microsoft at all to not use AI in a bad way. I don't trust them. They are a very utilitarian, very corporate driven edifice. Like they do not understand creative process. They've demonstrated that for a long time. So I think people are going to say, that's bias, you're spin, you're hating on Xbox. No, Microsoft has earned the skepticism. They've earned my lack of confidence and trust. They have 100% earned it. If your brazen trust of the brand is upset by me saying that, then I would say that's the bias in the room, not mine. Mine is not the bias in the room that's overriding good judgment. At this point, everybody that has been supporting, watching, or loyal to Xbox, we all have just a breadcrumb trail, blood trail of reasons to doubt them and to be skeptical of them. Copilot is dead, but I expect to see the new Xbox gaming bot soon. Helix will be Windows-based, so Copilot will still be in use. Copilot's great for creating SOPs. I haven't seen anything hyped like this since LeBron was in high school. That was about GTA 6. Yeah, I think Microsoft has to wear the skepticism. I think it's completely justified at this point.
That was a thing when the mad dash started to happen with everybody investing in AI. Microsoft is working to have some sort of Copilot AI assistant on Xbox, but apparently they have canceled that to kind of reprioritize and refocus their efforts on just regular core experience, hardware, platform, stuff like that. Seems like a good move. A lot of good moves so far from Xbox leadership changes lately, but I'm just curious to see like when the shoe is going to drop and when they're going to do something bad. Maybe I'm a little cynical, but as of right now, it's just nice to see.
Well, I think a lot of us are cynical. I think cynicism is completely justified. Cynicism, skepticism, is doubt is completely justified. It's completely justified with Microsoft. They've earned that. They totally have to wear that. You have to earn back trust. Listen, me saying that, and if people get upset at that and want to act like that's me spinning or hating, Satya and Asha agree with me. You're on the wrong side of this if you just have blanketed, unfettered trust in them. You're on the wrong side of this. They've quite literally said they have to earn back trust. If they have to earn back trust and they have to earn back, the public's favor and the public's everything, listen, I'm here to tell you, then my skepticism and doubt is completely justified.
See, like Xbox has got the fire in them, and I just hope they start making some cool new games. And speaking of the big platformers, Nintendo this week, just today, announced a price increase for Nintendo Switch 2. We knew this was coming because the cost of everything is freaking going up. But we've known this was coming because analysts have suggested like Nintendo was kind of the holdout, and now it's an increase. It's not a massive increase, but still it's a noted increase. The Switch 2 price in the United States at least has gone up $50, meaning the Switch 2 is now $500. And in another interesting move, Nintendo announced a new Star Fox game. They did a Nintendo Direct out of nowhere and dropped this Star Fox, which is essentially a full ground up remix of the original.
I'm curious what you guys think about this format. Actually, I'm gonna off the cuff talk shop a little bit here. So GTA 6 most expensive game ever and more, and it's like a 13-minute video, and so he opened with GTA and now he's going through all these other news segments. Is this do you guys like a video like this? Just quick sampling of the people that are here. Is this something that when you click on it you're like, yeah, I like getting all of that in one video?
Star Fox 64, which is a game that I feel like has been remade, re-released quite a bit already. I've played it quite a bit, but hey, they're giving us this with new multiplayer features, full-on like real-ass looking cutscenes that actually look pretty damn good, and a fun like player avatar feature where your face will be replaced by one of the pilots in their little visual, so you could be Fox or Slippy themselves. Just what I always dreamed of. But yeah, cool little quirky feature. That's actually like a fun Nintendo feature. The game itself, visually interesting. A lot of conversation has gone about the redesign of the characters. Some people say, I've seen, quote, repulsive, weird, too realistic, off-putting. I've talked to some other friends who actually think it looks awesome. Me, I think I like the idea of these characters looking more photorealistic, but just not, it's really just Fox in particular. I don't really love his look. I think I just really liked his look from the new Super Mario Galaxy movie.
I think we're all in agreement that I don't want to have him pause on. That's a little bit better. I think we're all in agreement that Star Fox, he looks better, or Fox. I'm sorry, Fox looks better. Fox McCloud looks better in the movie. I don't know if they're going to do any revisions or what have you. It seems like most of you guys are liking this type of a video. I open my shows like this. I was just wondering, like, would that, if that hits your feed as an upload, would that be, equally as enjoyable as like I'm enjoying this right now? I just suddenly realized, I was like, wait a minute, we're not even watching a GTA video anymore. It just suddenly dawned on me. You got me, Jake. You got me, Mr. Baldino.
Did a good job with how he looked there, and I was expecting something more like that. But James McCloud looks sick as hell, because it turns out any type of cool sci-fi Fox man, if you just put him in sunglasses, it rules. Still, Star Fox by nature is a pretty short game. Replayable, yes, but I'm just curious to see how Nintendo is going to handle this, but this is releasing pretty soon. It is releasing June 25th. And at least digital and Nintendo storefront, it is $50. So I'm curious to know what you guys think. Next up, this message is sponsored by Raycon. You may have heard us talk about Raycon as a sponsor before because they provide premium wireless audio, but at a fraction of the price versus the other big premium wireless audio brands. And they're always innovating. So if you're active, you work outside, you exercise, you're looking for something a bit different compared to your average stuffy earbuds, check these out. These are Raycon's bone conduction headphones. Look at this. Easy fit, right on, and what makes them unique is that they use off-ear audio, sending sound through vibrations in your bones. Also, that means your ears stay open to the world around you so you can hear whatever's going on. Maybe you're jogging on a busy street, or you need to hear your kids in the other room. These have you covered. And yes, bone conduction, it is like the codec from Metal Gear Solid 1, which is why I like them. But again, if you work outside or you exercise a lot, these are a killer, specifically because of a 13-hour battery life. IP68 waterproof and dustproof. Syncs right up with Bluetooth. Listen to your favorite music, podcasts, whatever. It's worth checking out. Especially because over 3 million customers already love Raycon, and they come with a 30-day happiness guarantee. For me personally, they've been great for doing yard work and exercising outside because I can hear the world around me, but also I can pop them off very quickly, very easily whenever I need to. Bone conduction headphones are a perfect addition to your fitness routine. So if you want to check them out, click the link in the description down below or use the QR code on screen here for 15% off. So go to buyraycon.com/GameRanksBC to get 15% off the bone conduction headphones. Again, that's buyraycon.com/GameRanksBC. So check it out, and big thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Now back to the news. Also, PlayStation news.
when I watch these videos on my own, I skip those. But when we're going to do reacts, sometimes I don't watch them. Sometimes I do. I don't really have a policy on it yet. I just was like, I'll let this one play.
PlayStation has done a lot this week. Hiroki Totoki came out and said that yes, they're working on the next PlayStation, but they haven't set a release date or price or anything like that. It seems like that's too early to call. But they also talked about leveraging generative AI for game development. They detailed a lot of that. They also detailed a partnership with Bandai Namco. We'll see how that goes, but for me, the bigger headline, the more eye-catching one, was what is quoted as a $765 million impairment loss due to the purchase of Bungie, and presumably how Marathon has been performing. From how I take it and from how it's defined, impairment loss is kind of like how corporations say, like, hey, that acquisition hasn't quite panned out yet, maybe we messed up. It's an accounting thing essentially laying down that something you bought is worth less than what you paid for it. So if you recall, Sony bought Bungie in 2022 for $3.6 billion. A $765 million impairment loss means like that's the part of the value that they're essentially losing out on. That sounds really big.
And this is what everybody misses. I wish more folks, I wish our video had done better. 3.6 billion is not even the valuation. The valuation is 2.4. 1.2 billion of this was in retention bonuses, so people didn't quit. So the valuation 2.4 has dropped by almost 800 million. That's a third of the valuation of the company from purchase date. That is a significant reduction in value.
Sounds really bad. I am also a layman though, so I don't know essentially like the full ins and outs of that, but from what I had seen with this earnings call, Sony kind of pivoted as well, like, hey, but like we're changing our strategy, we're changing how things work. So obviously they want to try and fix that, but I'm curious to see like what that actually means. A lot of people are saying Marathon and Bungie are going to be shut down tomorrow. I don't know if that's the case. I very much just see Sony try and get more, squeeze more juice out of an acquisition like this, but how? I think that remains to be seen. Also, a more weird financial news, GameStop is trying to buy eBay. This is an offer to buy eBay for $56 billion with cash and stock options and all that type of, wrangling of deals. And, no word whether or not...
Well, 56 billion? How does GameStop just have that kind of cash laying around? What the huh? I mean, if it's in, stock options and shares and stuff, but like, Jiminy Christmas. I didn't even look at the sticker price they were offering.
Not that's going to go through yet, but it's just an interesting and kind of surprise move for GameStop, at least to outside people. I have no idea what to think of this. That whole GameStop world is just really interesting and crazy now, but I'll only say this. If GameStop ruins eBay, I'm going to be pissed because I love eBay and it's where I find all my weird Metal Gear Solid memorabilia. So I just hope GameStop doesn't take that away from me. That's all I have, please. In terms of other things to check out this week, we got quite a bit. Stranger Than Heaven got a full deep dive video about like the developers working on it, new bits of gameplay. This looks incredibly ambitious. Just the whole like shifting timeline thing and portraying a story, but also a city in multiple decades, I just think is cool as hell. When they announced that like that was the hook for this game, it shot to the top of my list, and this video definitely helped with that. I didn't watch the whole thing because I didn't want to be spoiled, but yeah. Also, a little bit more of a look at Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag Resynced. More gameplay is out there for you guys if you are curious. It does look like it's pretty cool. They said they're already addressing some of the player feedback from the reveal with certain little small things. There's going to be a toggle for putting your hood up, putting it down. I'm pretty burnt out on the remake thing, but again, I've said it before. Assassin's Creed Black Flag is one of the top ones for me, so I'm really curious to see how this one is going to go.
I think it looks really, really good. I mean, I understand people have kind of got remake fatigue. I understand. It makes perfectly good sense. I am not there because if I don't want it or I feel like I'm seeing too many of them, then I just skip it, So I don't see a reason to be upset about this one. Mainly, maybe my bias is showing here. I'm excited about this one. I'm gonna play it.
Also, check out a new trailer for Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight, which shows a lot more of this game. It also, I think, spoils a lot of like jokes and funny moments that I would have loved to have just seen when checking out the game myself. But still, previews are dropping for this one, and people are suggesting it's really cool, really fun. I played it a few months back, an earlier work-in-progress version, and I thought it was very cool. Still a simple Lego game, not like the full Arkham game that people are wanting, but a good Arkham Light. And then, of course, new releases this week. Not too much, but mixtape is out. This is the newest game from the people behind The Artful Escape. I did the before you buy on this, and essentially it's an $18, like, 3.5, 4 hour story game. Gameplay is light. There's not too much to it. I think it leaves a little bit to be desired, but I genuinely just like the story that they told. I went in thinking it was just kind of like a Life is Strange thing, but it's not at all. It's kind of like a fun 90s teenage romp where kids are just like going to parties, getting drunk, and getting into trouble. It's got some good jokes and stuff. It's definitely not for everyone, but it's got some solid music, so there's that if you want to check out that video. Also released this week, we didn't get to cover it, but Far Far West. This just...
I am really pulling for Far Far West. Far Far West is doing very, very well. Now, I don't know if it's maintaining strong player numbers, because this is an online game, but Far Far West currently has a 97%. It has a 97% out of 13,000, almost 14,000 reviews. So I am really, really pulling for it. Far Far West Steam charts. It is in early access. So I'm really hoping they can nail a good 1.0. There's 20,000 people playing Far Far West right now. There's more people playing Far Far West than there are playing Marathon. Marathon has like not even 7,000 people playing. So Far Far West is doing fine. It peaked at 47,000, so not crazy numbers, but if it's a small team with a small budget, they are certainly capturing the hearts of people. I'd love to see this game land on consoles with a strong 1.0 and capture a broader audience and have a good player funnel, because it looks like a freaking blast.
So it's really interesting. This is a 1 to 4 player co-op shooter, but it's sci-fi cowboy themed. So you're like robot cowboys in this like weird sci-fi world, but in terms of gameplay elements, it seems like it's got a lot going on, from like sci-fi, wild west weapons, but also mounts, how you're managing resource, how you're utilizing the environment. And so far, the perception is overwhelmingly positive, and I'm curious to jump in. And last but certainly not least, Capcom finally released that update for Resident Evil 9 they've been talking about. This is a free update that's out now, which is downloading on my PS5 right now. Resident Evil 9 Leon Must Die Forever mode. Look, it's not Mercenaries mode. I wanted Mercenaries mode, but I will take this. It's being described from IGN as, quote, a roguelike set of levels featuring familiar enemies and environments, random weapons, special abilities. You essentially fight your way to the final boss, but there's like a bunch of different unlockables you can get and challenge modifiers. And I think that's fun, because the gameplay is fun, and more opportunities to just kill stuff as Leon is fun. I'm still hoping they come out with a Mercenaries mode after this, but I'm going to check this out. I'd like to know if you did jump in as soon as it went live, if you have been playing, because people are still just getting their first impressions out. I'd love to know what you think if you're checking it out. But also, that's it for the news. I'd love to know what you think about everything we talked about, right? We talked about a lot in a short period.
So I will put the link to that one in chat. He got me with that format. Like, Baldino is he's a professional. He knows what he's doing. He's good. And I'll put a link in chat if you guys want to support the original video, support Game Ranks. Baldino's also on Friends Per Second. He's also on Friends Per Second, and I think he does a good job. I think he does good content. And hang on one second. I want to make sure I get the link for both platforms. There we go. There we go. So that was not as GTA 6 heavy as I thought. I do have another video we can react to, though, that is GTA 6 is about to do something that no game has ever done. This one comes from Sav, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. He was live today. I don't know if he still is live. Let's see here. Yeah, he was cooking today in the algo. He had a huge GTA 6 stream today, and 35,000 subscribers, and he was absolutely crushing it today with that stream. He passed his sub count in views. So let's check out and see what he has to say here about this.
So all eyes are about to be on GTA 6. That's pretty obvious. I mean, trailer 3 is coming, and when it drops, it's going to kick off one of the craziest hype cycles in modern media history, not just gaming. We're talking about a game that has the entire world's attention, and I mean that literally. Now, GTA 5 made $1 billion in just 3 days. The first GTA 6 trailer pulled in over 90 million views in just 24 hours. It was the most viewed reveal trailer in YouTube history, not just for gaming, but for movies too. And the second trailer absolutely shattered that record. There are actual economists writing think think pieces about how many people are going to be calling in sick on launch day and what that does to global productivity. And then you have the financial analysts, the cultural commentators, the people who have never held a controller in their life, and everybody has an opinion on this game. But that's just the noise. And look, the noise is very real. The scale of what this game represents from a business standpoint is genuinely staggering. I'm not arguing with that. But that's not why you clicked on this video. And honestly, I have no interest in talking about any of that. When you strip all of that away, the projections, the records, the discourse, you're excited for one reason, and it's got nothing to do with the market cap. If you're new here, I'm Sav. We talk GTA 6 all the time. I do live streams. We make...
There it is, Sav. That's how you say it. Sav.
Deep breakdowns. I do all kinds of stuff. Normally, you're going to hear my videos start with, this ain't your average YouTube clickbait or something like that. I just wanted to kind of be real with you guys for a minute and kind of talk to you about why I have a deeper appreciation for this game and why it's so exciting for me personally, and kind of talk about the impact of the game outside of the stage.
He's got good lighting, good camera, good mic. I mean, this is great production quality. This is a good video. Like, you can tell he's taken a lot of thought and time into setting up the framing and how he puts his stuff behind him and stuff. I always like when someone, has that amount of respect for the craft.
Standard things that everybody's talking about right now. So let's just get into that. And I want to start with the industry. And I'm going to try really hard not to rant here. We'll see how that goes. I just think you can't fully appreciate why GTA 6 feels so different without first understanding the broader industry and everything going on around it. And spoiler alert, it's not great. The last 10 years of AAA gaming, let's think about that honestly. We've been dealing with shallow launches disguised as live service games, battle passes announced before the game's even finished, creative directors that are completely enslaved by their corporate suit overlords whose job it is to find new ways to monetize every aspect of the game. There's lackluster games that are technically impressive on paper, or, they have these fancy cinematic trailers, but when the game launches, it's a broken disaster. Mind's eye. My throat's been killing me today. And now we have...
I'm glad so many people are taking chunks out of Mind's Eye. I tried to warn people about that one. The trailers, to me, made it pretty obvious that something was wrong. But I was a little bit alone in that feeling.
These games built from the ground up for attention retention, because apparently these younger generations can't seem to watch anything unless there's a jump cut every 2 seconds with some dude in a broccoli haircut just screaming at them. Thank you for that, TikTok. So much for not ranting. You already know what I'm talking about. You felt it every time you booted up something that promised you the world and delivered a few hours of mild entertainment at best. Meanwhile, on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, you have Rockstar that won't tell us for years. No regular updates, just the occasional...
I appreciate him censoring the swear word there. That helps with reactions on a Safe for Work channel. Appreciate that, Sav. The thing is that I think we can take some comfort in, because I know he's expressing frustration with this, and I think a lot of people express frustration with this, and I will say that can, I think, sometimes get overstated. I think sometimes people act like AAA is an absolute disaster and an absolute shambles. I don't agree with that, but I think the thing that we are noticing is that gamers are clamoring to support games that don't do this. Like, we're seeing huge support and success for games like Mugenics and Slay the Spire. We saw Pragmata absolutely crush it. Brand new IP that's not delving into any of this stuff that's super frustrating. So we've seen double A's and indies have an opportunity to rise, but we have also seen triple A's get it right. And I think this year we're seeing that, and I think that's encouraging. I think more and more you're going to see things like what happened with the live service failures of like High Guard, Marathon, Concord, and others. These are undeniable live service failures at this point, and we're seeing the rise of AAA games kind of nail it. I actually think we're having a purification process where the right things are winning and the right things are losing, and I think developers and publishers and studios are going to take notice, and they're going to stop chasing the ADHD TikTok marketing trends and the millennial humor, and I think they're going to get back to just making great games again.
Industry destroying trailer or announcement that just completely shakes everything up, and then they go silent again for another 6 months. But they deliver every single time. And here's the thing about Rockstar that I don't think gets said enough. They're the kind of studio that will spend a significant amount of time and resources developing just a singular detail that 95% of players will never appreciate or likely even notice, just in case. Just in case somebody passes by at the right time of day and the right lighting and notices that one thing. Just in case that detail is the one detail that tips someone from playing a game to being transported somewhere else entirely. Just in case. And that's not like the most popular philosophy in video game development because it's costly and time consuming and it's not as profitable for...
And it can mess with performance. I mean, that's one of the growing concerns about GTA 6. It's going to be so broad, so crazy, and so substantive, and just so dense that performance is going to struggle.
Most companies, because they don't have the skill or the finances to back it. I mean, the idea of putting that much time or effort or money into a video game is radical. And that's exactly why what they're building matters in a way that goes way beyond the numbers. Look, there's a difference between a game that you play and a place that you go. Most games, even some good ones, you're usually always aware that you're playing a game. You're in it, you're in the world, you're experiencing the thing, but there's this layer of glass between you and the world and not enough detail to really sell it. Rockstar, however, has a way of almost removing that glass. You stop playing the game and you start existing somewhere inside this world. And if
this is so interesting that he's making this observation, because this is very similar to things I've said recently about live service games, and the more successful live service games give people a third space, right? Like the absence of third spaces for people is creating, a lot of people view the MMO that they keep going back to, or Arc Raiders, or whatever battle royale they always come into. It is, like I said, a place that you go. This is very similar to commentary just last week from me about Destiny, and where they went wrong and why it no longer felt like a place in a universe that you went to, and it felt like a game with activities in it. I think this observation is so stinking spot on, and that's the difference between a live service game that captures and keeps people and a game that quickly loses people, right? Did they drop the new trailer we watched in the last one? There's not been a new trailer. This is a Sav video.
If you've felt that even just once, you know exactly what I mean, and you've likely been chasing it ever since. For me personally, it goes back to PlayStation 2 on San Andreas at my best friend's house. We were just two dorky 13-year-old boys crammed onto the edge of a twin-size bed, eyes glued to a tiny CRT television about 24 inches from the tip of our nose. And I say dorky because this was before video games were cool. But it was 2004. I still remember the San Andreas map tacked to the wall with the creases still in it from pulling it out of the box. I remember jamming out to Running Down a Dream by Tom Petty as we drove down the street in a Super GT shooting everything that moved. Speaking of Tom Petty, by the way, Rockstar knows you know exactly what you're doing with that Tom Petty song and trailer too, man. They hit that nostalgia button perfectly. Transported me right back to that bedroom, sitting on the edge of that bed, reading a Game Informer magazine and daydreaming about one day being able to put gasoline in my gas tank, which we're still waiting on, unfortunately. Now, I didn't know, obviously, at the time that I was making these memories that would stay with me for 20 years. And to be fair, I don't know that anyone knows when this is happening. But what I can tell you is that for me, it was a rough time in my life. My parents were going through a divorce, there was substance abuse in my household, and there's a version of my teenage years that gets a lot worse if I didn't have somewhere to disappear to. Video games saved me, and I'm not trying to be melodramatic, I genuinely mean that. They gave me a place to...
There was a good video about Arc Raiders. There was a good video about Arc Raiders and how it's saving people. It's keeping some dudes here. A lot of guys right now. There's a mental health crisis for men especially. It touches everybody. It's not specific to men, but men, veterans especially. A lot of you guys get low, and gaming and third spaces can keep you from going too low. And I do think this is the secret sauce that makes a live service game successful or an ongoing game successful. It gives people that space where they feel, everybody knows their name, the cheers aspect, right? Where it's your place that you go to hang out.
To escape to when the world felt just too much to deal with. They kept me out of trouble and got me through some things that I otherwise wouldn't have been able to handle. But the thing is, I'm not alone in that. That is not a unique story. There's a lot of you that have a similar version of that same story. Gaming just got us through it. And games are a huge part of who we are. And Rockstar, for me personally, has a large hand in that. So when it sounds like I'm glazing this company, just understand that for me personally, it goes way deeper than just a surface level appreciation for their games. They're quite literally a huge part of my childhood. Now, I've been running this channel for a while now, and between
how long
in the comments
there,
and
how long he's been doing this? I'm just kind of curious. 35,000 subs. His oldest video is a year old. I mean, if this is the channel he's been using that entire time, so he's had the channel since 2018, so he's had the channel for a while. So it's possible he didn't do much with it, or he did a bit of a reset, right? He cleansed the channel and started doing stuff about a year ago. I would say, you're crushing it, bro. You're crushing it. Almost 1 million on this one. And the thing is that I like about this is you can tell this is important to him. Like the franchise, the studio, this is personal for him, and I think that comes through in the content. I think that's why he's seeing the results he's seeing. The live stream he had today, crushing it, right? I think that's awesome to see, because we obviously dabble. Like I cover GTA 6 when we feel like it's the right time to kind of talk about and cover about it, but it's, obviously not some big personal game to me, but we cover the industry and what's going on in it, and I'm not going to have that deep level personal connection with every game that we cover. So very cool to see. We'll link this in the chat. Be sure to sub to him if you're wanting to kind of watch somebody experience this game in a much more, intimate and familiar way than me.
the Discord messages, after a while, you start to see patterns of what people are saying, thinking, and feeling. And some of you guys probably know that there's a large subset of people who are waiting for this game in a way that goes beyond the regular hype. People that are dealing with things like real things, whether it's physical or mental or emotional. And they're looking at GTA 6 on the horizon as like this shiny thing that maybe they'll get to and get to experience. It's something to genuinely look forward to in a situation for a lot of folks where it's hard to kind of look past what's going on in the present moment. And I understand that feeling. Not the specific situations, of course, everyone's carrying their own burdens, but the general heaviness that comes with that thing where you need something on the calendar to just like look at and hold on to, something your brain can point to and say, hey, that's coming, that will be good. Life is genuinely hard right now for a lot of folks. I don't think that's a controversial statement whatsoever. There's more anxiety, more depression, more people feeling like they're running on empty than probably at any point in most of our lifetimes. And in that context, the idea of a game, a specific game, one you have real history with, landing and being everything that you hoped and dreamed it would be, that's like a shot of dopamine-infused nostalgia right in the jugular. I like to think about what that day looks like, and you probably too. You've probably already planned it, at least you should. If you're trying to take off work, you better get on that. You've got your food all sorted out, the kids are handled, or your schedule is clear. Either way, you've made time for the game. You finally get to sit down and experience something you've waited years for. You start up the game, and all of a sudden your wife calls. No, God! It's something that you have genuine love for, and you just get to disappear, at least until the kids get home from school or the dogs start barking at the neighbors. When Red Dead 2 dropped in 2019, it was one of the best days ever, at least for me. I remember it was a cool, crisp day. I opened all the windows in the house. I got a fire going in the fireplace. I sat down, booted up the game, heard the double barrel shotgun loading and firing, and I was just in bliss. I began my Arthur Morgan redemption arc, and I feel like there were pizza rolls involved in that somewhere. But see, nobody outside of what I would call a true gamer really gets that feeling or really understands that. I mean, you can try to explain it, but to them it just sounds like you're just taking a day off work and avoiding responsibility to play video games. Let's be honest, that's not entirely true. For a lot of us, it's the closest thing to a genuine reprieve, a few hours or a full day if you're lucky, where the weight of everything just completely disappears off your shoulders. For me, when I sit down and I play a game like this, I'm looking for one thing, and that's magic. And the thing about Magic is the older you get, the harder it is to find. For me personally, and I know this sounds specific, but just stay with me. I keep thinking about the water physics of all things, the ocean off the coast of Leonida. I think about the grass rivers with entire ecosystems just running in the background, whether you're out traipsing the swamps or not. Just these small things that exist for no reason other than that Rockstar thought they should exist. Because to them, anything less than that would not be as immersive. And that 95% thing that I mentioned earlier, that's what I'm buying. I'm not necessarily buying the graphics. I'm not necessarily buying the engine upgrades. It's the intention behind it. The fact that somewhere in a studio, someone spent weeks on something that most of us will never notice or truly appreciate. And they did it anyway. The last time a game genuinely put me somewhere where I lost track of time, forgot whatever it was I was supposed to be doing, and just existed in that world, it was a Rockstar game. And this is the first time in a long time where I believe it's going to happen again. When's the last time you finished a game and just sat there staring at the screen trying to process what you just experienced? No, but seriously, when's the last time you experienced something like that? I mean, that's what I'm waiting for. That's Rockstar. So yes, the billions are coming, the think pieces are coming, the discourse and the hot takes and the inevitable conversations about whether GTA 6 has saved the industry or doomed it. All of that is coming, and some of it is going to be worth reading or watching. But
I think interest in this game, it does touch multiple areas, and that is the area that I am the most interested in, is like, what is this going to do to the industry? What's it going to do to the calendar? What's it going to do to marketing? Like, that to me is extremely interesting, given the scope and the potential reach of this game. So yeah, I am definitely on that wavelength. It's cool to hear from somebody who is just have such a long history with the game. And you guys in chat are really saying, like, he's a great guy, he's a great channel. Like, so yeah, we're definitely going to link to him in the description and in chat, and encourage you guys to go sub and support the channel, because this is good video. Like, I just realized I was just sitting here watching it. I was like, oh, I'm not saying anything because I'm just like enjoying what he's saying.
I made this video for other reasons. I made this video for the people who already know what they're actually waiting for, the ones who don't need me to explain it because they've felt it before and they've been missing it since. So if you are out there and you've had a rough stretch, if you've been hanging on and this game has been something on the horizon to get to, you're not alone in that. Not even close. There are thousands of us. And look, we've been building something. It's a new community over at 6hubhq.com. It's being built by gamers for gamers. It's going to be a place for you to go and find new groups of people to play with, find new friends, find your new favorite content creators, and just spend more time involved in your favorite game when you can't necessarily be at home with a controller in your hands. If that sounds like somewhere you want to be, the Discord is open and the website is growing. Come find us. The link is below in the description. But more than anything, hang in there. We are oh so close. And I'd really love to know in the comments why you specifically are excited for GTA 6. I hope everyone has an awesome rest of your week. Thank you for sticking with me on this one. I know it's a bit different than what we normally do, but if you liked it, hit the like button. Let me know in the comments if you want to see more videos like this. We'll do more of it. Other than that, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, and I'll catch you on the next one.
I will link to that right now. Guys, support the video. Leave him a nice comment. That's a solid video. And you could tell he kind of made that for him. And there is nothing better. There's nothing better as a content creator when you make a video for yourself and it gets crazy support, right? Because a lot of times you'll make a video for yourself and it won't do very well. You know, you get a little too self-indulgent, and that tends to happen. Hang on, I'm gonna have to close and reopen chat. YouTube just continues, regardless of browser, to just struggle to let me to use the chat for long periods of time, whether it's Firefox or Chrome. I have to like close and reopen the whole dadgum thing. So there you go. There's a link. Give him a nice comment. Give him a nice like. And, you know, if we can cross paths, it'd be fun to have him on the show, because that'd be a fun show to do. To interview him, talk about GTA, you know, because you guys in chat are kind of questioning. You're like, well, if the last game that really made him feel a sense of magic was a Rockstar game, you know, what's he been playing? You know, everybody has their preferences. You know, everybody has their preferences, and if Red Dead was the last time he kind of felt that, I get it, man. Sometimes you just don't speak the language of the games that are coming out. They don't speak to you, or they don't land. Ladies, ma'am says good afternoon. Good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for being here. And we are in a slight, very, very slight holding pattern right now, as I should have something extra for you guys today. But I'm in a teeny tiny bit of a holding pattern while we wait. So I'll be scheduling that as soon as I know we are good to go. And then we will do it. And I hope you guys are having a good time. Hopefully you're having a good day. If you haven't hit the like button yet, hit the like button. And that does support me. And it supports the channel. Consider doing a membership as well. I know YouTube memberships are a bit of an odd one. A bit of a thing that a lot of YouTube folks don't do, but we really enjoy creating an environment for the members. We have a Discord, and that is how I do this full time. So consider using your Prime on Twitch or subbing on Twitch, or if you're watching on YouTube, you hit join. It's $5 a month. Yo, what's good, Dan? How are you? Returnal made Lono feel like that, and he recaptured the magic with Saros. Yes. Yes. I really, really have enjoyed Saros. The gameplay, the story, it's quite good. It's quite good. Yesterday was the first day since it came out, I think, that I hadn't played it. I had other things I was doing yesterday and didn't have a chance to put some time in. So, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys may know better than me. You may know better than me, but I don't think you can max out the skill tree in Saros. I don't think it's possible. I don't think there's enough Halcyon in the game to do it. So, yeah. Well, Hellblade 2 missed the mark big time for him. Yes. Yeah. Hellblade 2, yeah. It's the most disappointing game for me this gen. People got really mad when I said that. There was like a post somewhere, and I was like, Hellblade 2 is the most disappointing game for me this gen. And people like pointed to other games like The Day Before and Mind's Eye, and I'm like, well, those games can't disappoint me. I wasn't looking forward to them. Like, nobody was asking what I thought the biggest flop this gen was. That would be The Day Before, or Concord, or High Guard, or Mind's Eye. Those are all the biggest flops. I wasn't arguing flop or worst game. I was like, this for me personally was the most disappointing game of the gen because I have just such a strong connection to the first one and love the first one so much. It just bummed me out the way that it went. You can farm Halcyon beyond the stated max through nightmare rooms. I'm 90% sure of that. No, you can't. So it's really weird. If you are in a biome and you're one away from the max, the nightmare room will drop it. And then it'll tell you on the menu that you've gone beyond the max. If you go back after that and you run the Nightmare Strand, it will no longer drop Halcyon. Now, maybe I just got unlucky, but that was my experience. So if anybody has a different experience than me, yes, I'll start grinding the Nightmare Strands to max out my skill tree. But I'm pretty sure once a biome hits its cap, it will simply stop dropping them, even in the Nightmare Strands. If I'm incorrect, I'm glad. I am glad to be corrected. But I do not think you can max out the skill tree in that game. I don't. There's not enough Halcyon to do it. So I don't know if anybody's put out a video or a guide that can refute what I'm saying, but that has been my experience. So please rework the Series X to look like this. Interesting. Okay. Is there a place to see the number of collectible Halcyon ECC in the Yellow Shore? There is not. Maybe you can just permanently grind the Yellow Shore. Does the Yellow Shore even have a Nightmare Strand, though? I don't think that it does. So I don't know. I don't know how many pieces drop there. I do not know. I think that there's a cap. Stars Like Neo 3, I'm hoping can add some kind of an endless thing. I think they're going to add an endless location. I think it'll be called the Blue Precipice. That's my theory. Yeah. Tower of Sisyphus had nothing to do with the game. It was just something that they added. It was never referenced in Returnal. So, Yellow Shore does have a strand. I wonder if you can just continually grind the Yellow Shore. Wait. But the Yellow Shore, you can't have second chance. So why would you do it? Other than, I guess that'd be the reason. That would be the reason to grind it. In the hopes of getting Halcyon, I guess. Jake Baldino put out a video on his own channel about Saros yesterday. He's addicted to the gameplay. Is there a tower in the Yellow King? Wondering what they would name it for Saros. I think if they add a location to the game that they're going to do something like that with, I think it'll be called the Blue Precipice. Reference to the book? No. I don't know if there's anything in the book that they would refer to. I mean, I could get it and see. There are locations. So, yeah, getting this and reading this in preparation really makes it entertaining to listen to people talk about how bad the story is in Saros. Their literacy is so great. So it talks about twin sons. Okay, they talk about a pallid mass, Carcosa. Hawberk is the armorer. There was no real reference to that in it. There's a place called the Red Fort. There's a guy that's the repairer of reputations, and given what happened, I mean, maybe they use that. They could use some story element like that. Other locations are like the Lake of Hali, Hyades, Haster, Aldebaran, like a Phantom of Truth. Oh, no, that's part of the Imperial family. So I don't know. There are locations listed in the book that could be, end up in the game. Wait, hang on. That's a reference to all the different people. I just saw it. The Studio, the Phantom, the Sacrifice, Destiny, the Throng, the Jester, the Green Room, the Love Test. The Street of the Four Winds. Yeah. And then the very last chapter, Rubari, that's the name of the that's the name of the place in his one dream sequence that you always go up to with like the neon sign. So yeah. Anyways, yeah. This was a good read, I thought, before playing. Oops. Okay. Bait. I'm not sure what you mean. And I there was somebody kind enough to send me some stuff, so I have some patches. The Echelon 4 patch, a Saltari patch, a yellow King patch, like a Saros like notebook. Kind of cool. There's a lot of different takes on the King in yellow. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of interpretation. There's a lot of different things. The book does open with like there's like a central thing in town, and if they go through the door, it was a way for people that wanted to die. It was a way for people to self-delete. And I just wonder, given the way a story like this goes, would they do something with that? Like, would Arjun decide, he no longer wants to keep repeating, Like, that's the dilemma you face in Returnal. The dilemma you face in Returnal is that the one time that she thinks she gets off of the planet, she dies a natural death and ends up coming back anyway. So, what's your favorite weapon and variant in Saros? I know you love the Hollow Seeker in Returnal. I think that the general consensus right now is really, really hard to disagree with, and that is the crossbow repeater. And when you basically just exclusively use its alt fire, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, it's like a complete room clearer. It's a boss killer. Yeah. It is, it's good. Dead Zone Rogue 2, a sequel to the excellent roguelike FPS, has been announced. Interesting. You can get more Halcyon Aftermax in each biome. I'm pretty sure you can fill that skill tree. Go P Dudley, if you go to that biome that you have 20 out of 25, I bet you it doesn't drop any for you. I bet you. I think you got some. Look how you're 3 above 25, right? You know what you were? You were at 24 out of 25. You ran a Nightmare Strand, or you just got a lucky drop and you got a 4, because when you drop a big one, it drops at 4. You went from 24 to 28. So you were 1 away from max, and it took you over it. Now, if you go rerun that one, it won't drop any. Jiminy Christmas Game Informer, calm down. Dead Zone Rogue has been announced. Okay, so Dead Zone Rogue slipped past our collective radars, but once we finally played it on the Switch 2 release, we absolutely loved it, awarding it a 9 out of 10. Yeah, Madam and I have really loved it. Quicker than expected, they've announced a sequel. In Dead Zone Rogue 2, you fight as Talon 1310 on Fallen Earth. Not surprising, the game kind of brings you back to Earth. While the core gameplay sounds familiar to anyone who played the first game, you work through runs of each area, forging your loadout as you blast through hordes of enemies. It iterates in seemingly important ways. In addition to an extended play progression with new abilities, weapons, and run modifiers, players can expect new biomes, layouts, enemies, and bosses to deal with. On top of that, drop-in co-op joins the formula, allowing for more flexible cooperative play for up to 3 players. Well, we don't know too much about the sequel. We can't wait to... okay, so it's just an announcement. Well, are these screenshots? Oh, wow. Yeah, this is all new. Okay. Well, dope. Yeah, Dead Zone Rogue is a great game. It's definitely a great game. Like, if you liked RoboQuest, then you definitely should check that one out. Madam and I have enjoyed it. How many hours have we hit now? 30. So, my wife and I just hit 30 hours in the Zone Rogue. Cool to know the devs just announced a sequel. Hey, pop-up ads. That wasn't too bad. That was just like, hey, do you want our newsletter? Or do you want like announcements or alerts or whatever it was asking me about? I think that's fine. And just so you guys know, we are in a bit of a holding pattern today. Probably no green room for members, but if we're able to do the thing I want to do, it should be really cool. So you just guys are going to have to hang tight with me. I am going to take a quick break, though, and I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Hit like button, do all the things. We're 15 likes away from 500. Thanks, guys, for a huge day, and I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Nintendo is coming after wrestlers now. They sent a cease and desist to Cody Rhodes. They did? What did they send him a cease and desist about? Like, what could they possibly have had an issue with? I mean, they're litigious as frick. You know? They're litigious. They like to sue. They sent him a very kind cease and desist over his Zelda-themed wrestling boots. He said the Triforce symbol connected with him both personally and professionally. Oh, Kena Bridge of Spirits is on sale. All right, there you go. I mean, that's kind of a generic symbol. I mean, I don't know. That's a tough one. I mean, I guess if they've trademarked it, I don't know. That's kind of crazy. If you want the article, let's see. I got a cease and desist from Nintendo. It was very kind. They weren't coming after anybody. They're friendly. Yeah, I'm not the first guy to have the Triforce, but yeah, joked Rhodes. The pro wrestler went on to reveal the inspiration behind his iconic boots, explaining why the Triforce themes connected with him both personally and professionally. Zelda's the wise one. Obviously, Link is the one who's got the courage and the power in his Ganon. They make up the three parts of the Triforce. That's the whole deal. I just like the idea of thinking and leaning towards your own wisdom and what you've learned and applying it. Huh. Yeah. That's wild that they would do that. Excuse me. It's absolutely wild. Because it's not like he's selling merch, is he? I mean, I guess if he was selling merch, that'd be a problem. It's not like he's selling merch. It's not like he's, you know... I mean, if he is selling merch, that'd be a problem. But just having them on his boots, I don't know. Maybe they just don't want him to... They just don't want their brand to be associated with... wrestling, and if he's a, maybe off color or saying something like that. It's an upside down triangle inside of a triangle. Yeah, it's, I don't know if they've trademarked it or not. It's free promotion. I don't get it. Well, they may just not want to be associated with what he's all about, what he says, what he does, how he kind of conducts himself, in and around that environment. They could be like, yeah, that's not really something we want to be associated with, our brand that, is popular with families and kids, and I don't know. He's Guile now too. Yes, he is. He is Guile in Street Fighter, the movie. Yeah, as long as he's not selling merch, I think they probably just feel like, yeah, you're associating your brand with our brand, and they're like, yeah, let's not do that. He's a good guy, as good as it gets. The dude's the babyface. Well, again, it might not even be about him. It might be just about the environment. You're in an environment where people are fighting and talking smack and, maybe being off color. I don't know. It might not even have anything to do with him. It might purely be because of the, just the environment itself. I don't know. Everything oval can be sued by Ford. Well, I don't necessarily think they're going that far. They're not being that loose with the cease and desist or the trademark claim. We'll gladly put WWE 2K on our system, though. Well, again, I'm not defending Nintendo, by the way. I'm just trying to explain their viewpoint, right? I'm just trying to explain their viewpoint. They're probably viewing it as you're taking our brand and associating it with your brand. That's not the same as like opening up your Nintendo and buying a wrestling game, right? Like that's not a brand. That's not like brands. I don't know, he should fight it. He probably could, but it's, And they might not do anything, to be quite honest. Yeah, I mean, they might have just sent it hoping. Even though seeing Terry McGinnis in the Arkham universe is a dream of any, Jason Schreier has already come to debunk it. Yeah, Jason Schreier says this Batman Beyond thing in Unreal and all of that, he says it's fake. Yep. Unfortunately. They've been family friendly for almost 15 years now. I don't know. Not worth this time. It quite literally could just be how they handle that kind of thing. It quite literally could just be like how they handle that kind of thing. They're like, listen, we don't want our iconography, our brands, our characters, you know, they might just not want those two things coming together. 50 Plus Gamer says, I've played so many games that were not on my radar based on you and your bride's shenanigans. My wife and I love it. Oh, Dead Zone Rogue. Yeah. Dead Zone Rogue's good. It is fun. You have so-called screenshots of the game. They work. Ecstasis is being a little crass. Yeah, Madam and I need a new game. I think we'll switch to the Batman Lego game when we get back. When we get back from our trip. That'll be, I think, our next game. We're close to being basically completely and utterly done with Dead Zone Rogue. Just checking the feeds to kill time. Like I said, we are in a teeny bit of a holding pattern, a little bit of a different game plan today. So seeing if we missed anything in the gaming news feeds today, other than people having to go at Game Informer over their presentation of their cover. A lot of people are responding to the controversy over Game Informer doing the cover reveal, and they're like, I don't understand what the controversy is, because they were not even... There's plenty of people that were just completely unaware of the fact that this GTA 6 trailer thing was happening. Game Informer probably should have noted it was not GTA. I mean, I suppose they could have said, hey, everybody, just so you know, this is not GTA. They could have put it in the description. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything new in the feeds right now. It's pretty silent. Get a beer and don't lose your crap over it not being GTA. GTA is making people sane and reasonable. I mean, I thought it was funny. I personally thought it was funny. We obviously were laughing at the chat molding and losing their minds, and then there was obviously a lot of people raging out, acting stupid in the chat. but it was funny. Like, I found it to be entertaining. You know? Any chance of trailer 3 tonight? No, I don't think so. I don't think they'll drop it randomly at night. I don't think they'll randomly... I don't think. What's the holding pattern for? I'm hoping I can do a second segment today, but we're just kind of waiting. It's just the nature of this business. So... For a game that's coming out in November, people are being so weird. I don't think it's just about for a game coming out in November. It's about the fact that it's like the most single anticipated game of this generation, probably of a decade. I don't know. It's less about like how far away it is, you know what I mean? This is Horse. I want GTA 6. It'll get here. It'll get here. Your account's too fresh. I don't want accounts like yours to get a membership. Yeah, if you guys are seeing the Rocksteady rumor that they're working on a Batman Beyond, that is not true. That has been debunked by Jason Schreier. Keith would make a GTA fan all sweaty and creepy. He could do a pretty good skit just based off of today. He could do a pretty good skit just based off of today. It'd be pretty funny. And get GTA is popular, but the obsession by the general community over every detail is bizarre. Well, I think when you get to the current, era of time that we're in, I think what you're dealing with is like, it's almost like a hobby, right? It's like a hobby for people. It's like paying attention, combing over the trailers, coming up with theories and stuff. I think people enjoy it. I don't think it doesn't mean they aren't doing Batman. There were leaks, there were screenshots, there were things there were screenshots and leaks and things claiming that like they were working on a Batman Beyond game, and Jason Schreier came out and said it's fake. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not working on a Batman game. So Appreciate you guys just hanging tight, hanging out. I appreciate it. Wonder who the voice of Batman's going to be. Well, I think that's why people were thinking it would go in a different direction, so that it wouldn't be weird to have a completely different guy voicing Batman. You have nowhere else to go? Well, I appreciate it. And Broken Earth's going to kind of try to spice things up a bit with the 5-bomb to get us to 73. Didn't Luke show a Batman they were working on before all that Warner stuff happened? I don't know. I don't remember seeing that. And a single comes in from Broken Earth. He's going to slow walk it to 75 all by himself. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, Siege Master's going to steal the glory, and now Broken Earth is an agent of chaos, getting us to 76. You love to see it. That's good trolling, boys. That is good trolling. New Batman for PS6 would be awesome. Yeah, I mean, a whole new Batman built for the, you know, the era that we're in now, you know, movement and controls. PlayStation head of third party Christian Svensson says the future lineup of unannounced games on PlayStation is unbelievably positive, and the industry should be optimistic about the future. That's fine. At least Twitch didn't get it. That's right. At least Twitch didn't get it. All right. I owe YouTube a member. Let me go ahead and do that now. If we can do this second segment today, if it ends up working out, I hope, hopefully you guys stick around for it, and hopefully you have a good time. I've had a good time today, and a bit of a longer one, and then a 5-bomb's going to come in from Sal. Thank you so much, Sal. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you supporting the channel. You guys continue to support the channel with gifteds and generosity and kindness, your likes, your subs. We got 500 likes on today's video. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. Lono's still live again on Hades. Do it. I've not gone back to Hades just yet. I think I'm going to do Mouse PI while I'm gone. I'll use my portal for that. I don't know what I'll play if there's something I should play on my Switch 2 while I'm gone. The problem is Zelda is not a great game to dabble in. Not a great game for that. So, let me get everything ready just in case this is going to happen. Okay. Just in case. It should. I just didn't want to schedule it and then be, you know how schedules and things go, and then have to delete it and reschedule, and then everybody's bummed. Okay. All right. Okay. There we go. Okay. We're ready. Is there still a chance for the trailer? No, that is not what I'm doing. I'm not in a holding pattern for the trailer. I'm in a holding pattern for a second segment. And so we're just kind of waiting. We're just kind of hanging tight. I figured today was actually a really great day to just do holding pattern because, not much going on. And I'm not even sure what we'll cover tomorrow. But I've been watching the news feeds. I think everybody's really scared GTA 6 is going to say something. Like, I do. I think everybody's scared. Like, it's very, very quiet. The news cycle is quiet. When the news cycle, when the most, burning thing in the news cycle is, here's a debunked rumor about, a Batman game. That's not great. I can go to this. I actually think this is pretty funny. Everything I know about GTA 6. So this is coming from Legit Gaming Leaks, one of the best leakers out there. So the highly anticipated video game Grand Theft Auto 6 is scheduled to be released on November 16th, coming just over 13 years after GTA 5. I actually believe it's November the 19th. First mistake already. Here's everything I've heard from my sources about the game, counting down my top 6 leaks. Number 1, it will cost money. This is obviously a pretty controversial take. I'm kind of surprised he's putting this one out here like this. This is pretty bold. This is pretty courageous. But Legit Gaming Leaks here thinks that it will cost money. I have heard through my many sources that Rockstar Games will be charging money for the game. Likely more than $5 from what they are saying internally. So prepare yourself. Be sure to save money. More than $5. This is a waiting room? No, it's not. That's not in the title or the thumbnail. The game will have graphics. So this is one of the infamous leaks from Legit Gaming Leaks. So they broke this story on June the 7th of last year. GTA 6 will have graphics. Again, this is a stunning claim to make. Grand Theft Auto 6 will have graphics, which I expect to be 3D. The game engine will render those graphics frame by frame, and the rapid sequence of those frames will create the illusion of motion. So, again, a bold claim here. You heard it first from Legit Gaming Leaks. Number 3, the storyline may involve crime. You can see on May the 12th of last year, Legit Gaming Leaks says Grand Theft Auto 6 will likely involve some sort of criminal activity within its storyline. I've not entirely confirmed this one yet, but I've heard rumors that GTA 6's story could see the player committing multiple crimes with possible police involvement at certain points. So, lot of pretty insane leaks here about this game. If you guys have been paying attention, this is obviously pretty wild to get this level of information and get this level of scoop right here on Twitter. Leak number 4. Cars will be drivable. One of the biggest things ever leaked by Legit Gaming Leaks. Grand Theft Auto 6 will have drivable cars. 6.2 million views. This is a big one. That's right. Players will be able to hop into cars and drive them around the map. I have heard this one from numerous sources, so consider it legit. The word on the street is solid, boys. The word on the street is solid. We know this. All right. Number 5. It's not been coded using Scratch. GTA 6 will not be made using Scratch. right? Likely going to be their own in-house engine. Contrary to the unpopular belief, Rockstar Games developers have not used Scratch to build Grand Theft Auto 6. Instead, I'm hearing they're exploring other programming languages. So that is what they are hearing here from their sources. Isn't this normal for all GTA games? Number 6. There will be Grand Theft Auto. Major leak here. They broke this all the way back in December 30th of 2024. GTA 6 will have Grand Theft Auto. This is crazy that they leaked this all the way back in 2024. Erica is in the chat and says, this has got to be a troll article. This is breaking. I don't know what you're talking about, Erica. I don't know why do you doubt legit gaming leaks on Twitter? Like, come on, girl. You can steal cars for real. That's the big things I know about GTA 6 at this time. Stay tuned for more legit gaming leaks. So run it back. There will be Grand Theft Auto. They didn't use Scratch to make it. Cars will be drivable. The storyline may involve crime. The game will have graphics. And the number one leak of their list, it will cost money. It will cost money. So I'm not following legit gaming leaks. I thought I was. Yes, you want to make sure and follow legit gaming leaks. They're out here asking the burning questions. GTA 6 trailer 3 when? I need some legit leaks. And he says before trailer 4. Just a shocking answer here. Yeah. Let's see if we can find more here. GTA 6 trailer 3 will be released before trailer 4, and both of them will be before trailer 5. My sources say, greetings from Germany, Guten Tag. You're still waiting? The Game Informer stream was... Listen, they didn't end abruptly. Anytime they reveal their covers like that, it's only about a 15-minute stream. I went and researched it. They've been revealing covers for a long time. They have been. Here's a leak. Vladimir Putin has not recorded any voice lines for the next Zelda game. This is because he's not part of the cast. Sorry, I was trying to keep it together. I love this account so much. Almost 200,000 followers. Good for them. It's such a fun bit. It's a harmless bit. It's a funny troll. Oh, man. It's good. It's good. It's a good bit. Funny material. Christian Svensson claims that what's coming in gaming in general is incredibly positive. There's nothing to worry about. The trajectory of content's incredibly positive, he says, and we as an industry should be super optimistic about where we're headed despite the headwinds. For reals, boys. For reals. One GTA 6 fan is so obsessed they're trafficking foot traffic at a cafe near Rockstar to predict the next trailer drop. All right. Another person that probably needs to get some therapy. Just continuing to be in a bit of a holding pattern here, boys. I appreciate the patience. I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much for hanging with me today. Erica says breaking. Is this breaking? Breaking news. You know, we got a Reforge gaming, alert for you. I should start running this show like the 24-hour news segments. You know what I mean? Be like, we have a breaking story for you right now. Cody Rhodes has been sent a cease and desist from Nintendo for having the Triforce on his boots. we'll know if he's able to survive this financially in the forthcoming days. My sources say that Putin was spotted wearing a Zelda outfit. That's good stuff. I don't know if this is on. I'll turn it on if I need it. Hang on. I'll just wait. Handsome roads and screen. Sorry if that was distracting for you, Raven. For those of you that were hoping about that that Batman Beyond game in production, it's been debunked. Jason Schreier says all of the claims are fake. You know? You need theme music? Yeah. Are we holding for a special guest? We're holding for a segment. I'm hoping I can do a segment here in a little bit for you guys, and we'll see. We shall see. Bit of a holding pattern, boys. I appreciate the patience. I appreciate it very, very much. Okay. If Lono Surprise isn't GTA 6, we should all express our disapproval. Yeah, treat me like poor Game Informer today. This is ridiculous. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing, Lono. Getting us all to sit around and wait like that. Fake news on the internet? No way. GTA 6 Trailer 3 should be dropped in a bit by noon before the leaks start posting it. What do you mean before the leaks start posting it? It's almost 3 o'clock Eastern time. What are you talking about? You mean before noon on the West Coast? I don't think there's any evidence of the trailer being leaked. Not right now. If that sucker was leakable, that thing leaks as soon as it's leakable. There's no waiting. Whoever has it, anybody's got their finger on that trigger. That sucker's just out as soon as it's available. Nobody's going to hold back. According to Ecstasis a minute ago, it looks like Valve wants to target all budgets and thus release the Steam machine as cheaply as possible. A base Steam machine with 512 gig and a Steam frame option without a power supply could be the perfect entry point and a way to save a few bucks. What do you mean without a power supply? The frick are you going to do with it without a power supply? Leakers, yes, California time. What indication do you have that leakers have it right now? I've not seen anything. I'm literally glued to the feeds today. I've not seen a single thing to indicate that. John Rodriguez with 19 months. Reach the goal and you play Crimson Desert. No, this week it's Directive 8020. Madam and I will play that for you guys. If you guys can get the stretch before the end of the day Friday, Madam and I will do a double header. We'll do a Friday night and a Saturday stream playing that game. We will do it. We will do it. Appreciate you guys hanging out. If you haven't hit the like button yet, hit the like button. If you haven't hit subscribe yet, hit subscribe. Appreciate you guys chilling, holding with us here as we wait. The last time they dropped the trailer was 3 p.m. German time, but never after 6 p.m. tomorrow, maybe. Yeah, I don't think if they drop it late in the day, it's they're pulling some kind of shenanigans. Like, I don't think they're going to go that late in the day. I just don't think so. That would be that'd be a bit odd. Thank you everybody who has hit subscribe today. We are screaming towards a pretty significant milestone of 60,000 subscribers, hoping to get over that hump and start working on the next milestone of 75,000, and then start working on the big one, the big kahuna 100K, and getting that long-awaited plaque. And a 5 bomb of members comes in from Too Thirsty. That's so generous, so kind. Thank you for that. If you guys get a membership, be sure to say thank you to the folks that are kind enough to do that. If you don't get a membership, you can gift yourself a membership for $5. It also makes room for others in the gifted pool. Some folks are getting that gifted every month, and they need it. And if you can pick up your own membership, you're making sure those folks are way more likely to get it. The last trailer, the first trailer was scheduled for 9 a.m. Eastern. That didn't happen because it got leaked. So they had to rush it out the night before it was supposed to come out. Okay. Second trailer went live unannounced, but it went live at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. So they do like that block of time. Seemingly, they like that block of time. And so we will see if they follow that trend again. It could drop tomorrow. I literally have a thumbnail. I have a title. I have everything ready to go if, in fact, we ever have to pivot to doing a reaction to it. It's like when people know someone is, soon to pass away. They have the, in memoriam sort of obituary typed up and ready to go. In a similar way, they released it 12 p.m. noon last year, California time. That is not correct. Trailer 2 dropped at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. It would have been 6:30 in the morning for you, California time, the last time they did this. It was not that late in the day. So, in the first trailer would have been around like 3 o'clock California time. I believe it was around 6 in the evening when they pushed it out. It was something like that. Like they were forced to do that. They actually didn't have a choice. So they're going to sell the power cord controller and keyboard and mouse separate. Subscribed. But you look like you haven't slept in 2 days straight. You okay? Oh, I'm fine. I'm a dad. We always look like this. Yeah, that's just the nature of it. We always look tired. That's just being a dad, I got a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old, and I do this full time. And then when I'm done here, I'm with them and my wife, and I stay up too late with her, hanging out, playing video games. Yeah, that's the life. That's it. You know what I mean? Being a parent, making those sacrifices. My sister asked me the same thing. I respond the same way. That's right. Any merit to this at all, or purely this has been a year since last? There was a lot going into why it could be today. Honestly, I think it could be any day in the coming days, okay? Their earnings call is next week. I think Strauss Zelnick's going to want to be able to walk into that earnings call with a new trailer and pre-orders live. That's what I think. A week after the earnings call, he's doing a fireside chat. Right around that time, he's doing that on the 27th. A day later, the 28th, is a very likely day for a PlayStation State of Play. If it's not then, it'll be a week later on June the 4th. Now, late May, early June for a State of Play always leads right into Summer Game Fest. If I were Rockstar and I were Take-Two and I was looking at that marketing calendar, I would see the week before the earnings call as prime real estate to drop GTA 6 Trailer 3 and to turn on pre-orders. I don't think Strauss Zelnick wants to walk into the next earnings call and just give assurances about the release date. I think he wants something more tangible, like a third trailer and pre-orders. There's also something potentially happening tomorrow on the PlayStation storefront as the deals section has been cleared out. I think tomorrow is too early for Days of Play. Days of Play historically is late May, early June to coincide with showcase season. So, yeah, there could be an announcement and pre-orders going live tomorrow. We took our shot today, did this show. The gaming news circuit and the gaming market circuit is, I think, keenly aware that there's a possible trailer drop any day now. And the reason for that is the news cycle's so dadgum slow right now. Nobody's saying anything. Nobody's doing almost anything. And also, the marketing seems to have begun. It seems to have begun. So, they sent an email to folks. If you have wish-listed GTA 6 and you are not currently on a PS5 yet, like if you're a PS4 owner but you've wish-listed GTA 6, they are sending emails to those users. And they are basically telling them, hey, now's a great time to get a PS5 because you're going to need it if you've wish-listed GTA 6 and would like to play it at release date. So there is seemingly the beginnings of marketing. NBA Finals will put out the trailer? No, they don't do that. They don't coincide their trailers like that. They haven't done that for 1 or 2. I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, you could be right, but I don't think they've demonstrated wanting to have their trailer aligned with major sporting events. I mean, maybe in the past they've done, but as of late, they seem to do their own thing. For me, it was a bad decision to have kids to have a kid these times. I mean, everybody's life is different, but man, I think kids are awesome. Oh. Excuse me. That was just me clearing my throat. That was not a yawn. We don't yawn here. We do not yawn here. Okay. That's precisely why they don't announce them anymore. Thank you, bro, with your crypto. Well, the frustration I have with that is that was a scheduled premiere that got downloaded on the back end of YouTube. That you can still announce trailers. You know what I mean? You can still talk to the public. I don't think we need all this cloak and dagger spy game stuff where they won't say anything and people are combing over everything for clues. I have a question. I upgraded my PC to a very good one last year in November. I really want to play GTA 6. Do you think I should just get a PS5 for GTA 6? It really depends on your own willingness to wait. Depending on how strong your PC is, you are likely to probably have better performance, especially if your CPU is stronger than the PS5 CPU. given the propensity for their games and games like this to be CPU heavy. We don't know that, but I think that's a safe bet to make that will be something that you could benefit from by being on PC. The other advantage that, you would have is they could work out a lot of kinks in the online stuff. And I actually have theorized, just based on interviews with Strauss Zelnick and how they've kind of talked about PC, I think the release date for GTA 6 on PC is going to be faster. So I think you'll be able to get GTA 6 on PC like roughly summer of next year. Now, again, I am not an authority on the subject. I don't have insider information. I just read Strauss Zelnick's commentary and kind of the way he talked about it. I think PC's more important to them this time around, and you're likely to see. I think you're likely to see it come to PC faster. Have you followed up on the February PC speculation? There's nothing to follow up on there. I didn't believe that. I didn't find it compelling. I mean, you can believe it if you want. I don't think so. I feel like by now that would have been corroborated. I feel like that would be a pretty big story for guys like Tom Henderson at Insider Gaming or Jason Schreier at Bloomberg to run. Those guys are pretty connected, and I feel like I feel like if they were able to run that story, they'd frickin' run that story. They would say, yes, we've been able to confirm that the game has come to PC significantly faster than ever before. So, yeah. So, a lot of folks are, making claims out here, doing the thing. So, and I think some of it's educated guesses. I think some of it is people that might be talking to folks, but I think even the folks they're talking to could be guessing as well. So it looks like we should be. Hang on, I'm just looking. Just give me a second here, folks. History repeats. Miller Boy's awesome. Our 100 is collapsing badly here. Oh, well, yeah. Depending on where you live, I could understand being a little bit trepidatious about having children in some countries. I definitely sympathize and empathize with those concerns and fears. I'm very blessed to be somewhere where that's not as much of a concern, for sure. I mean, I worry about my kids all the time for all sorts of reasons, but GTA is an impactful franchise. It is. The release of it will be seismic. We know this. It's going to be seismic within the industry. I think October itself is going to be an interesting month because games are not going to want to release in October. They're not going to want to talk in October. They're not going to want to do anything. You're not going to want to do a blog post and anything. You're not going to want to do anything. You still on? Yes. We were in a bit of a holding pattern for a second segment that I'm hoping to do. It looks like we should be able to do it. Just give me a brief second here to wait and confer. I was hoping to do it at 3. It looks like we will be able to, but I'm just kind of waiting. I am just kind of waiting here. And yeah. It's one of those things where like it was a maybe, and I was like, well, I don't want to go out here and schedule and get everybody excited about a segment and then it fall through. So I'm just kind of waiting. Ba-da-doom, ba-da-doom. Do you think there is a chance for an announcement or something from Rockstar? I would say if they're going to do something now at this point, I think the day that we're in now, I think it's shipped. I think the ship has sailed. I'm sorry, not it has shipped. The ship has sailed. So probably if they do something, it'll be tomorrow. Okay. Hang on one second. Boom. Okay. Okay. All right. All right, give me 2 seconds to get set up here. They can't see you yet. I didn't want to say anything, just in case it didn't work out. All right. Okay. All right, guys, I'll give you a link. We're going to redirect. I'll be gone for a minute or two to get set up, and then we're going to be doing an exciting new segment. It won't be nearly as long as today. We've been going along with the GTA thing, but I will give you guys a link, and I will also redirect you. Guys on purple, you're going to have to head to YouTube. Okay. I will be sitting down with none other than Raul Coley from Saros. I'll be interviewing him. I hope you guys enjoy this. Click the link. I'll redirect you, and then we'll be live in just a brief moment. I want to make sure our scenes are set. Okay. All right. We'll see you guys in just a bit.